Good morning, everybody. How's everybody doing today out there in the world? I got my cup of coffee here. We're gonna continue playing around in our cozy little colony. Um, for anybody who doesn't know, what we're doing is chilling. I've been doing a lot of extreme challenges lately, a lot of max difficulty, crazy time limits, insane goals, etc., etc. So I decided it was time to do something a little bit more on the chill side. We started this the other day on Tuesday. Today is Thursday. The plan is to do at least 2 days of Ani a week. The other days will be RimWorld until we finish our anomaly playthrough. Then we'll make a decision on what we're going to do going forward. And Saturdays is kind of our one-off random day, so we've been playing the Mist series on Saturdays for a little while. When we finish that or we need a break, we'll work on something else. So cheers, everybody. That is Tachyon, my kitty cat. I'm sure you all know him by now. Hey, buddy. Every day we go through this. Every single day. I understand the existential dread and the need to scream, but can we do it before and after stream instead of during stream? Would that be alright? Is that okay? I mean, it is while I'm looking at him. Alright, so what are we doing right now? I don't remember. What are we researching? We are researching anything? Oh, we are researching insulated tiles because I decided I wanted to do a little bit of insulating. It's probably a good idea. We got our toilets in. We're gonna have to get into the material science research soon enough. Get that going as well so that we can get stuff like steam turbines. But I think the main goal we're gonna start off with right here today is trying to get the place a little bit. I'd like to try and get I'd like to get a cook. That's like a big goal today. And I'd also like to I might actually sidestep here, although those incubators, even when they're not plugged in, produce a lot of heat. Ideally, I'd like to start getting Drecko ranches sorted out. Now, we've got a pocket of magma over here, so we can't really just boop in, and I'd prefer not to go in from the side here and let all this chlorine spill down into our base. What I'm thinking is that we have abyssalite digging. Our builder, our starting builder is actually our okay, so Green Thumbs is going to get his second critter ranching. So what I'm thinking is we do a little sidestepping here, and we kind of come up through here and over and then down, and we use the naturally occurring chlorine. What is the math on this? Now, I've done a bunch of Drecko farms with mealwood, but I'd like to use the bomb lily that exists. We've got temperature that's being insulated over here with the abyssalite. It gets a little chilly up near the top, so that's another reason to grab that insulation, is that we can insulate across the top. We just go bloop. So let's queue up a little digging. Get the play button going. We found out our leaky oil reservoirs up here and our volcanoes over here, meaning that this bad boy over here is our cold carbon dioxide. So that's just going to be in the way. I never really find a good use for them. Hi, Aya. Taking a break. Aya Eileen. Enjoy lurking in the shadows. I installed a new bot last night. I mean, install is I guess a loose word for it. You just have to go to the website and give them moderator status. You know what? Hang on a second here. Would it be more prudent to come in this side, since this is going to keep everything nice and toasty? What's the bomb lilies? 35 to 85. Stuff's coming out of here at 100 C. We're at 65. We might want to. No, I don't know. I've got it in my head that we're going to do the first set of Drecko farms over here. I don't know. I say first set because we may do some other stuff. Let me think here. Now, it's funny because I think Julie made the joke about Nether doing casual is not casual, and that's the thing is I have this issue with not min-maxing. I like to do everything I like to do everything legit. If I remember... How much, okay, so Bomb Lily. Let's look up Dreckos. I want to see if we can figure out... I know, I'm pretty sure Barb looked it up and said something about 1 Bomb Lily per Drecko. But it might have been 2. 0.8 units a cycle of Bomb Lily. Bomb Lily natural contains high vitamin concentrate and produces acids. Okay, life cycle, 12 cycles, maximum radiation, temperature, Bomb Lily 2,000 grams. 0.8 units per cycle, but 2,000 grams, 2 kilos. So what is a unit, what is a kilo? That's one thing I think wish was more transparent in this game, is like... This doesn't tell me what we need. You know, 0.8 units a cycle, 0.8 units a cycle, 0.8 units a cycle. What does that mean? Like, I know they eat the mealwood sticks, not the mealwood itself. So, like, you can harvest the mealwood you have in there, and they still eat the mealwood itself. So we eat the lice, they eat the woods type of thing. But how does Bomb Lily work? Plot. I don't know. Let's consult our friend Google real quick. I mean, we're an online-based human society. How many Bomb Lily to feed Drecko? How many? All right, let's see what we got here. This is my design for a 6 Drecko cell. 2 Bomb Lilies per Drecko are plenty. Have not tested it recently. I completely stopped farming since fossils became available. Huh. You want Drecko to give you eggs and dye to give you meat. 1 plant each should be enough to achieve that. Might be some tweaking. Metabolism can go to hell. Incubator. After Drecko will give 2 eggs. Move it to other room to die. You want Dreckos to be full all the time so they don't get debuffed for being cramped, etc. Give them 3 Bomb Lily each. Don't worry about metabolism. It does not affect how often you can shear Dreckos. 2 Bomb Lily each, maybe some water limits as well, just enough to get them going whole life, but they can be hungry. Okay, so if we want to keep them alive indefinitely, we need 3 Bomb Lilies apiece. If we want to keep them alive for shearing purposes, we need 2 Bomb Lily apiece. And if we just want to eat them for meat, we can do 1 Bomb Lily each. So if we're trying to do an 8 Drecko ranch, all right, this is where we start getting into designing, right? So let's say we're trying to do an 8 Drecko ranch. If we need 2 Bomb Lily, that's 16, and we have a max space of 96. So let's think about what that means for us, right? So we would need 16 tiles for the Bomb Lily. Max we need is 96 tiles. So that would be a space like this, right? The Bomb Lilies need 2, I believe. I think we can test that with a little ladder action over here. So, like, can't build there, but can build there. So Bomb Lilies need 2. That puts us up to here. Like, we put the farm tiles down here, bloop, 2 for the Bomb Lily, and then we need the hydrogen. Huh. And then we need the space for our stuff. So let's say we need a shearing station, which is 3 tiles to sit on. We need a grooming station, that's another 2. We need a drop-off and a pickup. So 5, 6, 7 tiles. What else am I missing? They eat the bomb lily on their own, right? So we don't need the feeders. So pick up, drop off. So we would need 7 tiles in addition to this. And we'd need to be able to access the eggs or use automation, and we don't have automation quite yet. So how do we do this? Okay, so this would be 16 if we added another row. What if we widened this, right? Okay, so we're not going to dig this spot out here. I'm just doing it where we can. So if we need 7 tiles, and we need that to be 3 tall, that's an extra 21. So that's 16. That's 32. How much is it if we do this? That's 28. That's 35. So, I mean, that could literally be... Okay, so 35... So that's 100 tiles. Which is not right. I haven't designed a new Drecko farm in a very long time, and I feel like this is very overdue. This is why we're doing a casual playthrough. Now, that's 92 tiles. That gives us enough space for 2 bomb lilies apiece and the equipment we need to put down. We need 96 tiles, though, so that would mean we would go like that. And that's 16, shearing station, grooming station, pick up, drop off, and then there's an extra tile. Maybe we throw in an extra bomb lily if we have it, right? And this is 96 tiles. So the 4 tall, 24 long. But then it's a matter of having chlorine on the bottom. There are other options for this, but I kind of feel like that's our jam right there, I think. So let's talk about where we can slap that in, right? Because we've got chlorine down here, so we can't do too much as far as... Now, if we do that... I don't like it. I don't like it. A lot of Drecko farms are more vertical, and it does provide that problem of how do you feed them. That's 96. That's 112. I mean, we could put Bomb Lily on the bottom, and then... That makes it difficult. I did have a good Drecko farm design, but it wasn't designed to keep them fully stable. So, God, I guess... In theory, we could do something like that. It just makes it more difficult. If that's the case, our best bet would probably be to do it up here, but we've got neutronium that sticks out kind of far, so what would that mean if we went, let's say, here? That would put it there. Now, we could liquid lock in there, making that a lot easier to deal with. The Bomb Lily is going to take... How many tiles is this? Wrong button. Oh, I don't have the overlay on. That's why it's not telling me what I want. This is 55. That's 41. And guys, I'm just ever so slightly out of sorts this morning. I know I've said that many times. I woke up in an extremely good mood, but had an interaction with a roommate that was a little on the negative side. I think it's important to talk about real life stuff and being human. I'm a very reasonable person. You know, I rent the rooms in the house. It's not even my house. I sublet them. And it's just when someone asks me something nicely, I'm all about it. I'm like, if someone's like, hey, you know, would you mind doing XYZ so we can, you know, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, oh, yeah, that's great. But when people come at me aggressive, it's like, well, I'm going to match energy here. I'm not trying to match energy, but to protect myself, that's what I got to do. So if you come at me sideways, I'm going to come back at you sideways. You know, that's just what's going to happen. So, I mean, she could have politely been like, hey, you know, this is bothering me a little bit. Is there something we can do to make this better for all of us? And I've been like, oh, yeah, absolutely. Let's figure out what to do. And it's just simple bullshit roommate stuff, you know, food in the refrigerator stuff. But she chose to be snarky and disrespectful. So, you know, I'm a little aggravated right now, and it's a little difficult to focus on the game. But I'm gonna do my best to make something happen here. What else could we do, Drecko-wise? We only have one Drecko for now. I'd really like to get Dreckos going. We don't have thimble reeds, so we need that. How big is this? 60 tiles. Okay. Is there something else we can do to go into the day a little easier here? Let's just kind of check around. Oh, we could try to get down here and get at that mucker. There's a basic project we can queue up for our people. I'm off center on our main ladder system because we've got a plant growing there. Is this that's mealwood, yeah. So let's come down to there. And then there, and we'll dig this out so that we have more copper as well. And boop that. That'll give us access to this water down here as well. It's a little warmer down here. Dupes are doing their thing. We're doing insulated tiles. This Drecko ranching is going to get my brain hurting. Because it's what we need to do. That is the next step, right? I mean, we could theoretically move into a proper kitchen, but we've got a basic kitchen set up. I think the big deal here now is get that stuff swept up if they can. The big deal now is if we're going to do anything different with the kitchen, we're looking at doing a deep freeze, and we're not at that kind of level of technology yet in the game. We've still got our dupe running. We need... Oh, that's right. I wanted to get a basic industrial area up. And it made sense to do it up here because of the cold that we can already make use of, right? What are we doing? Do we have refinement yet? I don't think we do. We got to get into this. Okay, so we're researching insulated tiles. We've got refinement we got to get done. I might want to grab incubators. And we need to get Dreckos online soon enough so we can get reed fiber for our suits. Okay. I'm kind of thinking our best bet for starting off here is to go a little dirty with it. I think we do it what I was talking about. We come over here. Maybe we put a little liquid lock right in the abyssalite up here. We come in, we widen out this area. We let this be a little natural Drecko area. We've only got one in there. We could start adding more bomb lily as needed. And then we could crack in here if we want to do something a little bit more robust, we'll call it. But yeah, I think the jam here is to just kind of get some things going so we can provide access. 41, so we need... Well, we don't need anything. Okay, I like that. Casual playthrough. Let's not worry about making the perfect Drecko farm right now and here and now. We could even do mealwood. We've got plenty of dirt, and eventually we're gonna wind up with a system where our dirt is actually renewable. I mean, we're going to wind up with polluted water. We're going to wind up with all sorts of systems and stuff like that. We've got oil, so we're going to be producing a substantial amount of polluted water just in order to... Yeah, you know, this is the reason I was, like, apprehensive about coming down here. Is there's a lot of CO2 down here, and our carbon skimmers up here. It's fine. This can serve as our, like, backup carbon pit. If we wind up printing some larvae, we could just slap them in down here. They probably won't live very long, but it'll give us a little bit of crude. I don't think we have any salt water handy, so... Chlorine is there. Let's say... That's our liquid lock, maybe? Maybe closer over to this side, right? And so then we're going to come in here, right? Enjoy lurking in the weirdness, Killer Jam. How you doing, Killer? Welcome on in. We're gonna shout out our friend Killer over here. Shout out Killer Jam 25. Excellent. That'll be a little delayed because of the way that works, but it'll come up in just a second with a little clever... There we go. New bot commands. Killer Jam is the jack-of-all-trades gamer, diving into Myst survival mysteries, Scum's survival challenges, and Minecraft's creative realm. They're also city-building enthusiasts with a penchant for Foundry, progressing from Tier 1 to Tier 3 with their co-op crew, and then my emotes don't work. Whether it's solo strats or teaming up, expect a mix of chill vibes and mature language in their marathon streams. Gaming variety, chill streams, and there's the link. We're trying to dial in a new helper bot over here. I wandered into a stream yesterday after... we raided into a stream yesterday, and it was cool. How do I do things? I forget how I do things. B is the copy key here. We want water down there, so we'll have to put this here and then rebuild that. Is that how that works? Okay, yeah, so we're going to have to put that there. We might actually be able to... You know what? Let's do that for now. Okay, that'll be the project. Ah, you're using Frosty tools too, eh? It's all the rage. Yeah, you know, I really enjoy it. Let's do a shout out for Zed as well. Let's see what Frosty has to say about it. We wandered in to try and make a new friend yesterday after stream. We raided out. I followed him, but I can't remember his name off the top of my head. It'll come to me. And he was using Frosty, and I was like, you know what? Frosty is freaking cool. So I told Killer about it because we were talking on in the life section, and I was like, dude, you gotta check out Frosty. And then I told Squiddy about it last night. I don't think he's gotten a chance to take a look yet, but I'm sure he's gonna love it. And Zed knows about it now too. All right, what do we got about Zed? The IT pro who games with LEDs and woodwork in between. They're the master of first looks at cheap games, even the sucky ones, and family Fortnite nights. From Oxygen Not Included challenges to supermarket simulator shenanigans, Zed streams are a mix of thrusty Thursdays and spontaneous surprises. Join for a drink and some laughs, just don't forget your chair. Johnny Boombots? Nice. I don't know who Johnny is, but if you're hanging out there, I'm sure they're chill. All right, we got dupe choices right off the bat here. Starts with Masterworks, germ resistance, can't do digging errands, tidying, strength, ranching. Squeamish isn't the worst. Suit wearing, decorating, green thumbs. I'm not loving these. Can't do. We're looking for a cook specifically, so gastrophobia and kitchen menace are off the table. Oh god, Jesus. Oh, still a little tired here. Let's grab the mirth leaves. I don't have the wherewithal to grab new dupes at the moment. Plus, we'd probably have to make a little duplicate gym, which you could probably just slam in right over here. We've got some polluted oxygen off-gassing, but that's fine. They grabbed the muck root, which gave us calories. We got 32,000 calories for 4 dupes, so 4,000 a day times 4 days is, so 4, 8, 16 is 4. So we got 8 days of food without even having to do much. So we're not going to focus on farming or anything like that. We got some ranching going on. It's not quite spun up proper. We put all our wild animals over here. Oh, they just dropped the meal ice all the way down here. Good job. Yeah, good job. Like, oh shit, it's break time. Rather than hauling the meal ice to the refrigerator, I'll drop the meal ice on the floor, then go to the refrigerator and get meal ice and eat it. Why not eat the one that's in your hand? Oh, right. No, it's a little too fresh. I like my disgusting bugs for protein to be freezing cold in a refrigerator. I'd rather not eat them warm right off the plant. And there's Nightbot helping out as well. We got a couple of bots helping us, you know. Why not have our AI friends be friends and not competitors? We could always move this thing down there, but we don't need to. The dupes will grab that muck root and whatever else we want to grab out of there at one point or another. We've got low-level sweep commands set up. We've got this thing queued. I think our dupes are going into the evening downtime. We got bathroom users, people going to sleep. Gosman over here will wake up first, then Steve here will wake up second. I think. Green Thumbs is hitting the hay. So they're all cycled on 1 hour. So by the time Ren over here finishes dinner and goes to sleep, Gosman should be getting up to run on the wheel for power and get the research going. Our power's a little spotty at the moment, which is one of the reasons I was talking about getting some temporary industrial stuff up here. But since we don't have refinement just yet, I don't know. I'd prefer not to let this thing loose into the base so it can screw with our sleep cycle. So we'll leave this door on here for now. We could wrangle it somewhere else, but I'm trying to leave as many doors open for the sake of dupe pathing as possible. But yeah, we're going to let the dupes run with it. It's nice to be playing something that's not specifically designed to be a challenge or super stressful. Although I do want to take another crack at the Nether Zed, as Zed calls it. It's a 100 cycle sustainability challenge with the goal of getting 8 dupes by cycle 100 and taking your hands off the keyboard at cycle 100 and seeing if the colony can survive. The last one I tried, I got to cycle 497, so 397 cycles completely unsupervised, just acting as a voyeur, looking at the dupes do their thing like an ant farm for 397 cycles. Basically, immediately once I took the hands off the keyboard, I found out what I did wrong. I had a conversation with Flower, and I was like, I had thought Flower had said one full functioning Drecko farm could feed 8 dupes, which didn't sound right to me, and then, of course it didn't, because that's not what Flower said. What Flower said is that if you have a fully functioning 8 Drecko ranch, you can feed 2 dupes off of that. So we had 8 dupes. We needed to have 4 Drecko ranches. Probably could have put in a 5th one just to make sure. And I also didn't realize that domesticated bomb lily doesn't require dirt or anything really. You just need to plant it and let it be. Those things combined means that, yeah. Basically, as soon as I took my hands off the keyboard, I was like, oh, we're destined to die when we run out of dirt for the mealwood. The mealwood was never intended to be a long-term solution. The mealwood was intended to exist long enough so that when we spun up the Drecko ranches, we still had a nice buffer of food, right? Like, obviously, mealwood's not going to last forever, but it's also going to take time to get all the Drecko ranches fully online with full population of Dreckos, right? Why are you underwater? Algae. Right, because the algae underwater is much more needed than the algae not underwater. What the heck was I talking about? Oh, yeah, so the mealwood was intended to be like, okay, this is going to last us a couple hundred cycles, and by the time we run out of dirt for the mealwood, the Drecko ranches will be fully spun up. Problem was that didn't have enough bomb lily because I was using the naturally growing stuff, which grows slower, so you need more per Drecko, and I didn't have the right number of ranches. Now, in theory, you could say, well, if you don't have enough for everybody, maybe 3 or 4 of them will survive, which is the thought process I had. But the issue is that they went down to 0 calories. So there needs to be an overlap where, like, the barbecue starts stockpiling as the mealwood dips down. But if you go down to 0, there's not enough time to make meat. Like, if you go down to 0 and 4 people die, the other 4 people are starving. So unless the Drecko meat magically appears in amounts that will feed those 4 people right now, you can't transition. So that is the general story of that situation. So what we're going to do here is we're going to pump some water in here. Now, sometimes it doesn't go good if you leave this block here, so we might have to dig that out and replace it. But what we're going to do is we're going to put water in here. We're going to enable auto bottle. We're going to put this up to like maybe a 7. We want them to make sure to be delivering to our water sieve and the oxygen diffusers and whatnot. I'm trying to put any wild animals on this tile. I started talking about that and then got distracted. Imagine that. Nether got distracted. Reason being is that wild animals, as long as they're in a large enough space, are not going to die off. Like, their mood is satisfied and they're wild, they're looking for food. They will lay a single egg before they starve to death to replace themselves. I believe that game I believe that game mechanic exists so that your wildlife doesn't die off before you get a chance to domesticate it. Now, we put 5 hatches in here. I realized too late because they were basically already tame. They were down to like 13% wildness or whatever. I should have just put 1 in here. We don't need a full hatch ranch. We could have just put 1 hatch in here and left the rest over here to cycle. And when they die of starvation or old age, you actually do still get the meat. So this is like a little wild meat farm, so to speak. We could also put Dreckos over here. They can't jump 2 tiles and they can't walk on ladders, so they are stuck right there. And if you put Dreckos, they'll just go around that in a circle. It's something I've been trying to get used to doing. Like, I want to make sure that in subsequent playthroughs and attempts, whether they're challenge playthroughs or just chill playthroughs, I'd like to make the attempt. Know where to put abyssalite. Is that because we just discovered it? Abyssalite, copy settings, boop the settings. Good job. Now the abyssalite has somewhere to go. I'd like to actually get that all out of there. We'll put that on a sweep 6 so they do that first. Yeah, okay, starting to wake up. Guys, I've been drinking more coffee, but also eating better and more substantial food, and it has balanced out, so stomach problems haven't been as big a deal. Now, are we getting anywhere up here? Yeah, we're gonna have to break this tile. The problem is that with this here and this here, that gas is stuck there. So the water can't really go down here. If you notice, we're at 3.1 kilos down here, and up here is going up. We need this to be 1 ton just so that it spreads up to these blocks. So we're gonna dig out those 2 pieces right there. Then once we've got enough water in here that this tile is full, you can layer liquids, but since what we have is polluted and regular water at the moment, I don't want to layer the polluted water because then it off-gasses. It's a whole scene. I mean, we could theoretically do it because water floats on top of polluted water, so if we put a little polluted in there, then put the water on top, easy peasy lemon squeezy. But you know, things happen, dupes screw up, I screw up, and then bam, you've got water, or you got polluted oxygen off-gassing into a place you're trying to liquid lock into. The reason we're liquid locking in here is we don't want anything except hydrogen and chlorine in here, because that's gonna... You know what? Let's cancel that for now. I'd prefer to do it this way. That way when the water is up here and we break that, it just slides in. Right now there's oxygen there. We're going to have the same problem with stuff coming through. So we're going to do that. We're going to let them fill that up. We'll go in. We'll come over, dig down. We'll make this space a little bit bigger. And we might uproot some bomb lily and move it. We may also like put a door and break over here and come up here so we can drop this chlorine down and this chlorine down. Although if we do that, then we create a situation where the hydrogen can move up to here, so that might not be an optimal type of deal. Swings and roundabouts, as Francis would say. Francis John is my favorite creator, for anybody who's interested. He is... God, he's just funny and smart and just everything I would want to be as a creator. He is currently doing an Anomaly RimWorld series, which, surprise, I'm playing the Anomaly RimWorld DLC. If you guys like RimWorld, hello, happy Thursday, Everett. How you doing today? What's the good word in your neck of the woods? We're cozying it up here with a more laid-back playthrough. No hard difficulties, no crazy goals or challenges. We're just trying to make the dupes happy. I think the goal for this playthrough is more or less to have really comfortable dupes and colonize the galaxy. But cheers and hello. We are currently putting a liquid lock here to hold in the chlorine and hydrogen and keep out the other gases. The rancher is not going to be happy. Green Thumbs is not going to be super stoked about going in here. They're going to wind up with mild eye irritation and such. But we need those Dreckos going so that we can start getting ourselves reed fiber to get suits so that we can go down into the oil biome without burning the shit out of our dupes, because above 70 they start getting burnt. They're not happy, you know, once you get above they like it about 25C. They can go up to 30C and they're not going to be in too much of a situation. But can we please get this done? Green Thumbs the second's on it. Where is Green Thumbs? Oh, they're sleeping. Totally understand. Totally understand. When you wake up from your nap, you'll take care of it. I got you, bud. I respect the need for sleep. No node-based trudging through a jungle. Node-based trug... No. Not today. Not today. We're not going to solve impossible puzzles or attempt to solve impossible puzzles. We're not going to crank the slider difficulty all the way up. We're not going to put a time limit on how much time we have to get to a goal, whether it's in-game time or real-life time. And we're going to take the occasional break to blow our noses. Hang on a second. Much better. Although I probably still sound congested because, quite frankly, I've been congested my entire life. I grew up in a house in the middle of nowhere, and when I say the middle of nowhere, if I say New York, everybody immediately pictures the city. I didn't grow up in New York City. I grew up in upstate New York, which is more or less in the middle of like a pine forest. There's just mosquitoes and sap and just cold and heat, and we lived in a... I mean, I've described it as kind of a shack in the woods type of vibe, but I feel like even that's too nice. Picture your parents went to the garbage dump and then went to the lumber yard, and at both places they were like, hey, can we get whatever's free? And then they took that stuff and built a house out of it. That's what I lived in. When I showed Hannah, she was like, I was like, yeah, you see the house? And they're like, I see something that looks like a barn or like stable area for horses. I was like, yeah, that's my house. Anyway, I don't know why I'm talking about that. I already got distracted. Hee hee, the catchphrase for our whole entire, oh, the name of our planet is Butino. Excellent. 31.9 grams. What do we got down here? Okay, we're slowly but surely getting the water in here. They're building their way up. I want to dig out some of the cracks that we can get to, just because that's more free food and or more animals. If we can uncover some more wild animals and just continue our wild meat farm. How many animals are in here? 9 critters. That's not a whole hell of a lot, but it's enough. We'll eventually get these guys mutated to stone hatches so we can feed them the igneous rock that's going to become plentiful once we start getting down into our oil biomes down here. We still haven't come across our teleporters. And that makes me nervous. That makes me very nervous because we've uncovered all the way to the edge of the map here. So obviously not up in this corner. I don't know. There's the possibility that they might be squeezed in right here, but I don't think so. So realistically, we're talking like somewhere down here or over here, or ba. I mean, map won't go down any further right now. It is as far down as the map goes. So it's got to be somewhere in here. My guess would be like right over here or right over here. The reason being is that we have a magma biome on this planet, which is going to be at the core. It's usually a little bit thick, you know, so I'm saying like probably up to about here is the magma biome. And this is not enough space for the teleporters, so it's probably over here or over here. We got a lot of times I'll do exploratory digging in this game. Like, oh, let's just do like a little pokey hole all the way across, right? In each direction, and then like have my dupes dig down as far as possible. I mean, we could go down a little bit more, I suppose. You know what, let's just, for exploration's sake, let's do that. The planet we're playing on is the spaced out sized planets. So we're on a Desolans asteroid. The Tyrannia cluster asteroids are considerably larger even on the spaced out sized asteroids. But I didn't want to play on the large, I don't want to call it a starter asteroid, but it's definitely the introductory planet as far as it's optimized to give you everything you need to succeed. Again, I'm not trying to do any crazy challenge playthrough or anything, but we don't need training wheels. So we went with the Desolans start. It means we're not going to have gold amalgam, no slime biomes, but there's plenty of iron and plenty of fossils, so we're just going to skip gold amalgam and go straight into steel-based stuff. It does require a little shenanigans. Now maybe, just maybe, what's our temperatures look like? We want to make sure to keep our crops at a good temp. The mealwood's going to survive up to 30C, and we're at 23C, almost 24C over here. It's going to take a little while for that, but we're going to be putting out heat from our guy running on the wheel and the battery they're using. These oxygen diffusers are going to put out heat. The research computers, especially the supercomputer, are going to put out heat. The hatches themselves, they're born pretty hot, so once we start hatching hatches, the temperature is going to be going up. Toilets, I believe, they output their excrement at a higher temperature than they are, so that's going to heat things up a little bit because we don't have insulated pipes over there, because fuck it. It doesn't really matter. We've got plenty of cold to get a few things done. We just need to get to a point where we can sustain temperature. There's also no ice biomes on this planet. One of the things you can do early on when you're fighting temperature, if you've got an ice biome, is you can build ice temperature shift plates. Like if this place started to get a little toasty towards like 30C or so, we could totally just put an ice temp shift plate in here, and it would basically reverse our problem. It'd get too cold in here, but if it's too hot, then you've got plenty of heat sources around to heat it back up. So if you've got a few days or so of calories saved up, you could always slap an ice temp shift plate. And you know, you could do it in like a more controlled manner rather than just letting the water spill out. You know, maybe you could make like a little like above here, just kind of make a little like, what do you call, like a trough type of thing. Like just build something that's like that and put the ice here. Maybe make these out of metal bricks so it radiates outward or something. There's all sorts of little tricks like that. But without an ice biome, it means we're going to have to get into active cooling. How much water is here? Okay, so we're going to put this on sweep only so it finishes that. We're going to dig this out. We don't have the insulated tiles yet. Do we wait for the insulated tiles? What's our status here? And if we wait for insulated tiles, what do we do in the meantime? We're quite far out from insulated tiles, and I want to bust in there. So we're just going to use a regular tile to complete our airlock here. We're going to put one there. We'll dig out that tile, and then we'll dig out this tile, and then we've got a nice, clean shot to go over. And we got to dig something out over here. We've got mealwood here that's not going to grow. Maybe we pull that. The pinche pepper aren't going to be helpful at all in here. Some of them are actually growing. Pinch of pepper. What atmospheres can you grow in? So you can grow in... Let's just look here. Temperature 35 to 85. Air pressure 150. Phosphorite is what they need to be. Polluted water. Farm plot. Okay, so... I'm not interested in growing pinch of pepper as a food source, because I believe you can use it to essentially, I forget the food, but like it's like a spiced food or spicy tofu or something like that. We might wild grow some, and by wild grow I mean when we eventually get pips, we'll set up a pinch of pepper farm. Pips, for those who don't know, will actually plant seeds in natural tiles. Natural tiles. We can create natural tiles. Let your brain noodle with that for a second. There's a couple of tricks to basically make a tile out of ore. There's a trick where you put glass into a hydroponics tile. There's also a trick where you make a manual airlock and surround it on all sides except the top, and then delete it, and it will generate a tile made of the ore that you use. So if you're short on ore, it's not necessarily the best thing, but we are flush with copper ore. There's a ton of iron ore. We've even got diamond, which is not something you want to use for that purpose, but in general, we've got a whole bunch of really good resources on here, so if we need to, we can. Oftentimes, I use that trick to make a nature reserve. Oh, I see what happened. I see what happened. Let's deconstruct that. I'm like, why doesn't this work? Because this is, we went up here. I broke the nature reserve. We'll put that as a 6. My bad. Because I wanted this door to be open. We don't need to get up here a lot. We just need to get... I just wanted to get up here to get access to some of this food. So if we delete that ladder and then slap in a door that's horizontal, we'll be fine. I mean, we could put in a vertical door, but that just makes more trouble, so... we can also leave it open, so... Yeah, so we're on the lookout for a good cook. We're going to break in here. We're going to use the natural space to ranch Dreckos. I'm not going to go crazy. I think one of the things that a lot of new players to this game do is just rip out all the natural tiles and immediately start just building like a structure, almost like you're putting in a skyscraper in a forest type of thing. It's not a good, efficient use of time. A lot of the natural areas can just be used as is. We don't need to go in here and rip out this whole area and then just make square or rectangle Drecko farms. That's kind of what I was trying to figure out as we started the day today, is like, what shape can we make? Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what shape we make these Drecko farms. It just matters that they exist. We need to get a couple of pieces of reed fiber. We don't need to get, like, obscene amounts of reed fiber right off the bat. What we need is just get a couple of pieces so that we can start getting into the oil biome. Now, there's a couple of ways to approach suits. One way to approach suits is any area that they're going to be going into that would require them to set up a local suit dock and have them go into it. Another way to do it is to have like a core base, and then whenever they leave the core base, there's a suit dock so they can go outside of the core base through a liquid lock. After a suit dock, and bing, bang, boom, they're out and about in a safe suit. The third way, and the way I usually do it on a playthrough like this, where we're not trying to do some crazy challenge and I have the time and energy, is you set up either barracks or bedrooms. Since we're going for a cozy playthrough, we're probably going to try and get our dupes some really badass bedrooms at one point. And then you put the suit docks at the exit of the bedroom area. What this does is that every time the dupe wakes up in the morning, they'll hop right into their suits and they'll head on out to do their daily business. They can eat, use the restroom, and do whatever work they need to do in their suits. It does slow them down, but at a certain point, their athletics will be high enough and will have them leveled into suit wearing that it won't matter so much. So what I usually do is have a new dupe barracks set up, anywhere from 4 to 8 beds, depending on how large we're going with the colony. We're not going to go super large, so we'll probably keep it small. And I have that off the side of a duplicate gym. And when the new dupes come on, they wake up in the morning, they run on the wheel all day long. If we're being really clever and useful with our materials, we might actually have that dumping power back to the grid. A little hamster wheel power for your viewing pleasure. Okay, I think we're gonna do like a little Minecraft style ladder, like step system. Oh, there is a crack there. You know what we're gonna do is we're just gonna replace that tile so we can continue our little step ladder. But we also get access to that. When we get down to here, I think what I'd like to do is put a door right here. Well, hang on a second here. We need a grooming station. We need a grooming station and a shearing station. So we need to get power up here, is the other thing. This is going to be an awkward power cable. Like, this is going to be awkward. Watch me draw it in half a second. Okay, so that's the power cable we need to run. That being said, where are we going to put the doorway in here, and where are we going to put our stuff? This little landing here, we can actually do that. Do this, do that. And what we could do is stations. Grooming station. Let's get that guy in there. Right? And we'll put a door right here. Here. There. Let's put the door there. Now what we're gonna do, it'll give us 2 tiles there. So if we go into food, we don't really need a pickup and a drop-off up here just yet, but what we do need is a shearing station. One of these guys. And if we put that there, that's gonna cause issues. What if, okay. Maybe let's not put the grooming station there, because the grooming station doesn't require power, but the shearing station does. So let's slap that bad boy down there. We're going to grab our wire over here and just do a little wire wiggle. That'll get us power to the shearing station, which will only be used when they're on. We're a little short on power. We need better batteries. We need a lot of things. Like I said, I would kind of want to put a little power section up here. We'll get to that in a minute. We might have to even move this wire I'm putting in right here, but for now, let's let it be what it is. In fact, what I think a good idea would be is to kind of move this wheel system up here. We're going to move that up there so we're not generating heat down here near our crops. We've got a little bit of cold up here to play with. I'm probably going to do like a little insulated thing around this ladder so that it doesn't all seep in here. We want to keep this place a little toasty for the bomb lily. We'll work off of wild bomb lily for a while because the Dreckos... We only have one Drecko over here. So... Oh, we're not going to get carried away. So they can hop in there. Hippity hoppity, happy Easter day. Can dig that out. That gets us in. It is really too bad that this bomb lily is here because I want to make use of that. What I'm thinking is we snag this guy, put that there, grab one of these blocks, put that there. We can dig that out, we can dig that out. And then we'll see how many tiles we need once all that's done. We might have to fill a couple of tiles in, but I think we'll wind up having to dig more out. Anything beyond that is kind of unnecessary, so we'll let that be. Cook? Anybody cook? Cooking? Excellent. Kitchen menace. Go fuck yourself. Kitchen menace. Eat a dick. Unconstructive. No thank you. Everybody's got to do construction eventually. We've got plenty of mirth leaf coming in now. Going to be hanging plants everywhere on this playthrough, which is excellent. Maybe we'll make a badass recreation room for them that's just like chock full of plants and planters and like wind tunnels and indoor surfboards and all that shit. At least that's the thought process. So what I'd like to do is think about... Hey, Barb, what's up? I don't think the new shout-out bot does YouTube shout-outs. You've got your link handy. Guys, Barb is doing some YouTube content. She's come over to the dark side of content creation, has been recording her Magic the Gathering arena games and posting them up. I've also started posting some Magic the Gathering arena content. Just kind of started throwing some stuff together. So it's nothing crazy. Barb put a lot more effort into editing her content than I put into mine. You know what? We're going to put like a few batteries down here. And we'll let that be what it is. I'm doing all right. I had a little grumble interaction with my roommate this morning. Sometimes she's in good spirits and we have great conversations. And other days she's kind of a bitch. Today was the latter. But other than that, I'm doing quite well. I woke up in a really good mood, spoke to my psychiatrist. He sent in the prescription for my meds, for my bipolar, and my ADHD. So should be able to get that sorted. Got the message from CVS like minutes later that I can't pick up my ADHD meds until tomorrow, which is perfectly fine. They're state regulated, you know. Ritalin is basically a controlled substance, so I'm just glad that those of us that need it for medication can get it most of the time. Happy birthday, by the way. I know we said that when it turned your birthday last night, but happy birthday. Welcome to being 1 year older. Everybody, Barb's birthday is today, tomorrow, and yesterday for all intents and purposes, given time zone stuff. How is this going? Yeah, we're going to throw in a couple of extra batteries. We are researching insulated tiles, but after insulated tiles, there's a lot of stuff we need to get done on research. All these colony builders are really about research. You know, we have jumbo batteries. Fuck these things. Let's stick down a jumbo. Jumbo! Okay, so we got a jumbo battery going in. We've got some stuff going in up here. This will eventually be a natural style Drecko ranch. I say natural style because, you know, it's not a ranch till you put a few things. 3-day birthday, woo! I mean, you know, time zones and all. For some people, it's already tomorrow. For other people, it's still yesterday. I mean, it's the middle of the day on the 9th for me, but I'd imagine it's getting to be evening time for you where you're at, so, you know, 3-day birthday. Everybody has a birthday month. Fuck. Let's just have a birthday year. It's your birthday, it's my birthday, it's the dupes' birthday, it's everybody's birthday. Everybody gets a birthday year. I'm just being absurd. But yeah, guys, wish Barb a happy birthday. Send her all the love. She definitely deserves it. Wonderful, wonderful human being. I love her a lot. So yeah, we're on slow and steady mode. For anybody who was here on Tuesday, I'm not trying to go fast. I don't go fast in colony builders. I like to be more in-game time efficient than like real-world progress. I am completely crazy. I'm a little off the. I don't know what I was gonna say. There's no analogy that I was gonna say. I'm just speaking speaking out of my ass right now. Just running my mouth, letting whatever happens come out of it. Care about fertilizer, that's solid. Don't care about that. Don't care about that at the moment. That's good. Don't care about this at the moment. We can get all that info up here. Muckroot and meal lice. Don't care about that. You know what? I'm gonna go into consumables real quick. Let's get everybody off of muckroot and nutrient bars. Let's keep them on meal lice. Unfortunately, I've got to let them eat raw food at the moment until we get a cook. I would really love to get a goddamn cook. We could do pickled meal, or we could go into lice loaf. I think we would go into lice loaf, because... Oh, right, we can't get power because I disabled that already. Oops. Come on, Gosman. And if anybody wants to name the dupes, I think we've got a couple that were named already. I think we've maybe got one. Gosman and Ren are obviously the original name. Steve's the original name. So yeah, we've got one dupe named Green Thumbs. Okay, so now we can deconstruct that battery. So we're moving our heat up here, so it's further away from our farms, which will make it a little easier to keep them going for a bit. And yeah, slow and steady is what I was saying. I don't like to go real world fast on colony builders. We're going to make good progress. Dupes are going to be happy. We're going to have a cup of coffee. We'll have a little chit-chat going, and we'll get some things done. We'll put it up in speed when we need to. Like maybe right now. Let's give it a little 2 action. We got a little bit of stress. I'm betting it's from like wet feet or something. What is the stress from? Ren. Why do you have stress? Sopping wet. Yeah, see, Ren decided it was necessary to go diving in the water tank rather than just use the other resources. So, it's one of the reasons they're going to go into the water tank again, huh? Green Thumbs is going into the water tank. Gotcha. So, let's go a normal level sweep command. If they're going to go down here, we might as well get that shit out of there so they stop going down there, right? Right. Now, unfortunately, Gosman's going to run up here and then have to come down here to do research, but I'd rather have her do a little bit of walking than have her... Oh, we don't need these doors anymore either. That was when we had our bathrooms up here. We've got proper bathrooms set up down here now. That's all working. We've got polluted dirt, which we're going to leave there for now. Now, a lot of people compost polluted dirt. Composters put off an obscene amount of heat. And I feel like by the time you've got your heat management going, you're not worried about composting polluted dirt. I mean, we've got 101 tons of dirt. That's going to last a real long time. I think I had 140 tons going into the 100 cycle hands-off phase. 140, 142 around there, and that lasted about almost 400 cycles. We got to cycle 497, and we basically died as soon as we ran out of dirt, because like I said earlier, I didn't plan the Drecko ranches appropriately. So We got 100 tons. We probably easily got 300 cycles worth of dirt. Even if we had 8 dupes, we have about 300 cycles worth of dupe. We've got 4 dupes, so we may have 500-600 cycles worth of dirt for our meal wood, theoretically. So we're not stressing about dirt at the moment, so we don't need to compost for the sake of having dirt. It does off-gas polluted oxygen, so if we wanted to, we could just stick it underwater somewhere so it doesn't off-gas anymore. But who cares? Yeah, maybe we'll have a little bit of yucky lung going on, but it's not... Huh. Okay, they're picking up the copper. Alright, give me a sec. Yes, there's a meteor shower happening. We just have ice meteors, so it's dropping a bunch of snow up here, which is why it continues to be really cold. We can actually make good use of that. The snow is going to come in at a cold temperature, and it's then going to make everything up here cold. Once everything up here is super... Like, so this is 20°C, right? Any meteors that land over here, they're going to suck temperature out. Snow's going to melt. Liquid's going to get lost to the vacuum of space. But as you notice over here, granite's -4. Snow's coming in at -4. Heat's only going to exchange with stuff that's touching it directly. So this snow is basically going to stay here. Realistically, looking at the temperature gradient here, it's entirely possible that this entire asteroid will be covered in snow. Like, just start stacking snow deeper and deeper, which reminds me of my childhood, quite frankly. Alright, Gosman's on break. Battery is reasonably charged. I might throw in another battery. We're going to see how a single large battery works. Did I? Okay, I did a thing. So let's put a tile here. Oof. So yeah, oh yeah, because I ran a thing straight through there. Let's break this real quick at a level 9, and this at a level 9. We'll put in a double door system here, so we lose our bonus for food at the moment. Oh, and we still haven't fixed this, right? So no morale bonuses today, apparently. Nether is fucking that up like a champ. Good thing is it's early enough that they don't matter. We could get by on the morale from our barracks and our washroom right now. Everybody's got like 2 or 3 skills placed, so... What I'm looking at is that battery life. Yeah, let's put in another battery. We can live on dupe foot power, but we just need to have enough batteries to make it worthwhile. Gosman had enough time to use the restroom, go and get some food, relax for a little bit, and now she's sleeping. She's our main wheel runner and researcher. This battery is probably going to run out just before she wakes up. Meaning the power will dip, then she'll go and run. And if we have her running the whole day and never have enough power to get ahead, she'll never get any research done. So I'm going to slap in a second battery. They'll run till both of them are charged. That'll give them a decent amount of time to go and get a few other things done around the base, and may even contain enough charge overnight so when she gets up in the morning she can do some research before she has to go run on it again. We also have another dupe who's seconding in operating, but right now they're cleaning up the map. You'll notice Steve over here's got our hauling hat on. So they're going around cleaning things up. I've got normal level sweeps down here because everybody keeps going in here, so we might as well just push Steve to clean up the water tank right now so people stop going in there. Steve can be upset about being soaking wet for a little while, and then nobody will be upset about it for quite some time because we don't need anybody to go into this water. Okay, so that's all opened up now. What kind of space do we have? 72 tiles. 72. 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, Well, we can't get up there if they put an egg up there, right? Right. We'll take all that out. What did I say? 71, or 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 90. Should be able to get that. 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96. So they should be able to dig all that out. That'll give us 96 tiles. Okay, we got our first reed fiber coming in over there. Excellent. Bomb lily flower, clear new, then go in here. We are completely out of sedimentary rock. That's not surprising. We didn't have a lot on the map. I don't think we need bomb lily flowers, but we do need the reed fiber on our list. Want to keep track of that. We also want to keep track of our iron ore. Abyssalite, not so much. 6.3 tons, don't really give a shit. Abyssalite's not going to really do much for us up until the point where we get into space and start getting ourselves sorted with some space materials to make insulation, which I've never done, and is realistically one of my main goals on this cozy playthrough, is to get the things that I haven't gotten before. I'd like to experience parts of the game that I haven't been able to experience. It would be really nice to get a nuclear reactor going on our second planet with supercoolant instead of with nuclear waste, because supercoolant's not going to actually leak out of the aqua tuner, so we won't have to set up a overflow refill system, which isn't hard, but it'd be nice to run it a little cooler than 45C. God, my nose is out of sorts today. Why is it that everything I do causes me congestion? Drink a cup of coffee, get congested. Eat some breakfast, get congested. Talk to the stream, get congested. Whatever. That was awesome. Dig out the tile under the Drecko, and they drop and get to the grooming station easier. Look how happy that Drecko is. Look at this smiling Drecko. That's adorable. Absolutely adorable. What are you doing, Steve? Oh, that's green thumbs, actually. There's breathable air over there? For reals? I guess there was some air over there. Now, the problem with doing bomb lilies in naturally occurring chlorine is that when your dupes go in, they're inevitably going to exhale, which is going to produce carbon dioxide. Yeah, because this thing is in carbon dioxide now instead of chlorine. Then it's in chlorine, so what I was doing in the 100 cycle hands-off challenge is I was going in under this stuff and just right under here, putting a little carbon skimmer, and then putting like a airflow tile so that the carbon dioxide would drop down. Now, obviously, if you clear the carbon dioxide, the chlorine is going to come in and fill that space until more carbon dioxide slips down there. But all in all, it was a pretty good solution. I think I might wind up doing that. One of the things I love doing in this game is designing stuff. So we're probably going to get into some design of the Drecko farms and stuff. In fact, there might be days where we swap over to a debug world and do a little planning and designing and testing to see what we can do to get... You know what? Hang on a second here. 94. So... let's go 95, 96. I think they can reach that. They can yeah, they can reach it. Okay, cool. We'll leave this like this. Although the Drecko can't actually get to that. Ah, it just looks cool. Bohab, what's going on? How are you today? Welcome on in. I don't know if you were here on Tuesday. I don't think I remember seeing you here on Tuesday, but... What are you doing, sir? He just did this little, like, dance in and out and up and down, and it's like, dude, the air is over here, the Dreckos are over here. Make up your mind on what you want to fucking do and do it. Anyway, we're playing a more laid-back playthrough. I was just talking about how we might even spend a couple of days over in a testing world here and there, like, you know, parts of stream over in a testing world. I'd like to design some really badass Drecko farms. We can definitely do some things. We've got a chlorine vent, so even if I screw up the naturally occurring chlorine, hydrogen, air up here, we can reproduce it by using the chlorine down here and the eventual hydrogen we're going to be producing. We could set up a second natural Drecko ranch over here, theoretically, because there's a Drecko in here, but I'd prefer to leave them wild. We're gonna work with this guy, and that guy will eventually turn into several more. They should be able to grow their scales back in enough time for us to get some other projects going. Is this now 96 tiles? 97 tiles, because I'm an asshole. Of course I am. So we're gonna put that there. Put back in one of the blocks we took out. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. And then, what's next on our building situation? So... Right. I was going to fix the broken bonus from here. We're fixing broken bonuses. That's what we're doing. So let's put in a guy like this. That'll do. This door can get held open. We're going to queue up some level 4 sweep commands. Just because I do love me a tidy base. So let's just try and make that happen. Just gonna level 4 sweep the whole friggin' map. That way, gradually this place gets a little nicer. We have a little storage area. Why not make good use of it, right? There we go. Now, as far as water is concerned, we're going to go water, and we're going to go sweep only, because we don't want them dumping germy water in there. I don't think we have any legit germy water. All of our germy water... I usually don't really have a lot of time viewing you, sadly. It's 2:22:19 in my time zone, but when I have time, I like to take a look. A fellow player who likes to sweep up. Nice to see. Yeah. I think one of my favorite moments in the base is that first moment where things get swept up nicely. You know, it's good to have a clean base. In fact, let's go so far as to do all that as well. There's just something very satisfying of having a base cleaned up and also just having all your resources in one space. We're using a very basic storage system concept over here. I gotta show you guys some of the stuff I came up with in a debug world. When I first started playing the game, well, I say when I first started, a few hundred hours into playing the game, I started getting excited about experimenting with a few things. And I made a debug world and started designing Drecko ranches and storage areas. Cannot agree more. Absolutely. And I'm sorry it's late there. I'm also sorry I keep having to take a half second to blow my nose, but I am stuffed up today. Alright, that's why I set up a no camera hotkey. That way I can leave the game running, blow my nose, talk to a roommate that rudely knocks on the door every once in a while, whatever the case may be. We don't have a place we're storing our polluted water yet, so I'm not going to worry about it. This stuff came from our old area. 39 kilos, 284 kilos. It'll either all off gas or we'll find a place to stick it eventually. Got like a little pocket of polluted oxygen forming in a couple of places. Yeah. Anyway, how you doing, Bohab? Thank you for coming in your late evening situation. I appreciate that a lot. You know, it's super late there, as you're saying, and you're coming in to say hi, and I appreciate it. Every minute of viewership counts in this world, and it's nice to see you. I'm trying to get back into doing more Ani. Ani has definitely been the best game for the channel. I've met more people and expanded viewership and engagement with Ani more than any other game. I do love me my RimWorld playthroughs, so I'm not going to stop playing RimWorld, but we're definitely always going to have Ani going for the foreseeable future. I've also been playing the Mist anthology. Onset anthology, is that the right word? I think that's the right word. We're doing the whole Mist series on Saturdays. We might need to take a break, or when we finish 4, we might take a break before we get into URU and 5. URU isn't called URU anymore. It's an MMO version of Mist, which I think is a crazy concept. Barb actually already created a character. Okay, so our bonuses should be back. Yeah, bonuses are back because I actually have the rooms in the right place. All right, let's pause for a second and think about what we need to get done, right? We are hard on research. Like, that's our main thing, right? Like, we just got to research, research, research. Knowledge is power, after all. We're getting there with our... I guess I'll let it run. We got to get that research done. I'd like to wall out some heat so that we can, you know, preserve the green that we have. It's getting a little toasty on this side of the map, so we could definitely stand to, like, slap in a little bit of insulated tile just to keep some of that heat out. One of the good things, though, is that with the fact that there's no abyssalite up here, the cold that's being renewed from these ice asteroids coming in is eventually just going to kind of freeze out this section and gradually come in here. As this thing continues to put out steam and it liquefies, it's eventually going to fill up and overpressure itself. So this pocket of hot water is going to be that pocket of hot water. This is our main water source. By the way, not sure if this is intentional, but for me, the stream says it's RimWorld. God damn it. Really? Okay, so I did all the selection and renaming and didn't hit done. It should be fixed now. It should be fixed. Thank you for saying that, Bohob. And thank you for trying to get my attention, Barb. I appreciate you guys helping. Yes. Bill collectors. I will pay you when I pay you. Alright, let me plug the old phone in, because it's... oh my god, wires! I'm highly distracted today, guys. Highly distracted. But we're getting there. We're going to let our researcher research. We're going to let our rancher ranch. We're going to let our farmer farm. As soon as we get insulated tiles, we'll queue up some more projects. What I was trying to say is this pocket of heat has limited... The heat over here has a limited lifespan. Between this stuff coming in and us insulating out the tiles, I don't really anticipate this heat over here being a problem. By the time any of this was a problem... we'll have it insulated, and we'll have more of a cooling solution going. There is the research. Damn, that happened quick. Yeah, once we got those batteries in, things started moving right along. Let's go into this so we can get some smart power going, and let's do that. I suppose we could do an ice maker if we needed to move some heat around. I'd never done that before in my life. Okay, so... no, I don't like that. Actually, I don't like this either. Let's let them sweep this. Let's do like a higher level sweep over here. What I'm thinking is we just come straight down here with insulated tile. Now, what that's going to require is access. We don't have a cook yet. So I say what we do is boop that and just do alternating ladders up here. We'll do that. And that should be a reasonable heat shield. I suppose we could do some up here as well. What I think we need to do actually is insulate this area from the cold. I don't want to have to deal with the bomb lily having problems. So let's do that as well for now. Also, since this is chill over here, we're going to go like that for now. Just trying to stop cold from killing the bomb lily over here and trying to stop heat from killing the mealwood over here. If we need to, we'll make an ice maker, but I'm sure by the time heat becomes a major issue, we'll already have a few things sorted. This gives us a building project for the dupes to work on, as well as we've got research going. Once we get the smart batteries and a couple of other bits and pieces together, we'll start throwing together a coal-based micro-industrial area. Do you use showers in your colonies? I'm not sure about them, but the +3 morale sounds sweet. It's just that it takes a time slot. So I will probably use showers in this playthrough. If I'm doing a challenge playthrough or going for a specific goal based on like resources or exploration or something like that, and I'm not overly concerned with like the coziness of the colony, probably not. I've used them before. I'll probably use them in here. Julie mentioned what she likes to do is put showers in a nature reserve. That way, when they go in there to shower, they're forced to be in the nature reserve as well. So it adds this little combo situation where you get the morale from the nature reserve and the showers. For me, right now, we've got a nature reserve in our hallway here. So whenever they come out of the barracks or out of the Great Hall, they go through the nature reserve, which works. It's a little cumbersome, which is the same thing Julie said. The only reason we're doing it this way is I don't have pips to plant specifically where I want things to be planted. So we're working with what we started with, and since there were 4 plants tucked in real close together next to the pod, this became our go-to nature reserve. My goal in this playthrough is more or less to make happy dupes. I've done some pretty extreme challenges both on this and on RimWorld, and I needed a little bit of something chill. So we're going to have private bedrooms, which is going to require us to have 6x4 bedrooms. Never thought about that combo, but it is awesome. Yeah, it's exactly what I said when Julie was talking about it. So I might end up yoinking that concept for this playthrough. But I think our goal is basically to make happy dupes with this playthrough. I think that's a nice casual goal. I'm watching. Are you gonna... That debris got to go somewhere, right? Yeah, it gets dropped down there. Excellent. See, just the fact that our bathroom floor and our hatch floor is mostly cleaned up makes me feel good. Obviously, we're going to have eggs and coal in there till the end of time. Well, until we get automation. Water as a care package. I hate all of you. So, Bonnie is a cook. We're looking for a cook. The uncultured means we're going to be able to get her a lot more bonus to her morale with some basic garbage plastered up on the wall later. Starry-eyed, morale bonus while in space. I mean, that's never going to happen, Bonnie. You're never going into space. Irritable bowel, decreased bathroom use speed. I'm super picky about dupes. I'm not planning on having a lot of dupes on this playthrough. If this was the playthrough that I had like 500 hours on stream in, I was taking every dupe. We had like 50, 60 dupes in that playthrough. It's like, oh, you're a good cook? Come on the team. Oh, you can haul stuff? Come on the team. This, I'd prefer to actually have people that are multi-talented. Keep our population somewhere between 8 and 16. I sadly never made a nature reserve in my 600 hours of playtime. I just couldn't stand the look of natural tiles in the base long term. Still looking for the cook. Bonnie is a cook. Irritable bowel and the starry-eyed is never going to happen. And it's like, is cooking as an interest plus uncultured good enough for a cook? And I'm just over here like, I hate irritable bowel. I hate allergies, nyctophobic. I don't like hard. I don't mind if people can't. How exploity do I play Ani? It depends on the playthrough. Oh yeah, absolutely. Evil. Oh, and thank you for the watch streak. 3 stream streak. So nice to see you. So thank you for coming in. When I'm doing challenge playthroughs, I'll set restrictions. We will probably be doing infinite gas storage in this playthrough, but a few people mentioned on Tuesday that they upgraded the capacity of the gas reservoirs, so maybe not. Since this is a casual one, we're just going to kind of roll with it. If infinite storage feels good, we'll do it. I will always use the corner grab with the sweepers because that's how I like to build my kitchens. So I do sweeper corner grabs, and I will occasionally do infinite liquid, but usually liquid I don't go infinite on unless I absolutely have to. Gases, I've been doing a lot of infinite gas storage. I have forced myself to not use some of that stuff, but like I said, casual playthrough, not going super crazy with anything. So I don't think we're going to put, like, we're not going to be melting the inside of a rocket and putting a nuclear reactor in there like Francis did in his narcoleptic playthrough. That shit was cool. Don't get me wrong, that was really cool, but we're not gonna exploit the rockets like that. You know, make a Radbolt rocket with a nuclear engine inside, and then, you know, whenever we land, we make a Radbolt generator out of nuclear waste so that we could just refuel at any spot along the way. That's a little too far for me. Not necessarily conceptually, but work-wise, that's like, Francis did it. I don't need to do it to prove it to myself. But yeah, corner grabs, infinite gas, maybe infinite liquid. That I would say those are the exploits I'll be using, realistically. Oh, God, my nose sucks. I'm sorry to keep turning the camera off to blow my nose, guys. I can't seem to get it unclogged. Should go and sit in a hot sauna and just, like, let everything breathe. Except my lungs. Okay. Builder's building, researcher's researching, planter is planting, and dog's body is cleaning up. So I think we just put it on the 2, let it run a little bit, because we got work queued up. We can't really do anything without any more research done. Our builder is also our digger at the moment, so if we decide to dig out an area for a project, that takes them off of building. So basically, we just got to let this run. Research complete. What research did we get? Coal generators, wood burners, excellent. We did get automation wires. We're going to have to get some sort of production up and going here as far as materials. I don't want it to be too close to this, but we do have coal up here. I'm thinking we might actually rip out these naturally occurring plants right here and just slap down a little bit of a little crusher here to get our first... God, I gotta sneeze. I'm gonna head to bed, but thanks for the stream and have fun the rest of it. Thank you, Bohop, for sure. Thank you for coming in. You get some good rest. As you know, I'm here noon to 6, Monday to Saturday. So anytime you're around, feel free to pop in. I know it'll probably be easier on weekends, but I appreciate you taking a handful of minutes and hours out of your busy day, sacrificing sleep to come and say hi. It's good to see you. Glad to be back doing Ani. We had a lot of friends that we made doing Ani, and glad to be back doing the thing. Jesus, my face is just... Oh, God, put a cork in me. Not because I'm done, because I'm leaking. Okay. We've got insulated tile queued up. I really need to do you. We'll just do that for now. Okay, there's like a cold shield on this side and a heat shield on this side. We don't need to go crazy. I used to... So my main way of doing things in my first playthroughs is rush to insulated tiles as quick as possible, and then immediately insulate in your entire starting biome, at least as much of it as you could get. And I think for early playthroughs, first-time playthroughs, it's a really good tactic. You get a lot of life out of your existing green and chill. What I don't do is immediately rip out all of the natural tiles. As I was talking about earlier, or yesterday, or Tuesday, whatever the hell it was, whenever you dig a tile, you lose half the mass. So, in theory, you're destroying heat or cold. Like, if there's half the material, then there's half the kinetic energy stored in the material. Not kinetic. Potential. Half the potential energy stored in the material because there's half as much material. So, if you destroy all of your green tiles, you're basically opening your base up to more heat coming in. Now, in the opposite side of things, like this stuff over here is toasty as fuck. So we might rip this out and destroy some of that 34C heat. I think it's more important to get in some of these insulated tiles. In fact, we're going to get that down to there. We're going to do a little higher priority sweep over here so we can slap in some tiles coming down here as well. We're basically just going to put in a little heat shield. How far do I want to go with this? Honestly, if they sweep this stuff up, I could just take this straight down to, like, pretty much all the way down here. Let's do 7 on this sweep. And let's do 6 to sweep over here. I just want all the materials that we've mined out. I want them in our base. The base itself, I like having it cleaned up, but I definitely don't like leaving materials and seeds and stuff outside of my initial wall in. We'll break out. We'll take everything over. And I just remembered something that I diverged from. I was talking about the different theories of using suits. Like you can have them getting the suits out of their bedrooms or when they're going into specific locations. This map is small enough that most of the map is going to become our base. So the decision then has to be made, like, when we go to tackle this, do we even need suits to go and tackle this? Eventually, this thing's going to overpressure. Enough of this heat's going to bleed out into the surrounding area. As long as we don't let too much of it into the base to destroy our crops, we could legitimately just break out a small spot, go in, and deal with it when it's overpressured. Study it while it's overpressured. Our people will get a little hot, but not burned, as long as we're under 70°C. We're at 67, 68, 70. So it's definitely on that verge of being way too hot for our people, but like I said, there's going to be some heat that bleeds out into the surrounding area. It's already started to heat up a lot of tiles, which is why we're doing the insulation, but snow is going to keep coming down and chilling up here. We might even be able to use that to our advantage. We might not actually have to deal with the steam too much. We might actually, I don't think we'll do this, but conceptually I think this is a cool idea. What if we like made a tray over here, right? And then just let the snow come in and hit it. And then had temp shift plates above this thing. In theory, like, we could let the ice meteors chill our cool steam vent water. Because snow's coming in at -1, -6, whatever, and our water is at 110. So average that together, you're looking at stuff around 40 to 50 degrees. I mean, that doesn't matter because we're going to get a spawn built and we're going to pump all this water into a spawn. What I did last time on the sustainable base challenge was I made a nice size tank. I didn't even bother going super crazy. Basically walled the heat out, went out there, made sure the tank was large enough and had all of the necessary whatevers. And then I put just a tiny little piece of our cooling loop right next to this thing so that when the steam came out, it condensed from the small piece of the cooling loop. This is like 4 or 6 radiant tiles worth of cooling loop going out there. So it realistically just sorted itself out. It didn't overstress our cooling system. and it helped the steam liquefy. So we'll probably do something similar. I slapped a steel pump down and just pumped it into a spam, because at that point, so you learn a lot of little things doing this game, right? And over time, your playstyle changes. I used to always try to cool steam, take the water from the cool steam vents and cool it down to, like, 30°C. I want everything like 25, 30°C. It's completely unnecessary. If you pump 95-degree water into a spam, you're going to delete 20°C of heat, because the spam is going to output at 75°C. Yes, if you have regular or radiant pipes going in there, the heat from the liquid inside will heat up the ambient air around it. But if you run insulated pipes from a 95°C water source into a spam, you're going to delete down to 75. Then if you put the oxygen side of your spam on your cooling loop, you can cool down the oxygen to like your reasonable 25, 30°C. The other thing to remember is that your duplicants don't care about it being 25, 30°C. Yes, we would be sweating nuts at 30°C. But the duplicants, they're not going to take too big of a morale hit from having a little bit of warm weather going on. So the main thing is to make sure that your crops are within their normal temperature range. Bomb Lily needs heat. So the fact that this Drecko area is over here, this thing's actually going to keep the Bomb Lily alive. Dreckos don't care about it being a little toasty either. They're good. What are they good up to? Dreckos are comfortable up to 90°C. Livable range up to 110°C. So this thing is not going to cook our Dreckos. It's more likely that the ice from space would freeze out the Bomb Lily and starve them. But they're wild, so that doesn't matter anyway on these guys. We're domesticating the one over here. It already got shaved. We've got one reed fiber. So, yeah. We're going to do a little bit of insulating and a lot of researching. Alright, now that all that's swept up, let's just continue the train on down through here. Whatever's in there, I want my hands on. Hands on, hands off. And yeah, we don't have a cook. I was like, we need a tile there so this works, but we don't need to worry about that working just yet. We're going to come up with a... So one of my favorite things in this game is designing kitchens. I love a good deep freeze. Now, we don't have a natural gas geyser on this map, but we are going to be making a petroleum boiler, so we're going to get a bunch of natural gas from the oil reservoirs. Right now, I only see one oil reservoir. We've got a leaky oil fissure up here. Up here. There it is. So... Not 100% sure how much. As I was saying on Tuesday, do you always play on slow speed? Usually. I'm going to speed it up a little bit here. I like to think. My whole thing is being efficient with cycle time, not real life time. I don't like to rush. I like to talk. I like to think about things and plan things. What I've noticed about colony builders, if you watch people who play on 2 and 3 all the time, they're playing on 3, but every minute or two, they're hitting the pause button. And then they're pausing and figuring things out and planning and putting things. Then they press play and they have it go on 2 or 3. I would prefer to play on slow and not pause as much, personally. But that's my preference. And it's usually, like, when I was talking to Sudsy, she usually stays on a 1 until about cycle 100. And I think it's easier to play on a slow speed early game, because you got to be very efficient with your time until you've got everything researched and acquired that you need. But as you get to the point where your colony is stabilized, playing faster is easier. When I did the 100 cycle hands-off challenge, when we went to hands-off, I didn't leave it on a 1, and we put it on a 3. In fact, next time we do that challenge, we're going to probably go into debug mode and put it even faster. Plus, being that I stream, I like to explain my stuff. And thank you for chatting. Appreciate it. I'm guessing you've been lurking since the other day, since you're on a 3-day streak. So appreciate you coming in. Always nice to meet new people, make new friends. We can definitely put this on a 2, though. We could we can go to a 3 for a second. I want to get this stuff built and researched, so we can do that. I always apologize for playing slow, but I am playing a little too slow at the moment. Thank you. I redeemed hydrate. See, I'll drop it down to a 1 while I pour myself a beverage, and then we'll go back up from there. Yes. Yes. Cheers, Aya. Thank you. Stretch and hydrate and posture check, the whole trifecta. Oh, good pop. Oh, my kitty's looking at me. Yeah. Yeah, I'm a big fan, Evil, of the, love the name, by the way, Evil CD. I used to go by Evil Cloud, but I'm not quite evil so much as a little dark, so Nether Cloud felt more appropriate. Changed it many years ago, but originally my main username was Evil Cloud, so appreciate the name. What the hell was I going to say? No idea. Lost it. Lost the thread of my thought. That's totally okay. We get distracted here quite often. In RimWorld, I'm a lot slower of a player. Oh, I was gonna throw out the old slow and steady cliche. In Colony Builders, going all the way back to the grandfather of them all, Dwarf Fortress, the saying is losing is fun, right? And it makes sense because when you lose, you get a good story, right? But the implication to the phrase losing is fun is that winning is boring. And I can't say that that's an incorrect statement because, quite frankly, I've done my best runs on any colony builder staying slow and steady. Because you have time to think and process and react to things that are going on. This game isn't as punishing as RimWorld, although if you do play with all the sliders turned up on max difficulty, it can be in its own way. I tend to lose track of things. So in RimWorld, if you put it on a 3 and a social fight happens, before you have time to react to the social fight, somebody's ripped somebody else's arm off. Now you're missing an arm, someone's half bleeding to death, they hate each other. Whereas if you're playing on a 1, the moment it happens, you hit pause, you look over, you find who it is, you arrest someone. They're a little pissy for a couple of days for being arrested, but there's no permanent damage done, and then you can, manipulate the social interactions a little bit to stop them from hating each other. I never really worry too much about stopping them from hating each other. I just put them on different schedules. This game can be unforgiving in its own way, but like I said, less so as far as like people dying and shit like that. I love a clean map. Oh, didn't mean to push pause. Yucky lungs. That's bound to happen. Almost done with that. What did I say we were going to do? We're going to go into refinement. We're going to grab ourselves a rock crusher. I would prefer not to have to use a rock crusher on metals, but we're going to get into space. We're going to find our teleporters. We're going to do all of our things. So, shouldn't have too much trouble. We're going to crush up enough. I want to say it's 10 or 12 batches is enough to get you the smart battery and enough automation wire to set up a few coal generators. I think that's what we're going to do in that upper right corner there. RimWorld felt more unfair, and Ani, my colonies usually don't explode on itself, and RimWorld things can get dire rather quick. True. Yeah. I'm on my 4th attempt at beating the new DLC on RimWorld. Since you've been watching for 3 days, you probably saw me playing yesterday. That is the 4th attempt, but I'm playing on an extreme difficulty. I'm playing on losing is fun and then you go into the custom settings and change it from 220 threat all the way up to 500 threat. You might already know what 500% means, but for anybody who doesn't, that's what it means. We set it to the hardest difficulty and then make it more than twice as hard as far as threat scaling goes. And so on the third attempt, I was like, I think we can do this. I think we can do this. And it was just like one step forward, two step backs, one forward, two back until we just got hit. I don't even remember what killed that colony, but I am uploading the VODs, so if anybody wants to see me die the first 3 times, it'll be up there. Fingers crossed this one goes all the way. We're up to 20 colonists, most of which have assault rifles. The others that don't have Hellcats, which are basically assault rifles with a slightly shorter range and access to a fire charge, access to a couple of fire charges. Look at the heat over here. Now, how do I want to deal with the lower area down here? I think we just... we just do that. And then we'll have to dig this out over here. We seem to be reasonably stable on food. Reasonably. Also with RimWorld, it depends... As far as unfair, it depends on your storyteller and difficulty. If you're playing against Randy, sometimes him and RNGesus just decide to put a big old middle finger up and say, "You're done. Colony is dead." Ani can get out of hand before you notice. Yes, yeah. Evil Sloth. We've got the whole evil team in here. How you doing, Evil? Evil? Meet Evil? 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 I think with Ani, early game is... It's I'm not going to say it's essential to play slow. I know people that day one come in, immediately put it on a 3 and start playing it unpaused. They flower if you're out there. I'm looking at you. Cannot do cooking errands, medicine, science, not interested. Digging, tidying, supplying, uncultured, Luddite plant murderer. If you didn't have Luddite, I might consider you, Marie, but everybody's got to be an operator and a builder at the end of the day. If not necessarily interest-wise. No cooks in the kitchen. Nope. I mean, maybe I should have taken that dupe that was a cook last offer, but they're not as badass. I intend to be in this playthrough for a while, so we're gonna try and get a badass team. Keep the team small. Tidying, decorating, farming, interior decorator, innately stylish, Luddite squeamish. So somebody's getting a new suit. Let's give that to Green Thumbs, the only one who's been named yet. Thank you, Aya, for being here to get enough points to name a dupe, and for always being awesome. It's been great having you around. Thank you for coming in and chilling on that Mist stream and continuing to come back. Yeah, your boy's kicking ass over here. Temp-wise, what do we want to do? I mean... Yeah, we'll go with the traditional nether tactic of just let's wall out all the friggin' heat. We're gonna do that. We'll queue up to dig that once they've built the other stuff. I'm not trying to cook the dupes too fast. Higher priority sweep on these things. Get it on a 2 so we get some work done. God. You would think it was winter in the Northeast with a fire stove roaring in the background with how stuffed up I am. I swear I'm not sick. I just don't know how to wake up. So Baku 1. Story time. And Evil CD. This is essentially why I wind up playing on a 1. I love running my mouth. When I started streaming, my whole thing was like, I'm good at two things, running my mouth and playing video games. So I decided to give streaming a shot. Sometimes the running my mouth part takes precedent over the game. Games bring us together. Community and common interests keep us together. I'm fairly certain I'm allergic to cats. Now, not like allergic, like I break out in hives and I'm gonna die if I have cats near me, because I have a cat. He's adorable. He's over there sleeping in a little corner. He's got like a little nest in the corner of my bed. I've got a bookshelf that's up against the foot of my bed in the corner, you know, just like a little spot, and I put a blanket in that corner, and he's kind of like pushed it around and nuzzled it, and he sleeps in a little like pocket. That's so fucking adorable. That's where he sleeps until I get into bed. Then he sleeps on my legs or comes and snuggles with me. He's adorable. And full on, he came up and blam, right in my face today, which is not an uncommon thing. He is often right up in my business, being adorable and snuggly. But as such, I do believe that's why the old schnoz is always is clogged. PB, what's going on? Reporting for duty. Nah, there's no duty here. Just fun and interesting people. I'm doing good. Other than what I was talking about, how I think my love for my cat might be causing me to have allergies, everything is pretty damn good. How are you doing? What's the good word? I know it's getting late there, so you probably can't stay too long, but I appreciate you coming in. Reporting for fun. Hell yeah. That's more like it. What do you got going on? You doing some gaming? Are you eating dinner, getting ready for bed? What's going on in your world? Tell us all you can. We want to hear the details. He said duty. I get all stuffy and get sinus migraines when the temp or pressure changes too fast. Yeah. My nose has been useless my whole life. If I could flip a button and just have it just be off and not worry about it, like I don't think I've ever been able to breathe correctly my entire life. I always feel like my voice sounds nasally, because it probably does. Man, the base is starting to come together, though. It's nice that we have someone to haul stuff around and take care of cleaning. Can't relate on the nose thing. I've been accused of being related to a bloodhound. Oh, no shit. Well, I don't know. I'm trying to think of a clever joke related to bloodhounds. Hopefully you can sniff out all the troublemakers before they start. I don't know. I'm doing amazing. I had an amazing day, and I had a good training, although my knuckles are a bit red because of the punching. Oh. You getting into the old punching bag? Bop, 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 float like a butterfly, sting like a dupe. Nice. I gotta find something that piques my interest as far as exercise goes. I'm definitely one of those people who I can't just go to the gym and work out, right? Like, sometimes I'll get it in my head that I'm gonna be good. I'm gonna work out. I'm gonna get up and I'm gonna go for a walk or a run, or I'm gonna go to the gym and lift weights or do cardio on the treadmill or something like that. I've never really gone to a gym. I've like had some friends that have gyms in their apartment complexes, or I've had some friends or roommates that had equipment I could use at home. But in general, I'm not a big gym guy, even when I am trying to think about working out and being healthy. One sort of advantage is I am an onion detective, so I prevent mom or I eating them. Oh, because you've got the allergic. No dating? Shit, I know that's a joke related to something I was saying, but I am already three seconds away from what we were talking about, and I already don't remember. I had to hit that thing of its rod. You know how it's fixed on an iron rod? I hit the punching bag of it. Oh, yeah. The standing one, not the hanging one. I got you. I see you. So yeah, I've been trying my whole life to figure out something I could do that's engaging, entertaining, and causes the old dopamine response. Because I need to get some sort of exercise and stuff. I get out of breath really easy. My stomach problems would really benefit from me having a little bit more movement. You guys might have noticed the chronic illness tag. It's because I have diverticulitis. For those of you who don't know, I essentially have holes in my stomach that can get infected. It's not exactly what it is, but more or less. You know what? Let me not do that. I was like, I want to cut this all up because it's toasty. But we need to preserve our nature preserve, so I'm gonna probably do some cheeky things in here. Been enjoying Beat Saber sessions since I got a VR headset for NDA reasons. Ah! Gotcha. I is a game developer, so sounds like you're working on some good fun over there. I don't know. I've watched Squiddy play Beat Saber. I've played a handful of DDR sessions in my life, back when I used to be a bit of an arcade rat. I literally used to spend every weekend, all weekend long, at the arcade. Want that coal, so we'll put a ladder system in there. Kind of want that. I'm trying hard not to just delete every natural tile like I was talking about. I do want to get some of this heat out of our lives. 28C, yeah, let's delete that. That's not going to break our nature reserve. And we do have a carbon skimmer in place, so we can finally get rid of this. This wall was here to keep that CO2 at bay, but we don't need to do that at the moment. We'll delete that. Ah, yes. By the way, Beard Lord, I have measured my height in school, and I am 6'2". Oh yeah, you're a couple inches taller than me. I think I'm just about 6 foot even. You know, on a good day, or a bad day, however you look at it. I don't know. I think I'm 6 foot even. I haven't measured my height in ages, but you know, I am getting a little older, so I might be shrinking a little bit. You shrink when you get older, just like you grow when you're younger. Not really, but, you know, for funsies. What the hell am I talking about? What am I doing? I have no idea. No idea at all. So, we got smart batteries. Let's get ourselves heavy watt wire. After heavy watt wire, we'll probably go into refinement. And then we'll have to make a decision, because we're going to have to use something as coolant. What else do we need? Let's start to get a little bit of a plan. So, yeah. Heavy watt wire, refinement, then we'll go into liquid tuning. No, wait. What is this? Insulated pipe. Yeah, we'll go into liquid tuning because we're going to need, well, maybe not first. What we might do is go into suits next, because there's a lot of research to get there as far as number of researches, but not so much as far as number of points to get there. 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. Definitely going to be going into heavy watt next, then refinement. Then it's going to be like, we need this one, and this one pretty badly. Once we've got all that done, it becomes more of choices. I'd also like to get into this, because we've got I think this is where we get the timer. Yeah. Okay, we'll let that roll. I tried to make up a joke about ghosts, but I couldn't. It had plenty of spirit, but no body. Phenomenal. You know I love my cheese nice and thick, both in my jokes and in my food. I found DDR hard on the knees with the jumping, but Beat Saber uses the arms and has some ducking instead. Yeah, that sounds good. I don't know, I'm just not a very movement-inspired type of person. So, quick story. I mean, not so quick. I tell stories all stream. I went to a physical therapist. I feel like I might be repeating myself already today, but who cares? And so, do I see chlorine off-gas? No, that's polluted water off-gassing. Okay, I thought maybe some bleach stone had made its way into our base. I went to a physical therapist for some arm, hand, shoulder type stuff. And one of the questions he asked was, well, how many hours a day do you spend at the computer? So my answer, of course, was all of them. And so he goes over to his clipboard and he starts writing those. Okay, cool. So 8 hours a day. I was like, no, 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 no. That's not what I said. I didn't say 8 hours a day. I said all of them. And he looks at me with this confused look. I'm like, look, dude, I wake up in the morning, I turn on the computer, use the restroom, grab a cup of coffee, and then I'm at that computer till I'm ready to pass out. And like, you know, like I feel like non-gamers or like, you know, I have ADHD. This is what gets me going. It's like, oof, I've had some weird physio appointments. They don't know what to do with my weird kneecaps and toe walking. Yeah. Walking. So I have this tendency to be kind of heavy-footed, right? I'm 6 foot tall. At one point, I was close to 300 pounds, and like people would look at me and be like, "You're not close to 300 pounds." I'm like, when you're 6 foot tall, you don't turn into a blueberry. But if you're 6 feet tall and you got a little bit of heft on you, you get upper 200s pretty easy. So I think at my largest, I was around 280 something. It was definitely a little puffy, but I wasn't like, you know, a balloon. Where was I going with this? Physio, large, I don't fucking know. Walking is fine, but running is for suckers. In the zombie apocalypse, I will be tripping people. Yeah. You don't have to walk faster than the zombie, just faster than your friend. It's an old one. It used to be you don't have to swim faster than the shark. You just got to swim faster than your friend. But, you know, the same thing applies for zombies. What did we just finish researching? Right, the power stuff, which we don't need to do the power stuff until we have the refinement stuff. We could start planning it. This area up here is probably going to have to... I'm going to leave the crusher here. We obviously need the staircase to get up to our Drecko area. We need this stuff. You know what? I'm actually going to priority 6 the building of these insulated tiles. Because these are more important at the moment. We need our Drecko to stay happy and healthy. I started Walking Dead, saw some, but never got through. I got kicked in the shins in middle school by some turd and ended up on crutches for weeks. Knee still bothers me now. Bastards. I'm sorry, Aya. People suck sometimes. I mean, quite often more than sometimes, but you know. I'm going to have to decide on a place for polluted dirt. You know what? Let's do that. Now, polluted water. Where can we put polluted water? I don't think I care at the moment, honestly. Sound amplifiers. Okay. Oh, and if anybody's interested, we have the story traits. I think we turned all of the story traits off. I'm not interested in dealing with the Somnian synthesizer. I've done that before. It's a lot of work. It's a fun time if you've never done it before to get a full team of like 8 dupes sleeping to get an advantage, but really isn't necessary. If you've got a small team that's fully trained up and everybody's cross-trained and everything, you don't really need the Somnian synthesizer. It's more of a, I've done everything, let's go over the top with shit. The Hermit, I don't like just taking a random dupe. Same thing with Frozen Friends. Not a huge fan of Frozen Friends. If we got a Frozen Friend on our second planet, I might thaw them out. More because I want to... Now, I've never straight up killed a dupe. Almost forgot this bit. 5 stream streak. Excellent, excellent. We're also trying out a new bot, the Frosty bot, or whatever it's called. You know what? Let's do this. There's a crack there. I want that. Yeah. Okay. Actually, you know what? Let's No, no, no. Too many decisions. Too many decisions. We'll do that. It's nice to be on a map with sand. I was really concerned about sand. What playthrough was that? Was that the last playthrough? Yeah. We were crushing a lot of sand up. We didn't have a lot of sand in that playthrough. Still need more plastic. Maybe you'll run your power spine while you wait. Yeah, that's a great idea. I gotta get better about how I do my power spine stuff. I've never really done the traditional power spine. I'm always trying to come up with something interesting, and doesn't always quite work out. I really wish I could remember dude's name that we rated out on Tuesday. I follow a lot of people, and I recognize it when I see it, but trying to remember things on the spot is not the easiest thing for me. ADHD. And bipolar. But, you know, this particular thing that I'm discussing requires blah, 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 blah. Mine happens to run straight to my industrial sauna. Yeah, I miss industrial saunas. We're most likely going to be doing one of those. One of the things that's a little frustrating is that our leaky oil fissure is up here. I was kind of hoping it would be down here or over here. This is going to end up being our carbon dioxide vent. I'm not sure what we're going to do with that at all. It's going to be one of the cold ones, so can't really use it to feed slicksters. This volcano means that our petroleum boiler is going to go over here, which is going to feed our generators, giving us a lot of power, plus give us CO2 for slicksters. Suds, what's going on? Welcome on in. What's the good word? I was talking about how you taught me to have dupes get right into suits coming out of bedrooms earlier. Guys, Sudsy is awesome. Oh, I know. Suds, we have a new shout-out bot. I'm going to shout you out. Shout out Sudsy277. Let's see what this says. It'll take a second because the bot likes to do a slight delay. Sudsy277, the base-building gaming lady with a knack for turning chaos into chill streams. From conquering in Dominion to diving into logistical mayhem in Ani, she's all about that logistical nightmare life. If you're into watching someone craft their way out of trouble, she's your go-to. If you feed the cold CO2 to the cool steam vent, then you can feed it to the slicksters. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to do something with it. I'm the type of person who likes to use every part of the animal, so to speak. I'd really like, and especially since we're on a smaller asteroid, I'd really like to make use of every single vent we've got. Cook? Anybody a cook? Operating, doctoring, digging, early bird, mole hands. You're a good digger, but on Spaced Out, I'm not as excited about diggers. Algae can keep us going on that for a while, but we've already got 185 kilos of algae. Machinery, green thumb, unempathetic, loud sleeper, Luddite. No, thank you. Like 12 in machinery, and then Luddite. Amazing. Green thumb, interior decorate, unempathetic, 3 agriculture, 5 strength. We already have a farmer rancher. That's a lot of red. What red? What are we talking about? I've been trying to play V Rising on Brutal, and I'm having a struggle bus for sure. What's V Rising? What kind of game is that? On auto? Oh, yeah, it's a lot of red on auto. Definitely. Auto is definitely a bad dupe. Like, I would not take auto unless our goal was to take the worst dupes. Maybe we'll do a bad dupe playthrough at one point. God, I am so friggin' picky with my dupes. Vampire base builder, cool. I feel like we're all into the base builders here. In a higher population intent dupe playthrough, I'd probably take pay. But as I said, we're going to be between 8 and 16 dupes on this home planet, and anywhere from 3 to, I'd say between 3 and 8 on any other planet. So I think we just take the algae again. This is getting it's getting a little frustrating, but they can eat raw food for a bit longer. It's not like it's going to kill them. Thank you for lurking, PB. Enjoy your lurk. Mr. Polar Bear will keep the colony cozy for you. I love that new bot. I do have to figure out how to use my name there. Stress reaction, Banshee. I kind of love the flavor. Yeah. So I don't mean to sound conceited. I think that's the right word. I don't even look at the stress reactions unless I'm playing on max difficulty. I don't have stress reactions in my colonies, so I don't care what the stress reaction is. It's not going to happen. And the overjoyed reactions all have their good moments and bad moments, right? So like Sticker Bomber, we're going to get more decor. Yodeler, anybody around them is going to be happy. Like all of the overjoyed reactions are great. And if I'm not playing on max difficulty on a super hard map, it's not likely I'm going to get stress reactions. I think even on our max difficulty, I managed to stay away from... I don't know, I'd have to go back. We might have had one or two stress reactions, but I don't think we actually did. I think we kept our dupes happy enough. We got really stressed out. I think there was a few points where we were like 70, 80% stress, but I don't think we ever tipped over to that 100% stress mark on anybody. So, what are we researching? Did I forget to pick a new research? No. We're researching heavy watt. Yeah, we're in full research mode. We've got them walling out the cold up near the Dreckos and walling out the heat in the lower left. We'll probably do a little bit more insulated tile. Once they're done doing this up here, I'm probably going to queue up to dig out most of this over here. I didn't break the natural... Okay, good. I always wind up breaking the freaking nature reserve. So if we look at that... Like, I'd like the coal for power, so we're going to do this. And then I think... It's copper. Awkward shape, but I think we do that. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. So we'll don't actually need to do that. What we'll do is we'll put a ladder there. We should be able to build most of that. So we'll dig out this, that. Research complete. So we've got heavy watt. Let's go into refinement. Now, there is one thing we have to take into consideration. If we put our refinement up here, which I'd like to do, we got to get a coolant source up there and then decide where that water is going to go. Where is that water going to go becomes the question. Like, we could pump water from here and use that, which is most likely what we're going to have to do. We don't have access to stuff down here just yet. Everything is 70 to 80, 75, 80 degrees down in the oil biomes. So we can't crack in there without getting scaldings. We need our suits, which is why we're getting our Drecko on over here. Now, usually what I do is I wind up heating up our main water tank. Our main water tank is a little bit close to our mealwood. Like, if we cook this, that's going to leave a problem up here. What we can do is put insulated tiles here. Maybe we do that. Maybe we just replace a lot of this floor with insulated tiles. Maybe put a couple under here so it doesn't affect these guys. And then just kind of run the water up here and then back down. It's a lot of building. It's a lot of building. Let's think about that, because that cold up there is really useful. The other possibility is we could create kind of like a little chill tank up here. This is 8C. We could run the water up to the refinery, and then maybe drop it somewhere up here. Like, just make like a tiny tank. But I feel like feel like it's going to get out of control pretty quick. And then we've got a water tank up here that we've got to do something with later. God, it's getting a little too warm in here for my liking. My boy is a yodeler, and I love him. Aw. Yeah, and what I is talking about is they named one of the dupes Green Thumbs too. Green Thumbs is in the RimWorld playthrough. Green Thumbs is doing great in the RimWorld playthrough. With their new spine, they're kicking ass. They'll get a leg, and they'll be cooking. I mean, they're not a cook, but you know, moving fast is what I mean. So let's break out this door. And let's start digging a little bit of this out here. Man, oxygen not included time goes so fast. I feel like I stress so hard playing RimWorld that time slows down. I'll be like all like balled up, just like, oh, what's gonna happen? What's gonna happen? What's gonna happen? And I look over and I'm like, shit, I've been streaming for 2 hours, but it feels like I've been streaming for 8. I feel like when we do these more casual, laid-back playthroughs of things, the time just goes by, just gone, because it's like we're talking, we're chilling, we're getting things done. Yeah, we are getting to that point where I really do need more dupes on the team. It's a problem. My pickiness is going to come back to bite me in the ass here. So I'm on a 1 right now because the beard is thinking. Everybody knows it's a 10% increase to intellect when you're stroking your beard. I kind of like the idea of making a temporary water tank up there for... God, I don't even know. Could we do that? Does that make sense? Do you cake? As crazy as it sounds, I kind of want to break into space up here. We could legitimately drop snow into a chill tank. I think we do that. I think it's a little absurd, but I think it's viable. I think what we do is we bring a ladder up on this side of the insulation. We make a little tank over here. Nothing super big. Then we crack it open into here. We'll put a manual airlock. We don't need to go crazy with anything. We're only getting ice meteor showers, so it shouldn't cause any major damage. And then when it starts to get too toasty in our little tank here, like, we'll bring some water up from down here. That'll be our initial coolant for our refinery. We'll dump it up here once we've got, like, you know, 9, 12, 15-ish tiles, something like that. Like, we're talking maybe... Okay, so that would be there. So let's say we do, like, a... Let's say we do, like, a 30 tile right there, right? If we do that, we dump water in there, and then we continue a ladder system up... We could pop out here and grab some of this chill stuff from the top of the map. Yeah, they'll have to hold their breath, but I mean, dupes are good at holding their breath. We'll get them out there. And then we could actually snag some of the snow and just drop it in the ice tank. Why not, right? Why not indeed? I mean, this snow is probably going to melt because, well, it's transferring. The temperature gradient is kind of evening out over here. Over here... The snow is melting a little bit, theoretically, but the stuff it's against is -1, -2. There's a few pieces that are like 3, 4 degrees, so some of the snow is going to melt, but eventually these snow meteors are going to just continue to freeze the top of the map more and more and more. There's a little hot spot of abyssalite up here for no reason. 39C. Okay. I think that's the jam. And then that puts us close enough to the top that we could also snag ourselves some uranium. So what we're going to have to do is move this guy again. Let's put him temporarily over there. Yes, my boy is a yodeler, and I love him. My low-int cyborg druid boy. Oh, it's measured in Celsius. I can understand it. Yes, yes, this is measured in Celsius. I learned RimWorld in Fahrenheit, right? I'm from America, so Fahrenheit is more like what I grew up with. So when I learned RimWorld, all the stuff in RimWorld made sense to me in Fahrenheit. I'm like, oh, 70 degrees, 100, you know, whatever, right? And everybody I've watched play RimWorld, I've seen them talk about stuff in Fahrenheit. So I'm like, okay, so at 200 degrees, we start to, like, literally things start to spontaneously combust, you know? If you've got a human being in a 200-degree room, they are just going to start taking fire damage and fall over and catch fire. And I know that point because I've talked to and watched people who play in Fahrenheit. In Ani, everybody I've watched plays in Celsius. So when I started playing Ani, because I watched a lot of Ani before I played it, I even convinced myself I wasn't going to play Ani. Because I was like, well, if I play Ani, I'm just going to wind up... Oh, nope, don't sweep stuff there. I might install better info cards when we take a break. Why are you digging? Okay, base is starting to come together. Yeah, I like that plan. It is going to necessitate us doing a few things. Alright, while they work, we'll go over here. $30 like this, or $30 like this. I think I like that better. For the sake of being ridiculous, we'll put airflow tiles along here, and I always forget how wide the refinery is. I think it's 3 wide, right? So that could fit. Alright, we'll let them do a little work over here, but that's what we're going to queue up for this. We'll bring a ladder system up the middle here. Yeah, and we'll shift the refinery one way or the other. Okay, fair enough. Just shy of a kilo of chlorine will get leaked out somewhere, but I'm okay with that. Actually, we'll let it... it's not going to matter. It's not going to matter. That's going to go there. Now, getting the water up there, how do we want to go about that? We could, like, go over to the main system and then come up and over. That might be cleaner than trying to bring it up on this side. We'd have to go through some natural tiles and replace them, which isn't a big deal, but at the same time, it's very awkward to just have pipes over there. Yeah, I think we're going to bring this over here, because we're going to need pipes in the middle anyway. Something I do in my playthroughs in Ani, a lot of times I will make the pipes come to the center and run everything up and down the center, and if we need to reroute them later, it's a better measure of stuff with water states like weather. Yes, I agree, Aya. Honestly, the more I play Ani, the more my brain locks into Celsius. I think it's a much better system. The only reason I do anything in Fahrenheit is because I've already been doing it in Fahrenheit. You know, kind of, I do it because that's the way it's been done, but that's not a great reason to do anything. What I was about to say is, usually you're going to end up with pipes and stuff running up and down your main ladder system anyway. So when I have moments like these, and I'm like, do I just reroute some, like, janky pipe that comes at, like, you know, we bring it up here and over, go through this bit over here. A lot of times I'll just, you know, default to going up and down the center. Reason being, since there's going to be pipes here anyway, I'm never going to delete any of these up and down pipes. All these up and down pipes here that were already built, I might repurpose them, I might make alternate pipe systems in other areas, but there's no point in deleting these pipes because we're going to need them for something or another. And if we don't, what's the big deal? Maybe eventually we're like, actually, we've got all of our systems built and stable. These pipes are kind of vestigial and unnecessary, so then we delete them. But in the beginning, when you don't have a lot of dupes to do labor, put the pipes where you know they're going to need to be, and then if you need to route stuff other directions, you leave those pipes there so you don't have to rebuild them again when you inevitably need to. Makes sense. I learned baking with Imperial, so I just stick with the same system. Yeah, exactly. Like, baking is a great example. Cooking is a great example. If you tell me we need 5 grams of something in a recipe, I'm like, how the fuck do I measure grams? Am I going to have to, like, go find, like, my old drug dealer from Wild Times and borrow a scale from him? You know? And that's I'm just playing around here. But I don't have any way of measuring grams or liters. Like, I just don't have that stuff here. I have plenty of stuff for cups and pounds and stuff like that. So I'm generally going to cook and bake and all that in those measurements. I just recently got a kitchen scale, but now I got to convert my recipes. Yeah, and that's the other thing is converting recipes can often go wrong. Mr. Crow sent me an amazing recipe for stuffed cabbages. I made it. It came out all right, but he has all his recipes in, what's it called? Grams and Celsius. What is the overarching term? Not important, but you know, all of his stuff was in grams and liters and all of that. Metric. There we go. That's the word I'm looking for. Thank you, Aya. All his stuff was measured in metric. And I had to convert it to English. Is it metric in English? Is that how they're referred to? Again, not important. Maybe you guys know. But the conversion kind of made it a little dodgy. Like, there were some adjustments. Luckily, I'm a pretty decent cook / baker. Metric and Imperial. Imperial is the one. That's right. Those imperialistic assholes. I'm in America, so. Anyway. I'm getting so carried away. It's hilarious to my brain. So I had to do some conversions, but luckily I was a good enough cook that, you know, you cook with your heart, not with your measuring spoon. So I knew, like, I was like, I'd do some stuff and I'd try and do the conversion and I'd be like, you know, this looks a little light or this looks a little heavy. Consequently, it came out good, but not great. If I did the recipe a few more times, also Mr. Crow has given me some pointers. I cook with my cast iron. Hell yeah. It's also how I defend my house. Bam! I am definitely on one today, guys. We're going to have some fun. I have a cane, more reach with that, and I can carry it into police station. It's a good call. Always be unsuspecting. If everybody underestimates you, you'll come from a good tactical position on most things. I always try to... You know, I used to have everything memorized in this game. I'm going to move that over to there. Cause we'll need, I do love to joke when I get the standard, make me a sandwich, get back in the kitchen nonsense. I'm like, you sure? That's where the knives are. Absolutely. I forget, there was a comedian or something. Or a meme. I don't remember. And they were like, of course the woman's place is in the kitchen. The man's place is in the kitchen. The kitchen is where the food is. Everybody belongs in the kitchen. I just died a little. It's like, it's true. I do love my food. Everybody's place is in the kitchen. It's where the food is. That is the pagan way. want to get that storage bin built right quick. We are moving right along. When I play on a 1, I get somewhere between 25 and 30 cycles per stream. So playing on a 2, we should get maybe 40, 50 cycles. I will pop off the 3 every once in a while, but I'm not convinced that our dupes can do things with 3 speed here. We're gonna put polluted dirt. The oxalite they come across, and we haven't accessed bleach stone yet. We'll put that down there too. My neurodivergent way is standing in front of the fridge hungry, but not wanting anything I see. I'm at 631 at the moment. Oh God, same. 631. What are we talking about? 631. What is 600? Oh, 631 cycles. Fuck me running. That's what you meant. I thought you were talking about food. I'm like, 631 apples? 631 degrees in the refrigerator? Sorry. Neurodivergent brain. But I feel you on that. I don't really keep much in the refrigerator. I literally live next door to a grocery store. So anytime I want to get something, I can just walk my ass, like, right to the corner. 631 rice is a cute snack. Agreed. God, rice is such a good, like, I don't know what to eat. Well, just make a bunch of rice and throw some sort of protein on top of it. Flour's a big rice person. They were hanging out the other night and like, Nether, have you upped your rice game at all? And it's like, well, I mean, I've got a whole bunch of chicken broth hanging around, so I'm probably going to make my rice in chicken broth instead of water next time I do, but I don't know if I consider that upping my rice game so much as using what I bought that I haven't used yet. I bought a whole bunch of chicken broth because when I was going through my stomach surgeries, you got to spend a lot of time on a liquid diet after the surgery. I kind of over-purchased chicken broth. I didn't need to be on chicken broth for like, 6 months or anything. I'm trying to get into cooking corn flour, grow my own purple corn. Nice. Sudsy's got a pretty good garden going on, from what I understand, right, Suds? God, being picky. I'm over here like, I want more dupes, but honestly, it's like, I want good dupes. I don't want any dupes, I want good dupes. I get a huge bag of Skittles, sort them all by color, eat any extras until I have exactly the same amount of each color, then ration them out for work snacks over a few. Oh my God. That's awesome, Aya. That is awesome. When I eat Skittles, I start out eating them one at a time, and then, like, pairing them, like, oh, maybe I'll have, like, 2 of the purples at the same time, or, oh, I like when I mix this one with that one right now, but inevitably, I get less than halfway through the bag, and it turns into pour them into my hand and shove them into my face. I'm like, oh, sugar, sugar. All right, what do we got in the blueprints? Husbandry, medicine, creative, green thumb, yokel. Not bad. I don't think we're going to need 2 ranchers. We might eventually need 2 ranchers. I want to check. Otto might be someone we bring on. Can't do cooking errands, science, machinery, and strength. Caregiver, increased strength. Rocketry, supplying, doctoring. Okay, so Otto's a possibility. Do we have someone who already does decorating? Like, oh, we have people who have skills. Improved carry for you. Improved carry for you. You can finally start going into your construction. Steve's already been into improved carry, so I'm going to go... This is more or less free morale, so there. That's how you taste the rainbow. My OCD needs a system for all colored candies. That's awesome. Right. Has anybody... Creativity of 3. Gosman's got creativity of 3. Negative creativity. That's right. I think we said Gosman could do creativity if need be. Interior decorator. Yeah, we don't need an artist because our researcher can do art when they're done research. By the time we need art, our researcher can take time off of researching to do art. So that means the fact that you do art is unreasonable. Green Thumb, I really... like, I feel like Otto would be useful long term. So we could put Otto into grilling. They come with 1 skill point. We could put them right into grilling and then pivot them later to go into agriculture, ranching. I think we already have somebody that can doctor. So the doctoring and the decorating are like wasted interests. They're likely not going to be doing that unless we send them off planet. Maybe we have another planet that needs a rancher and a green thumb, and they can side in doctoring and decorating for that planet later on. I'm trying not to plan that far ahead. The yokel thing I don't care about. We only ever need 1 badass researcher. Maybe 2, depending on some niche edge cases. All right, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to put up a poll on whether we should take Otto. Does that work? Okay. Do we take Otto? We're going to go with yes and no as the possible one. We're not going to allow additional votes. We're going to put the duration on 5 minutes. And I am going to run and take a quick restroom break. So, while I'm on restroom break, feel free to weigh in on whether we take Otto or not. If it's tied or nobody decides, I'll make a decision when I get back. But in the meantime, I'm going to put up a link to Bobby's music. He does the music for my channel, so if you enjoy it, please go give him some love. And I'll see everybody back here in about 5 minutes. Go get a drink. Stretch. Take care of yourselves. All right, we're back, and it looks like 3 out of 4 people take Bert. Gastrophobia, science, machinery, strength. Huh. We got 75% saying auto, and it looks like evil wants us to take Bert. Now, I'm inclined to stay to my word and grab auto, but what are the merits of Bert over here? Science, machinery, strength, caregiver, buff, gastrophobia. You're just being evil. Honestly, if we had cooks sorted, I think Bert would be a reasonable choice. But I think we grab Otto, put him into cooking. Green thumb husbandry. I don't know, guys. I know I put a poll up, but I'm inclined to say fuck it to all of them again. I gotta say, like, now that the old bowels are cleared out, I'm thinking a little bit more clearly. I don't like the wasted interest. The doctoring and decorating thing isn't going to get us anything. We don't need another rancher. We started with a rancher. We don't need another farmer because that rancher is screen thumb. I wish I had a 4th metal volcano in my sauna. Right? What kind of metal volcanoes do you have in there? Because if we're going to force somebody into cooking, it can be anybody, right? Like, we could have... No, Bert doesn't do cooking. Copper? Ooh. We don't have any metal volcanoes on this planet. We're going to have to go to other planets to get metal volcanoes. Copper, gold, and aluminum. That's nice. That's the good stuff right there. I'm sorry, people. I know I put up a poll. I can't do it. I can't take auto. I just can't. The fact that 2 interests are wasted and they're not even a cook. Like, if this was cooking, I'd probably take him. Yes, plug slugs can eat the copper. I usually murder my plug slugs. I usually don't have enough metal. I'm like, you can't have my metal. I need my metal. All right, I'm sorry, guys. I put up a poll, but now that my brain is in the game and not in the bathroom, I'm taking the curative tablets. I apologize. I didn't mean to tease you guys. Deconstruct that. You are the expert sky god. Well, thank you. I try. I try to be an expert in things. I don't know if that's actually true. We are going to get the fire poles in a second here. Yeah, we could do fire poles. So, one of the problems with the nature reserve being in the ladder system is that fire poles will get interrupted. Hang on. Anybody want a slightly used nose? It likes to run. Okay. Oh, you know what we didn't do? We got to give you a better hat. Boop. And we got to give you a better hat. You're actually supposed to be a builder, so we're going to give you a builder hat. All right. There we go. Whew. Curative tablet. Don't care about having that on the list. Yeah, the polluted water bottles up here are eventually going to fully off-gas, and we're not going to worry about them. Our people will breathe the polluted oxygen, and it'll go away, or eventually we'll set up some deodorizers. I guess let's get a little bit more juice on this. Ouchie, that run of heavy conductive gold wire from the base to the core cost a fortune. Yeah, I bet. I bet. It's, yeah, the heavy conductive wire makes a very expensive situation, but you really do need to do it. Like, if you've got a petroleum boiler setup going, or any type of, like, sour gas boiler, any large amount of power, the 10K wire is not going to cut it, the regular heavy watt. You need that conductive heavy watt. Research complete. That was fire poles, I believe. Ladder beds we don't care about. Temp shift plates will be useful later. Rocket port extension, and then over here we've got fire poles. We've got a lot of materials, so I say we do give them some fire pole action. Right? Make sure we don't break that. That should be good, right? Give them a little quick up and down on that side. I was talking about it last time we did this. I used to leave this a lot wider. I would leave it... On a larger planet, I leave this wider because eventually we would like to get the transport tubes. That's the name. And this is not wide enough to put a station for them to get in and for them to go places. We don't need transport tubes on an asteroid this small. If we have our ladder system with a pole going all the way up and down where it needs to go, we'll be fine. How hard is it to adjust the nature reserve to allow for showers, do you think? I don't think this particular nature reserve is going to be what we put our showers in. Just turning your tubes on now, they suck a lot of power. Especially if you want tubes at any given floor, which is not necessarily the best idea. I've done that before. It's cumbersome. Adjusting the nature reserve for showers. I mean, showers are too wide, so I guess we could, like, theoretically bring a floor over, like, here. And that would get us enough room for 2 showers. And then we could stick another shower here. We could probably cram 3 showers in here. No, just from Atmos suits to wherever they need to work, like the planet core. Yeah, exactly. I wanted to have like a full-on Futurama, like you don't walk anywhere, you just stand up and jump into a tube and it takes you where you need to go. But yeah, it's what you're doing is a much better way, and how I would definitely approach it if and when I put in tubes. It is cool that you can make the, like, I forget what it's called. It's not reinforced plastic, but it's like the plastic that... I wonder if you could cut the ladders out of the reserve and allow for a fire pole. Oh, the fire pole is going to go in next to the ladders. Climbing up a fire pole is terrible. I have locations like the sauna, the main door, and the rockets. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Maybe we'll put some, like, strategic tubes in at a certain point. I mean, essentially everything we're looking at is going to be temporary. I have key locations. Okay, I read that. Okay. What I'd like to do is pick a side based on where we decide to put other things. It's most likely going to be the left because we've got magma channels over here that are 1300, 1400 degrees. One down here somewhere as well. Yeah, magma channel. So building to the right side of the map isn't going to happen for a while until I bleed this heat out to a sauna or something. So what I'd like to do is start at the edge of the map and build bedrooms, like, you know, luxury apartment style. So if we could core out this area, the volcano is here. We're going to be dropping the lava for the petroleum boiler. So the petroleum boiler is most likely going to go like here-ish. Which also makes me want to put the sauna on this side, so maybe down here. The issue with that becomes that our leaky oil fissure is up here, and I'd like to make use of it. So what we might do is use this, like basically build a steam room around this and cool off the oil, and once the oil is cool enough, I don't know. I don't know what to do with this configuration. I was really hoping the leaky oil fissure would be closer to the volcano or something. Like if the volcano was up here and this was our petroleum boiler and this was the leaky oil fissure, we could put our industrial sauna over here, let the leaky oil fissure be inside of the industrial sauna. Fuck, we could even leave the cool steam vent inside of the industrial sauna. Bam, adding liquid, pulling the liquid out with our steam turbines. Put a row of 5 so we're getting a full pipe out whenever we want to pipe stuff out. Automate the systems, etc., etc. And then we could just use ceramic to run the hot petroleum from over here over there. But that's not the case. It's opposite. I don't want to put an industrial sauna up here and have the leaky oil fissure inside of it. Why? I don't know. But that becomes a matter of like, I think this is going to be where we put our industrial area, somewhere down here. I'm small in big circles because I'm not sure how big we're going to go. 20 cycles before these volcanoes start kicking on again. Nice. So you've probably got a thick amount of steam in there to absorb all the heat every time it pops out, and it just heats up the steam and gets eaten by your steam turbines, would be my guess. You know what I just noticed? The map is basically clean. Okay, I don't have eggs going anywhere, so that's got to be not eggs. You know what? We leave that. Kolya, coming in with the Russian Cyrillic alphabet. Kolya, one of the rules we have, and I don't mean to be rude or, you know, whatever, we keep it English in chat because, you know, we got terms and service we got to take into account from Twitch, and I don't speak, I'm assuming that's Russian, correct me if I'm wrong. Ukraine, okay, Ukrainian. Nothing, like, I love other languages and other cultures. Like when Barb speaks Portuguese, I'm just like, ah, that's awesome. I love the way that sounds. But in chat, for the sake of the mods and myself, we try to keep it all English so that in case anybody is violating terms and service or being an asshole, we can get them out. But I appreciate you coming in. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, welcome, welcome. FrostyTools.com. Welcome. Let's construct some crazy vibes together. I like that. I like this bot. Spot's got personality. I dig it. How you doing today? Kolya. Am I saying that right, Kolya? Is this prioritized? Ah, that's why that didn't get done. No. Give me some pronunciation help. Kolya? Kolya? Sorry, dumb American. I'm not good at pronouncing anything that I'm not familiar with. They need a priority above. Priority above what? What are we talking about? Sorry, I got sidetracked into trying to make sure I pronounce names correctly. Oh, priority like over here, you're saying? I'm gonna let them make the ladders. I keep looking at our heat, because I'm like, we'll just look at our heat timer over here. Actually, what I'd like them to do is finish this stuff out. Those things are loud, and sound kind of gross. I am Ukrainian, but I cannot speak or read English. Okay, so you're using Google Translate, I'm assuming? which is a hard thing for me to figure. Okay. We'll figure it out. We'll make this work one way or the other. I'm glad to have you. I don't speak any other languages. I like to quote Fifth Element. I only speak 2 languages, English and bad English. Great movie. Probably a little dated at this point, but still, great movie. They do. It's called Lock the Stoops in the Room. Do it now. LOL and hi. Hi, ATP. Lock the stoops or the dupes? What's a stoop? Are we talking about like the front stoop of a building where you hang out? Actually, we don't need that at all. Also don't need that or that. Bye, have a good one, Kolya. Thanks for popping in. I didn't remove access to leaving until the item is built. Priority labeled, what the fuck are you doing in that geyser again? Nice. Leaving until the item is built. Oh, I get you. Kind of put a door there and lock them on one side. Like, nobody leaves until you're done building. I've done that before with some stuff that's, like, super important. Right now, we're just kind of doing things. Nothing in this colony is super important. This is the let's chill, hang out, share stories, help each other. You know, this is the calm and collected build. We will priority 6 these. Actually, we'll priority 7 the ladders, and then we'll go over to digging and put that on a 6. So this section gets done first. I'm used to play Lemmings and the oh no, pop is burned into my verbal meme library. Totally. Map is chill. Yeah. So for the new people who are just popping in, ATP and Kolya. I do a lot of extreme challenges on Ani and RimWorld. Last challenge we did was a 100 cycle sustainability challenge where we had to take on 8 dupes. This was come up with by Z3900, by the way. I helped fine-tune a few of the details, but it's really his challenge. And the idea was have 8 dupes by cycle 100, and when you hit cycle 100, it's hands off the keyboard, and you have to see how long it can last. I almost got fully sustainable with it. I just didn't do my Drecko math correctly. I didn't do the math at all. I just went off an assumption from something that I misremembered. And that went well. I also did a max difficulty, Frozen Forest, no teleporters, home sweet home in under a month. I was like, all right, we were streaming like 2 or 3 days a week. I think it was 3 days a week we were streaming Ani, and then the other 2 we were doing other stuff. And I think I actually threw in a couple of bonus streams, so there's some weeks where I did 4. But the idea was I was only playing on stream, and I had to get home sweet home in under a month, playing only on stream with max difficulty, no teleporters, and Frozen Forest start, which is a nasty start. On RimWorld, I play 500% losing is fun, and I don't play with kill boxes or traps. So I've been getting a little stressed lately. You know, so I decided that we were going to do a chill playthrough. You know, like, let's do something that's not highly stressful and crazy challenging. Let's just enjoy ourselves and play the game. And so that's kind of the theme of this playthrough is cozy. Let's get cozy with it, you know? And so that's the vibe I'm going for with this. We're just gonna do what we do. We're not gonna try and meet any crazy time deadlines or anything. I used to play... Oh, I already read that. I often read things multiple times. Cozy hoodie happy vibes. Up. Oh, little hiccups, excuse me. Yes, absolutely. Now, don't get me wrong. I love my difficult challenges. We're going to be doing another iteration of the 100-cycle hands-off challenge here. I'm going to say I'm going to take at least a few weeks off from doing Ani challenges. Probably what will happen is when we get done with this current difficult RimWorld playthrough, I will swap over and start doing an Ani challenge again. And what we might do is intertwine it with the Cozy playthrough. You know, do 2 days a week Cozy, 3 days a week challenge, or vice versa. Because the fact that I got so close on my first attempt to creating an infinitely sustainable colony for 8 duplicants, I want it. I want to be able to say, hey, it took me 100 cycles or less, and these dupes will live for all eternity. It will live until my computer crashes and their data is deleted by the hexadecimal gods. Okay, we are still working on that refinement. I do think... we might need another one of these airflow tiles if we're going to have people working up here. I've already built and removed several things, right? So, like, we don't really need this ladder here. I think we shift the batteries over here. Building and rebuilding. Reboot flashbacks. You know Reboot, Aya? Reboot was great. That was like my favorite Saturday morning cartoon. It's just so freaking cool. Let's get those tiles done. Then let's get those tiles done. That could be a project eventual. Yeah, we need more dupes. I don't want to take on shitty dupes. It does mean one thing we should do is try and make a duplicate gym. Because I'm not going to want any of the new guys let loose right away. Okay, let's talk dupe gym. I'm tempted to just slap a dupe gym over in here. We won't be able to leave the power connected to the grid because we want them running even when there's no power. So we're gonna do this. We shouldn't need more than 3 people in the gym at a time. So we're going to do that. I'll build a gym for up to 4 people. We've got 4 people that need to come on board, so we're going to do this. We're going to lock this door. And then on this side, I think we legit... Well, I put this set of wall doors here, but I don't think we need doors there. Although... What? It's another crack we can grab. See what's in there. 28,000 calories. That's solid. Okay, so... Yeah, we'll put that there. And we'll just do that. Ugh, homeschool finally done for today. Short attention span. You or the kids have the short attention span? Or both? Algae. You know what? I want that algae for our, who's a what's-its? The kids. Yeah. I mean, as always, my hat goes off to you for raising children, suds. Children are not my jam. I love kids. Being Uncle Nether sounds great, but like Papa Nether, no thank you. Not interested. Okay, we've almost got a refinement up, which is good. I'm gonna pump water up from there. We're gonna make a tank up there for it. We don't have insulated pipes yet. So we're gonna go into insulated pipes after this, so that we can insulate the output. Actually, there's probably... Yeah, this doesn't need to be airflow tiles. I'm an asshole. We'll just make these insulated. Right? No. No, this whole area is chill. Maybe we... You know what? I don't think it actually matters. I'm over here like, wait a second. This doesn't matter. We want the heat to bleed off up here, right? Hang on. My brain is, starting to crap out on me. They're going to have access to that, so we'll bring that down there. Round out of gold for the power spine. Not sure if I should bother building out of something else and rebuilding later. I mean, that's a tough call. It's always a tough call. I don't necessarily have a recommendation. You know what? You know what? You know what? This should be insulated tile. We don't want the heat from up here to go down. Ah, now my Ani brain is starting to come back together. So we're going to do insulated tile, let's say... all the way along there. That ought to do it. You would think I'd remember how far along we are. Gold volcano erupts in 6 cycles. I mean, if that's enough to finish it, I would just wait the 6 cycles, personally. But is it going to be enough to finish it in 1 eruption? Oh, wait, you mean it goes active again. That's right, you have dormant volcanoes. I don't know, might be worth waiting if you're trying to build everything specifically out of gold. If you've got 3 metal volcanoes... like everything in all these colony builders, it depends which will produce power the spine would have been used for, and the gold I need to build the spine. Oh, fungal spores. Do we need those? We don't have any slime to feed them, so they'd have to be wild grown. We don't have any pips to plant them. All right, who else is a mouth breeder, nyctophobic? No, thank you. Strength, excavation, husbandry. They really, really want us to... I hate dupes. God, it's so hard to pick a dupe. Now this area, being that it's made of copper, I think we should actually... Our builder has so much work to do. Map's looking clean, but the builder's got a lot of work to do. Our main builder is also our main digger at the moment, because there's not as much digging on the spaced out size maps as on the classic maps, either with the DLC deactivated or the classic style maps with the DLC enabled. Alright, so moving those batteries lost us a little bit of power for a day or two, but that's fine. Someone will get back on it. That's all, like, not super important at the moment. Same thing with the fire poles. I mean, it sounds like you're leaning towards waiting for the gold volcano. I would say that's a decent idea. If you're just itching to get the project done, like you said, you could always replace the materials later. That's one of the great things about this game, is since you get all the materials back. You know, I mean, you're on 631, you said. I'm assuming a few cycles further along, since that was a few minutes ago. So at this point, I'm guessing you have your main cooling system up, you've got stable food, you've got all the, you know, stuff, and that your projects are really coming into the point where it's like, let's do some fun, big projects. I personally love industrial saunas, so I get what you're going for on that. Like, get an industrial sauna, get a real big, solid power spine, get everything powered up that you could possibly want to power up, and bing, bang, boom, make some moves, right? Oh, right, they won't work on this down here because they can't dig. Or I don't have the dig commands queued up. That's right. So it sounds to me like you could wait. So it's just a matter of, like, whether you need the thing in place or if it's time to wait because... Okay, now our builder digger is going over to do the stuff that I want them to do first, right? Right? No? No? You're going to suck some more? Alright, I'm fine with this. We'll let him do what he's doing. All of it's important. It's not like the heat on the bottom is some crazy big problem. But a lot of times I'll wind up making these little, like, downward spikes and then putting, like, an Atmos suit dock here. Like, our first suit dock will probably go, like, right down here. And then have that access the oil biome. I am super curious where our freaking, this thing's almost overpressured. That's good. Good or bad, depending on how you look at it. So I'd like... We've got two people with passions in building who really aren't going into building. Steve has been our dog's body for the time being. We'll get them some building experience. Let's just make sure that Steve is queued up to do building second compared to everything else. You're doing tidying, then operating. Oh, you're operating second. That's what I have you doing for no good reason. Gosman seems to be handling the operating, so let's put the building as secondary. Supplying... Oof. That's fine. Oh, there are plenty left, Killer. We've only got one named. Guys, Killer is donating a Name the Colonist redemption to anybody who wants to take it. So Evil or Suds or anybody who's still hanging out. Aya already named one, but if nobody else wants to name it, Aya could go again. But yeah, if anybody wants to name a dupe, throw a name as long as it doesn't violate terms and service or make me feel uncomfortable and awkward. We'll put it in there. It's not a lot that makes me feel uncomfortable and awkward. I'm a pretty easygoing guy. Well, not really easygoing, but that's why we're gonna make those 6. There we go. Now they should do the thing I want them to do first. We can get this going afterwards. Refinement's important, but is it important? And then over here, let's get, I think it's about 12 batches should get us what we need as far as copper to make things happen. I mean, if nobody takes it, I'll name one of the dupes. I don't know what I'd name it, but you know, I'm up for it. And thank you, Killer, for always being awesome and for always taking care of the community and looking out for everybody. I really appreciate you. Boop, 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 boop. They can't get down because of that. We'll make that a thing. Eventually, I will just have him come straight through and get rid of that mealwood. But for now, we're using the wild flowers, you know, the wild planted food if we can. Looks like our battery system is back up and running. Yeah, I don't know. This is like one of the few places I'm tempted to hit 3 because... Oh. Did we come... No, that's from before. We need to get a bunch of work done and I don't have more dupes on board. Vermin Supreme? Sure. We could do that. Any preference on the dupe you'd like to rename? There's Gosman the Researcher, Ren the Builder Digger, and Steve the Builder Hauler. I do not know who Vermin Supreme is. Vermin Supreme. We talking Guar over here? I picked the dupe? Okay. I think I'm feeling Steve as Vermin Supreme. Where's Steve? That's Green Thumbs. This is Steve. Hey, Steve. You, now you will be known as Vermin... Wait, that's Oxygen. There we go. I can click the dupe while he's moving. Alright, Vermin. Get to work. We'll tell people his name is Vernon, if it's offensive to anybody. Of course, thank you. And thank you, Killer. Alright, dupes, let's get some stuff done here. So anyway, guys, in addition to playing Ani and RimWorld, which we've been talking about, I also play Minecraft. I do time lapses. We have a community server. If anybody wants to join us over there, just click on over to the Discord. If you scroll up, Nightbot recently put it up in chat. There's also links down in the description. We have a community SMP that we play on that's been going for a little less than a year. We're coming up on a year in a few months. Squiddy and I were talking last night about possible events we want to do. We're thinking for the 1-year anniversary, we might back up the world and then have everybody come on and give everybody a shulker full of TNT to blow up the entire world. And then obviously take that down and put the backup up so that everything gets restored. I'm not sure if we're going to do that, but that's kind of the thought we're throwing around. If anybody wants to join the SMP, it's mostly a building SMP. We have PvP disabled. You can't even hit other people. We want to foster a helpful cooperative environment over a competitive one. Some of us do play competitive games. I used to play a lot of League of Legends. Nowadays, the most competitive thing I play is Magic the Gathering Arena. I've always loved Magic. I fall in and out of it, but... we were talking about it, and Barb asked me to teach her, and ever since I taught her, I've become re-addicted. Play a lot on Arena. Started doing ranked on there, mostly because, well, no, not mostly. The only reason I do ranked is the higher level ranked you are, the more rewards you get. It looks like the seasons are 1 month, like 25 to 30 days, whatever it is. I'm not sure the exact number. So every month you can get yourself some free cards to play with. So I try to do ranked. Last season, I came into the season halfway through, and I got to Silver 3 or Silver 4. But I haven't yet. Grinding through bronze is easy. Yesterday, I pretty much did enough ranked that I went from bronze 3, which is where I was placed, all the way up to Silver 1. It was cool to be placed in Bronze 3 instead of Bronze 4. That was the first time I ever did any ranked. When I started... Actually, I think I finished that this morning. I did the last game to get to Silver 1 this morning, I think. And I played a couple of Silver games. And the moment you get above Bronze and into Silver, it starts getting hairy as far as challenge. I'll put that on a 6. We are legitimately at the point where I don't want to say we're desperate for new dupes, but we need new dupes on the team. We need someone running full-time. Well, I mean, we're going to hook up Cole in a second here, actually, I suppose. Speaking of which, we're talking 3, 6, 9, and then... Ooh. We do not have the room for 3 coal generators up here. I might have to shrink our Great Hall just a little bit. And then move the batteries again. Move the... I don't even know. I guess all of this is dependent on getting everything else built that we have queued up, right? Managed to keep the nature reserve. I always wind up fucking up the nature reserve. Like, just trying to build something through it or whatnot. Alright, let's stay on a 1 for just a moment here and talk about what we need to do. Let me stroke the beard for a minute. How much reed fiber do we have? 4 units. So we're really going to need to go into suits. We need this ladder source. We need this ladder thing here, or we can push it over by 1, I suppose. We need this ladder here to get up there. So we need, what, like 12 spaces? That's 14. Yeah. ATP, thank you for following. I really appreciate that. What do we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's say we set up for 8 dupes, right? Then we move these here. Welcome, ATPs. Ready to be our colony's energy source? Oh, I love that bot. Thank you, Frosty, for existing. I mean, it's starting to look like an Ani base, right? We've got our ladder system, we've got our bathrooms, we've got our hatch ranch and mealwood, barracks, laboratory, about to have a gym up, and we're gradually getting to the point where we have an industrial area. It really does just come down to getting more dupe labor on this. I'd like to have a full-time runner. ATP is in biology. Okay, yeah. ATP. I know that. I know that abbreviation. I swear I do. Gosman earned a skill point. Look at you go, Gosman. Now, their science is already good, but we don't need to go into astronomy yet. We could... You know what? We're going to grab rocket piloting so we can get Gosman into suit sustainability. That extra athletics always helps. Where is your athletics? At an 8. Yours is at a 3. Yours is at a 3. Yours is at a 3. Yeah, the fact that we've had Gosman running on that wheel pretty much since the beginning, you know, like, run when the battery's full, research. Like, that's been Gosman's MO. Now, so basically this whole place has been built on the back of Gosman running on the wheels. And that is not going to fly. That's why I'm moving a few things around again here. Yeah, I'm already planning on moving everything again. Ugh. Sorry to make you work 3 times, dupes, but that's the way the baby bounces. Don't bounce babies. It's a terrible idea. They're not very bouncy. They just kind of tend to stay on the floor. Not that I know from personal experience. Does mean I want to put insulated tile here. Wait a second. I love the choices they make on where they build from. Well, I'm just going to stand on top of this door. Good job, buddy. Less than a cycle left. Excellent. May the volcano gods be kind to you. Can't do cooking errands. Can't do cooking errands. Machinery, uncultured iron gut. Building, supplying, decorating, bottomless stomach. I'm tempted to take Ari. Went and made food? Heck yeah. So, we could literally have Ari run non-stop. Like, just, you're on the wheel, you run. And then operate. Yeah, we're getting to the point where we need refinement. The iron gut is good. Not essential. Germs are not the biggest problem when you're not playing on max difficulty. Ugh. I think we got to take Ari. Now, the thing is, we might also need to plant some more food, so we're going to have to keep an eye on that as well. That'll take some stress off of Gosman. We could snazzy suits, and no, we need somebody. We need somebody. Oof. Okay, Ari, welcome to the team, bud. You're not my optimal dupe, but that operating. Yeah, we need an operator. We need a legit dedicated operator. Welcome to the team, Ari. Okay, let's get Ari a proper schedule, and get them in the mix here. Put Ari over here. Do our stagger schedule. Everybody gets 3 because we've already got long enough commutes that we need 3. Ari, you're going to go straight into improved tinkering. Excellent. And priority-wise, Ari is going to operate first. After operating, you can help with supplying and storing, I suppose. Vermin is secondary in. Okay, so we'll put you... Actually, no. We'll put these as secondary for vermin. Along with... Yeah, I need somebody life support and tidying still. Actually, life support up because that's who's going to be supplying the algae. Then we'll have them do supplying, storing, and tidying. Then I want building... So then I want digging. You never have to do ranching. You never have to do farming. Your operating could be a little lower now that we have a dedicated operator. You know what? Nobody needs to be a decorator just yet. Oh, copper one is kicking on also, but because the room isn't finished yet, it's a bit sealed off. Gotcha. Yeah. It's a good call. Operating... Nobody needs rocketry until we are ready to do that. I always forget to set the defaults. Same thing with doctoring. Yeah, life support and toggling, vermin will be on top of. And then they can get into tidying, storing, supplying. And if they do all of the life support, tidying, supporting, and storing, then we can get them building. Then everything else will be down-ticked. You're never going to cook. I mean, maybe we could pivot them into cooking if need be, but we don't have any cooks on the team. I mean, anybody could use... You know what? That just occurred to me. We don't need grilling to run the micro musher. Right? Ooh. Ooh. Who wants to do a side in cooking? Sometimes I think I'm like, what is wrong with you, Nether? You don't need, like, right? We can go on to here. Lice loaf. Do that forever. Okay. That'll stretch our calories a little bit further. We've got plenty of water, so I'm not worried about that. So then who's going to do it is the question. Maybe we do have vermin cook. I like having them as a cleaner, though. Okay, so green thumbs, you know what? If we leave them... Okay, if we have vermin continue to do what they're doing, priority-wise, then we could take green thumbs out of life support, storing, tidying, all of that. We can have them be top in farming and ranching, so they'll prioritize that, and then we can have them do a secondary in cooking, and they'll do the lice loaf. I don't know why that didn't occur to me. Ren is digging and building, Gosman is researching and operating, and Ari is going to be a dedicated operator who can then help out with tidying. Kind of like that. So Ari's going to operate, which means they'll be running on the wheel. If for some reason they get operating completely sorted, they'll help out on hauling and cleaning. Vermin is going to prioritize life support, toggling. I like it. Did I actually draw the right schedule? I'm getting to that point. Guys, usually I'm very good at, like, keeping zippy for at least the first 3.5 to 4 hours of stream, but I stream 6 hours, so this is where we're going to start ramping down a little bit. I'm still going to be keeping my mouth running, but, you know, it is what it is. Okay. Skills. You went into that. Let's get you your hat so we know who you are running around. And let's see how this shakes out. Now, the thing is, we got to make sure the schedules work properly. We want Ari on that wheel before Gosman. Like, if the power starts to run low and Gosman jumps on the wheel, then Ari won't be doing anything except, well, I suppose we could let them sort themselves out. If they're both operating, then one of them will actually crush up the copper while the other one runs. We'll see. We'll make adjustments as we need to. We might need to change Gosman's priorities a little bit. Maybe adjust priorities on the individual buildings. We've got a bunch of empty dead space over here, but we're basically gonna take over the whole map. I keep trying to go back to talking about, what do you call it? Atmo suits. At the beginning, I like to do Atmos suits where it's just like, okay, we have to get into the oil biome. We'll put like 1 or 2 Atmos suits here, get what we need out of the oil biome, you know, keep moving along with it, and then... Unreachable. Right. So... There we go. Ari's running already. Good job, Ari. I knew you could do it. Reed fiber doesn't have designated storage because we just found that, so reed fiber. Smelting. Okay. And I already forgot what I said we needed to grab after that. That's good, that's good. Good deal, good deal. Automation is really tempting, but we're not there yet. We don't have a mechatronics engineer and won't for quite some time. I said we needed insulated pipes, but then I changed my mind as far as priorities go. So into suits we go. What's up, ATP? What's finally? The refinement's finally done, or you got something finally done in your playthrough? Keep forgetting there's a plant there. That's right, I disconnected this because we didn't have anybody cooking. Now we can reconnect it. That means our rancher farmer will cook. You know, I don't know why I didn't think of that. I always do that. It's like, look, you ranch, you farm, and then a lot of times there's not much else for them to do. It's like after you've groomed all the animals and harvested all the plants, you're just twiddling your thumbs or running around doing whatever. So, good deal. Now, as far as plants go, what do we have over here? This is all mealwood, bristle blossom. You know what, we could, we have a dedicated runner. Can't put that there, but you know what? If we put this here, we could absolutely do that, and this bristle blossom will grow, and that'll bring more flower spores. Yeah, we've got floral scents over here. Floral scents a little bit in here, but let's get this blossoming. And then this will provide additional food, not much, but a little extra, as well as... We're going to put that as forever, we're going to put this as forever. Pickled meal we're not going to do anything with. We don't have a grill person yet, but... You know what? You know what? Your next skill is going to go into grilling. Okay, so Green Thumbs is going to cook for us. My brain is just not... I had a song stuck in my head, only the chorus on loop. I could not get the song title. Anthrax got the time. Oh, yeah, fuck yeah. So I'm a little bit more... fellow metalhead here. I tend to like the more... I don't want to say modern, but like... I kind of love the math metal. The you know, like... Let's make it complicated. Because of course I do. I make everything complicated, right? Delete these again. But I have definitely listened to some Anthrax and some Slayer in my day. Every time I think about Slayer, I think back to this manual labor job I had when I was younger. And I worked with a bunch of people, and sometimes we'd work together, sometimes we'd get jobs just, you know, solo. And I had this one solo job that one of my boss or friend, or however you want to say it, hooked up for me. It was like, hey, I just need you to go, like, cut this lawn, clear out some gutters, you know, rake some leaves, etc., etc. I forget how many days he gave me to do it, but I remember that the people weren't going to be at the house. Like, they were on vacation, and we were just maintaining their stuff for them while they were out, or something like that, something along those lines. So I full-on came in, parked my car right next to the area where I was working, cranked up the stereo, blasting Slayer, and I was just out there, like, mowing lawns and raking leaves, like, Rated blood. It was fucking awesome. So I went through my Slayer phase. Anthrax I never really got into, but I've listened to them because I've had plenty of friends that were into them. But yeah, I'd say so. I guess so. I listen to a lot of stuff that gets lumped in. So, sorry, I keep interrupting my own thought pattern. My favorite metal band currently, right now, is Ginger, Jinjer. They're a Ukrainian metal band who were actually displaced by all of the war and bad stuff going on over there. They basically had to live on the road. Tatiana, the lead singer, I cannot say how amazing she is enough. That woman is a god among people. Like, the way she uses her voice is just phenomenal. Like, the most beautiful singing voice you've ever heard. Deep gutturals that just shake your fucking bowels. She can rap. She literally can just do anything and has no, like, official training. Like, she decided she wanted to sing like that. She said she was very influenced by OTEP. And several other bands. Did this kill something? Gosh darn it. I think that might have killed something. I really don't want the flower to get digged up there, but dug up there, if that's the proper term. Those get dug up? I think they got dug up. Right? That's the right overlay. Flowers, flowers, flowers. Okay. Alright, this is what I was afraid of. Gosman's on the wheel. Wherever you're going, get on the wheel. Finger guns, okay. Okay, I guess Ari is on... Yeah, Ari's on break, so Gosman's taking over. I'm okay with that. I am very okay with that. What do we got going on? What do we got going on? Okay, so that is a thing. That is a thing. So, refinement. Let's get this bad boy going. We're going to want you there, but we're going to need... We're going to have to switch to heavy watt. Okay. Trying to think how I want to do this. Okay. I got a plan. I'm gonna slap a power transformer down here. That Drecko scales aren't going to grow back for a little while. We'll cut that there. We will delete this back to here. We will put in... Oh, furniture. Nice. Let's get that... I hate having the exclamation. They're on XM a lot? Nice. They're really good. Other bands I like include stuff like Dog Fashion Disco. When I was younger, my favorite band was Primus. Went through my System of a Down phase. Mr. Bungle is phenomenal. This guy's gonna do something stupid, watch. Alright, you do you, Ren. You do you. We'll just make sure you don't kill yourself doing it. Basically, I like a lot of stuff. The only thing I never really do is rap or hip-hop or whatever. It's just not really my flavor, although I've produced quite a bit of rap and hip-hop in my day. Music production has always has been my main gig for a very long time. Haven't done it lately. I switched over to gaming content because music is trying endeavor. Probably should have made one of these a smart battery, but we don't have this stuff just yet. Okay. Yeah, that is the problem here. Okay, so let's just back up a little bit. We'll back up a little bit. We can build a lot of the stuff we need to build, but not activate it yet. What just happened here? Hello, Susan. Not Susan. Not at all Susan. Thank you very much. We can put 1, 2, and 3, and put... Pardon me. Put that there. These can go down to a 4. I want them built last as far as things go. This can be a normal priority. I knew he was going to get himself stuck up there. I knew he was going to get himself stuck up there. How did you even get there? First made a mess of the playthrough. How can you not get to the ladder? You shitbag. Idiot. Idiot. I saw him there too, and I'm like, oh, he can get back to the ladder. It's all right, no problem there. And it's like, of course he can. Okay, dupes be duping. How is our temp overlay looking here? Not bad on cycle 50. Did your bot Frosty know what ATP is, or is that a standard post? I'm pretty sure it's writing stuff with AI. So it checks your name or anything that you have, like, said. So, like, if you're a streamer and it's doing a shout-out, it'll check your past titles of your streams, and it writes fresh stuff. You can even change the writing style that it has. That's why I was so stoked on it. I was like, dude, this is awesome. It's like actually having some sort of moderator thingy, whatchadoozle. Those are words, right? But yeah, I think the bot knew... The bot knew. ATP is energy. Yeah. I vaguely remember that. And I'm over here like, I swear I know that. But couldn't think about it. Couldn't think of it at the time. But yeah, that makes sense. That absolutely makes sense. Good job, bot. Being more clever than I am. Be good to your AIs and machines, guys. They will be ruling us eventually. I like to dig out the cracks, see what goodies we can get. there's some muckroot in there. Excellent. Actually, let me get a little of this algae going too. Look at Ari, just stoked as fuck to just be running on that thing nonstop. They are making progress. They are actually making progress. Have we gotten any lice loaf yet? No. We've actually only got 10,000 calories of meal lice. We've got a bunch of muckroot. I'm trying to save that for going into space the first couple of times. Jesus, I swear to God, I thought my cat was under my feet for a second. Holy shit. Green Thumbs went to go do it and ran out of power. Yeah, we need these coal generators up and running. In fact, let's get a single one of them going on the main line. Ah, I hate that. No, 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 no. Alright, we'll get it going. I hate running these without smart batteries. Yeah, we're a little bit behind the curve here as far as number of dupes for size of base. Nothing is getting done quick enough, and I'm over here just pondering and stroking the beard, right? So our digger builder is kicking butt. He's just the only digger builder. Our big problem right now is power. Gosman is researching. How important is our research? You know what? Let's cut research for a minute. Let's let Gosman do some stuff with operating. That way we can get some materials crushed down and we can keep the power running on the wheels. We'll get that coal generator up and running. What is Gosman doing? What are you doing, Gosman? I'm watching you. I'm watching you. What are you fucking doing? Tell me you're supplying the research machines that you don't need to supply. Where are you going? You're hauling. Right, because I broke the wire over here. Because I broke the wire. I'm making mistakes. I wanted to put the heavy watt in, and... Oh, wait. You know what? We don't need... We need the power to the crusher. Yeah, it's fine. Just rebuild the wire. We'll have to deconstruct it again soon. I want to get that heavy watt in there, but... We need help with the power situation in order to keep our shit running here. So we got to get that coal generator going. It's going to be wasteful until we can get up the copper to do the smart battery. But we're never going to get the copper for the smart battery until we have some more power on the line. So we'll let that coal generator run. Between that and the wheel... Like at the moment, Gosman's running on the wheel. Where is Ari? They're eating. Gotcha. Okay, so the next cycle tomorrow should be a lot more productive. Looks like Ari is running over to... No, that's our digger builder. You know, I've been doing a second cup of coffee halfway through stream, and I think it's been good for stream. I don't know how good it's been for my health, but I didn't go for that second cup of coffee today. Definitely feeling the slowdown of energy. But tomorrow I should also be able to go pick up my ADHD pills, and that'll help. Kind of. Whatever. It's energy is important. I just I'm running shy at the moment. brain is a little overly focused. I'm addicted to coffee, guys. I'm addicted to coffee. When I drink it on a fully empty stomach, it's absolutely terrible for me, but I've been eating more hearty and more healthy lately. Maybe not as healthy, but definitely more hearty, and so it's been very good. I've been able to stomach more coffee was what I was trying to get to. Yeah, that doesn't need to pump anywhere. We'll let that pump and fill the pipe. I mean, it doesn't need to, but we might as well have it hooked up so that when we're ready, we got it. Because I'll forget that it's not hooked up. You know what? Yeah. You know what, guys? I'm going to go grab another cup of coffee. It'll take me a few minutes to make it, but, you know, I could snag a quick restroom break as well. I'm going to put up Bobby's links again so you guys can go check out the music. And, yeah. It's cup number 2 time. I'll be right back, everybody. Take care of yourselves. I'll see you back here in a few minutes, and I'll have more energy because it'll be in my cup. See you in a sec. All right, I am back. Liquid in, liquid out has been dealt with. I have my cup of ATP here. I don't think that's the proper use of those. Of that, it's not a good sentence, but I'm back. That's the wrong window. Let's go over to this guy, press play. And I got a nice story for you guys. So, if you were here at the beginning of the stream, I was talking about how I was a little out of sorts because I had like a grumbly interaction with my roommate. And she was out in the kitchen while I went to go make coffee. And so we talked a little, and she was like, oh, I'm so sorry. I was like, me too. Like, you know, I was like, if someone's going to come at me combative, I'm going to match energy and be combative back. But, you know, I want to do things, blah, blah, blah. Details aside, it was nice because we have an understanding. You know, the understanding that everybody gets a little grumpy sometimes, but that the best way to deal with people is to communicate and be respectful and peaceful. So we had a nice conversation, sorted everything out like adults, and it's all good. So I feel a lot better now. I try not to let those things get to me for just that reason. You know, it's like I know that at the end of the day, cozy vibes a cheat. Exactly. You know, and I had all but forgotten about that interaction just hanging out with you guys and playing this, but it's nice to be able to, you know, tie a bow around it and put it away for the rest of life. I was gonna say for the day, but that's over there. God, I fucking love coffee. I'm probably gonna be up late again. Ever since I've started grabbing a second cup of coffee again, because I used to brew like half a pot to a whole pot in the morning and just back to back to back. Recently it's been like have a cup and a half in the morning before stream, and then, you know, around somewhere between 3 and 4:30ish I'd grab a second cup. Since I've been doing the second cup, it's been harder for me to fall asleep early at night, but honest to God, I don't give a shit what time I fall asleep. As long as I'm up and streaming on time, I'm happy. Alright, so we're getting some of that crushed down. We are wasting power though, so let's deconstruct this. We don't need it nearly as much. We'll slap in a smart battery there. We're gonna have to convert all of this to heavy watt. Put a transformer here so that we can send a wire up over here. So I don't want to run heavy watt all the way up to the shearing station. Like I said, I'd like to also crack into the space up here, although that's probably a lot of radiation already. Yeah, and that glow bug isn't making it any better. Slight hazard. So, okay. We will do the things we need to do. Like I said, we might start trying to crack into space over here. Killer Jam raiding with a party of one. Thank you, Killer. And here's our bot giving us a good introduction. And shout out, Killer Jam is a jack-of-all-trades gamer diving into Myst survival mysteries, Scum survival challenge, and Minecraft's creative realm. They're also a city-building enthusiast with a penchant for Foundry, progressing from T1 to T3 with their co-op crew. Whether it's solo strats or teaming up, expect a mix of chill vibes and mature language in their marathon streams. Good to see you, Killer. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for raiding over. Hopefully you're having a good day. What were you playing today? Were you doing Foundry, Rust? What was the jam today in the Killer Jam world? We're gonna slap that bad boy down. We're gonna go over to automation and do that. Okay. Man, Ari runs so slow. Foundry? Nice. How's it going? You and Laz getting some stuff done, or were you doing like a single world today? I still feel really bad that I don't like that. I'm not into the game with Laz, and we had ups and downs with the game. Yeah. Okay. I mean, as long as there were some ups to go along with the downs and balance it out, you know? Did I get... Building lacks resources? What the hell was that noise? I swear we turned off Didn't we turn off research? Which I think we can actually turn back on now. That coal power is going to do a whole thing. Yeah, I want this insulated tile built pretty bad. We played together and got a lot of factories done to get the next tier. Awesome. Okay, so we're getting lice loaf cooked, which is good. Meal lice is still there. We don't have a lot coming in. We'll put green thumbs into a tier of grilling as soon as they get another level, which is any minute now. So they'll actually cook up the barbecue and the bristleberries. Okay, we're moving in a good direction. I wish you could exclude certain items from this calorie count up at the top. Hi, Tachyon. Is it kitty time? Is it kitty time? It is kitty time. Hi, Bubba. You are so handsome. You know that? You are such a handsome boy. Yes, you are. Oh, I love you. I really love you. You're such a sweetie. It's a good boy. Are you happy that I grabbed your favorite mouse from the living room? He's got a favorite mousey. Oh, he's a good lobster. Aw. Keller says, hi, beautiful lobster. And now this is kind of where I like getting my priorities straight in Oxygen Not Included or RimWorld, and one of the reasons I like to play on a not one of the major reasons, but he's a two-handed cat. So enjoy your lurk, Killer Jam 25. We'll keep the colony cozy for your return. So he very much wants both hands right now. If I try to move him from my chest and shoulder to my lap and one hand pet him, he'll get cranky about it. If I hold him like this, with one hand supporting, the other one giving him the scratches, he's happy. Happier than a pig in shit right now, aren't you? He's a good boy. Little redneck saying for you. But because we've got some priorities sorted with our dupes and we've got work queued up, we actually don't have to worry as much because, you know, we can ant farm while we kitty. Hi, Appa. You're a good boy. You are. You need to. As soon as I took my hand off the scratches for the mouse to set the battery, he immediately gave me a look. You gonna say hi to you're just out of camera range. Ugh. Too high up? Too much bounces? Oh, he's a good boy. That's my baby. That's my baby right here. Okay. I can see the look. Things are going to go south here. No. To the ground. Go play. Go play. He is aggressive about his need for attention. All right. Let's do this on like a 90-60. Let's set this wheel. Let's hop on at... Yeah, okay. So the coal should mean that our people will be free to do the refinement stuff. And that'll keep that line sorted. Okay. Okay, we got a better power situation. I'm a little dense sometimes as far as getting things done. It's like, why didn't I have green thumbs cooking earlier? Why didn't I put up a single coal generator earlier? You know, like I could have forced them to work on the crusher, put up a battery and a generator, and bing, bang, boom, not worried about anything. Now we've got 5 dupes, and I'm feeling pretty comfortable about the situation, quite honestly. Tachyon? Hey, buddy. No screaming, okay? No screaming today. He's a very vocal little boy. Love him to death. He's such a good, amazing kitty. Medicine. I'm not a fan of gourmet because of the decreased food morale bonus. It just makes them difficult to keep them happy. Now we're eating garbage food, but we will eventually upgrade, and if they're not happy even with the goodies, I'm not really loving it. Big fan of uncultured, because we only need 1 decorator, so that's like a full-on bonus right there. Iron Gut's great. I don't like Plant Murderer, and we just took on an operator, right? So Harold is not coming on board. We don't need a doctor, so it is the sand. Is sand essential? Yeah, 66.2 tons, which is not like it's not like a full run's worth of sand, but we've got plenty more sand to dig. We'll come up on some salt, something or another, and crush that into table salt and sand. We've got rocks to crush up if we need to, and we're going to get into space and do some asteroid mining. That's another thing I don't think I've actually ever done. I've landed on other planets, strip mined them, and pulled resources home with me, but I've never actually sent a mining rocket. So mine the gap. That one could be a thing to do. Look how we've got that like pocket of polluted oxygen. You know, we should get clay going. We also kind of need a kiln, don't we? If we're going to get into steel. We need to get into other things before steel. I'd like to get the regular wires swapped out for conductive. Not super fast, though. So we got the Drecko ranch. We got some reed fiber. So we're researching exosuits. Once we get the exosuits up, we can put down an exosuit forge. Doesn't really matter where we slam that bad boy. We're doing good. So I would queue up more work, but we've already got so much work queued up for everybody. So plan is get everything built that we've got built, including our little duplicate gym. Is this going to be a massive priority? No. Are we going to force Ari to do this? No. Ari is on that right now. We have 2 batches left to crush over here. Gosman might get rerouted to operating after we get the suits. See, once you get to a certain point with the research, it's like, all right, now what? You know? How are we going to do the radiation research? Are we going to do that on the left or the right? I think up at the top of the ladder above the kitchen, I think we could put in a rad bolt setup. I might just dig into the crust and grab some things. All right, what do we need to get a rocket off the ground? Large solid oxidizer tank. This is carbon dioxide. What gets us the steam engine? I prefer steam engines to carbon dioxide engines quite, you know, personally. Okay, so that's the jam. We're going to need to get 20. Yeah. Fantastic. So we'll do manual rad bolt generation, and we'll snag ourselves some of the uranium up here. We'll knock out that one. That'll get us access to steam turbines and get us access to steam rockets. We'll build ourselves a steam rocket. Hopefully we can mutate glossy Dreckos and get a decent amount of plastic going, but if not, we've got a few reed fiber, so we can start cracking in down here once we get the suit research done. So, like last time I said, we wanted to get our little refinement area going up here, so that'll definitely be done by the end of stream. We're going to use the chill from the meteors to chill off our coolant. We've separated out that area with insulated tiles, so the heat that we produce up there isn't going to meander downward. Our crops are going to get a little on the toasty side just from being near the water sieve and the bathrooms. That was probably a bad call on my part, but it's not going to heat up so fast that it's an obscene thing. I'd say the biggest heat generator besides this area up here is actually our oxygen diffusers. We've got a lot of stuff to get done. Once we get that steam research done, though... Yes. Okay, that's not a problem. Once we get the steam research done and we have steam turbines, like what I was saying about getting down here is we can snag some of the oil that's around here and we can make some plastic. That plastic will get us steam turbine enough... We need 200 kilos of plastic to make a steam turbine, I believe. I think you get 150 per each shearing of a glossy Drecko, because we got 300 from 2 shearings the last playthrough, and we had 100 left over, if I remember all the math correctly. Which means if we can just get in here and quickly make ourselves a little bit of plastic, we can get a steam turbine up. If we can get a steam turbine up, and plus there's fossil down here. There's plenty of iron around the map, so what we'll do is we'll grab some iron from somewhere. We'll make a little bit of plastic out of the oil, unless like this Drecko mutates like in the next hour or two here, playtime wise, and that should get us to the point where we can put together a steam turbine aqua tuner setup. Quite frankly, I might just jam that son of a bitch right in here, although this isn't going to be our full-time kitchen, so maybe not. I did come up with a neat way of converting a kitchen of this style to a deep freeze style kitchen, but I don't think we're going to do that this time. I think we're going to make ourselves a legit proper kitchen and plan on building it out with all of the necessary things. We'll have a micro musher because I'd like to get on sleet wheat eventually. I don't know if... I think our secondary planet has sleet wheat on it, so bristleberries and sleet wheat will get us into... the hell is that? Berry sludge. That's what I was trying to say. Berry sludge, not live on sleet wheat. I'd like to get everybody on berry sludge for the rocket program. We could eat that, but I think by the time we're really concerned with having berry sludge for the rocket program, we'll also have some barbecue going for our terrestrial thing. If we get some Pacu, we could even get some surf and turf going. I'd like to get frost burgers going theoretically, but that does mean we need a lot of infrastructure. What we'll probably end up doing, since our secondary planet is a radioactive asteroid, they usually have several good sources of You know, we're gonna deactivate this right now. Wait. Are you crushing? You know what? No, we're not. We're gonna let Ari run on the wheel, because that'll take strain off of the coal generator and get them athletics. If we didn't need athletics for them, I'd turn that off, but we don't need them doing anything else. They don't move quick enough to get anything else done. We're gonna do a higher priority sweep over here, and ooh, another wild hatch. So we're gonna move you here at a very high priority, because we were saving all of our wild animals. God, my cat is adorable. He's draped over the speaker, as he often does. I'm talking about you. Yes, sir. You want some coffee? Nope, you hate coffee. We go over this every day. You try to drink my coffee. Why are you offering me the gross bean juice? Yeah, because we gotta make this apparent what's going on. That's so friggin' good. God, I love coffee. Okay, so we're moving in the right direction. We start doing a little bit of refinement. I really, really hate losing mass to the rock crusher. You lose half of your copper, you know. 100 kilos of copper ore turns into 50 kilos of copper in the crusher, and you get a 1-to-1 exchange going into the metal refinery. So we're going to get that metal refinery up and running. We're going to get more copper for our suits. We're going to put in some suits. Speaking of which, where are we going to slap that exosuit forge in? I'm thinking we just dig this bit out here. Maybe put down one of these here. And we slap in the exosuit forge right in here. Just for temporary sake. Tachyon. Who's a handsome boy. God, I don't know how many people out there are cat people, but I freaking love my cat, like more than myself, I think. Huh, buddy? Look at you. You're so handsome. Hydrate. Thank you, Aya. Let's intermingle some no sugar lemonade with the coffee, because hydrating is important. Delicious. So our team was a little odd up until recently, and now it's like legit. Like we're pretty well sorted. Lice loaf, everything is in there. You know what? I'm going to move these refrigerators up to a 6. $11 critters. That's awesome. We've got some rot in here. Yeah. It's still taking us forever to clean up the map. I was like, oh yeah, our map's looking pretty nice. In here it is. Up over here, not so much, but that's where our active projects are, so. We've still only got the one Drecko, but it does look like there's an egg here. How long on that egg? 41% incubation. How old are you? Oh, and there's another egg right there. All right. Drecko population is about to pop off. It really does just come down to getting the research done. We're going to have to get up that materials research station. Do we have that? We didn't research that yet, did we? Okay, suits and then material research. Or applied science, whatever the hell it is. The radiation research. I always call it Radbolt research because I never remember the actual name of the damn thing. Alright, what did that grab us? That got us insulated piping, gas shutoff, excellent. That'll help us sort liquids. Or sort gases. I'd like to... So we were talking about how exploity do I want to go, and I was talking about how I want to do some infinite gas storage, because I like infinite gas storage. What's nice about it is you can kind of like just do little blocks of it and make like a little like color-coded gas area. You know, like, oh, here's carbon dioxide, here's chlorine, here's oxygen, here's this, here's that. So what we'll probably do is somewhere near... We're going to be using this water over here for our oxygen. And that's going to essentially be our infinite storage for oxygen and hydrogen. And I might even put a few things in there for being helpful, like an overflow for the hydrogen. We're going to set up a SPOM, and the hydrogen might grow to be more than what we... It'll grow to be... There will be more hydrogen than is necessary to feed the SPOM. So what I might do is put in some pumps in there, extra pumps, so we don't have to crack in a second time after we build it, and have those set up so that if the air pressure, or if the atmosphere pressure is above a certain point, those pumps can pump to an external power source and send that to a hydrogen generator that's linked to our main grid. I don't like to waste things. I would like... So even though this is a casual playthrough, the way I play things casually is way more stressful than what most people would do. I love games like Satisfactory. I like logistics and stuff like that. So for me, playing casually on this type of playthrough means can we use every part of this as efficiently as possible? We're on a planet that doesn't have a fuck ton of stuff. Bad Res is following. Thank you so much. Bad Res. Okay, I almost looked at it and was like, is that Bed Rest? No, it's not Bed Rest. It's Bad Res. How you doing today? Welcome on in. Welcome, Bed Res. In our cozy colony, even the bad stuff leads to good stories. That's very true, Mr. Robot. Okay. Let me look at automation right quick. So how you doing? You don't have to chat. Don't feel obligated to do so, but yeah, welcome on in. You can go back to a normal priority. We're gonna get all these sorted, and then yeah, we're going to have to swap over to heavy watt wire here, but that's not too big of a deal. The biggest deal is going to be... Biggest deal is going to be replacing something. Okay, you know what we're probably going to do? I've deleted... Hello, I was just looking for a streamer who plays this game. Awesome! Yeah, no, Ani has brought me together with a lot of people. I've met more people playing Ani than anything else. In fact, I had been taking a little bit of break from Ani to try and do some other stuff on stream, and hands down, Ani is the best game I stream as far as meeting new people, getting new viewers, fostering a community. So welcome on in. How you doing today? Tell us a little bit about yourself if you want to. No stress if you don't want to. We have the chronic illness and mental health awareness tags because we're very aware of all that stuff. I've been going through surgeries the last few years. Finally, last major one was in December. I'll probably have to have a follow-up one. And I deal with bipolar and ADHD, so that's the whole gist of that stuff. But yeah, guessing you're probably also playing Ani. We've got a few other people in here playing Ani as well. I love playing this game. What I was getting at is I took I don't want to say I took a break from Ani. I was just doing a few other things. Then we had like a challenge we did where we did a 100 cycle sustainability challenge. Zed calls it the Nether Zed. I think that it should be the Zed challenge, or, you know, I like to title things in a way that YouTube will pick it up when I upload the VODs. I'm good, thank you, but I'm about to go to bed since it's 1:43 a.m. Of course, of course. Well, thank you for the follow. If you want, I'll post up our Discord. Feel free to join. I always announce when I go live there. We have a community Minecraft SMP. We do a community Ani seed. We used to do a monthly seed, but we need to... now we just kind of do a seed, and then when that seed is... When we feel like it, we put a new seed up, is what I was getting at. But anyway, I stream noon to 6, Monday through Saturday, Pacific Standard Time, which right now it's just shy of 5 p.m. over here. So, yeah, thank you for the follow. Glad to meet you. Hope we see you again soon. Get some rest and be well and all that stuff. It's important to rest. I just drink coffee instead of sleeping, but, you know, that's me. I'm an insane human being. I thought he was stuck in a tile for a second there. Right. Oh my god. That's the button I'm looking for. Yeah, I'll catch up later for sure. So you're from NA, right? Just to be sure, when do you stream? Yeah, I'm from North America, West Coast. So right now it's almost 5 p.m. I start at noon, so if we go backwards about 5 hours, that's my start time every day, Monday through Saturday. Monday through Friday, we do RimWorld and Oxygen Not Included. I did, like I said, try a few other things out, but they really didn't fly as a main game. So we do Ani and RimWorld Monday through Friday. Saturday is kind of our wild card day, is a good way to put it. Right now we're playing through the Myst series, which is a puzzle series that started coming out in the 90s, and then they went to 6 different games through the early 2000s. We're on game number 4 of 6. We might take a break after 4 and do a few other things. Occasionally we do stuff like Hollow Knight is one thing that's on the list of stuff I want to do. There's also, we did a playthrough of Alice Madness Returns, and, you know, I'm always down for a few different games. But Ani and RimWorld are the bread and butter of the channel at the moment. West Coast, Jesus, that's 9 hours difference. I'm from Slovakia, Central Europe. Oh, fantastic. Yeah, we got a lot of people in the community from Europe. Honestly, I should just move to Europe and change my schedule, or just change my schedule to be on European time. I think we have more people coming to the stream from Europe than from America, just because, I don't know. I think people from Europe are just really nice. I don't know, people from everywhere are nice. It all just depends on, you know, the person, I suppose. But it's definitely a very common thing. A lot of people come in at the beginning of stream. They're like, "Hey, Nether, coming in, hanging out for a little bit, and then I gotta go. Get some rest because it's late for me." So totally understand. It's a pretty standard issue thing here, but I'm around. And if you really like the content, but you're not up all the time, I post all of my Ani and RimWorld VODs on my YouTube, which Nightbot just posted up in chat, so you can always, if you want to catch up or see what's been going on, all that's up there. The last playthrough of Ani that I did, it was the 100 cycle hands-off sustainability challenge, and that's all up there. Starting next week on Wednesday, I'll be putting up the VODs from this playthrough. This playthrough, we're calling it the Cozy Colony playthrough because we're not doing any insane challenges like I often do. And I also post the RimWorld stuff. I post Magic the Gathering arena games. I post time lapses from Minecraft sometimes. I've got one that I'm trying to finish up right now. I just can't bring myself to do the editing at the moment. I'll try and get that done in the next... It'll be done by the end of this weekend at the latest. It's a time-lapse of the Helix tree on our community server. If you play Minecraft, feel free to come and join up. Again, a lot of people from Europe on there as well. Holy shit, do we, like... Have we, like, finished the work I've queued up? Like, is that really a thing? And base is looking kind of clean. Okay. Alright. Let's push the pause button so I don't waste the early game heat. Suits are still being researched, right? Yeah, we're on the last little bit of suit situation. We got a spot for the exosuit forge right over here. Let's get these on the same priority as everything else now. We need to switch out some stuff over here, right? So we're going to delete this battery another time. We're going to go into power. We're going to have to kind of micro this a little bit. We're going to put this here. Then for a few moments, we're going to snip that. And it's probably going to cause some overloads, but we're going to need to switch this out for heavy watt wire. I feel like many times I can't find any streamers who play this game alike, and there's always at least one from NA who plays that. Yeah, it's... I gotta say, the Ani community is one of the best communities I've ever found and become a part of. The moment I started streaming this game, I met so many good people, and a lot of them are here lurking right now or have already gone to bed because they're in Europe as well. The community is so supportive and helpful, but it's small, which I think kind of lends itself to that supportive, helpful kind thing. When communities get really big, a lot of times that lends itself to what am I trying to say? Fuck, I can't talk and click. Basically, there aren't a lot of Ani people out there streaming, but everybody who plays and streams Ani knows each other, I kind of feel like is the jam, right? Okay. Let's make sure none of our pipes are backed up. Nothing is, like, offline at the moment. We need more food. We need more food. I'm going to have to let them eat the muck root. All right, you're going to go into grilling. You're our main digger builder, so we're going to put you into construction over here. We're starting to get pushy about that thing. You know what? I'm going to let them eat the muck root. If we have to, we'll send people into the sky with pickled meal. Okay, so everybody can eat the muck root. That'll get us through a few cycles. We got 5 people now, so I'm probably going to have to put down some more meal wood. I don't want to. What's our temps looking like over here? You know what I think I'll do? We'll do that. Okay. Okay. We're gonna have to get a little bit... We're gonna have to do some risky business here. We're gonna put that there. We're gonna go into power. We're gonna go like that. And we're gonna snag heavy watt wire. Where's our heavy watt wire? We need to draw that. And we are going to go priority 9. Actually, I don't want to do emergency priority, but we'll do priority 9. We need to get that built. Now, Ari's just going to run on that wheel forever because it's not connected to anything. If I had thought ahead a little bit more, maybe I'd have put a battery down. Didn't mean Ani, but games I like in general. I feel like EU streamers only stream basic games like CS2, LOL, etc. But any streamers are like more diverse, you know? Cool. Dancing in the desert, blowing up the sunshine. Nice ATP. Well, if you like the games we play, come on in anytime. Happy to have you. I don't know if there's a specific difference between EU and American streamers when it comes to diverseness, but I play a lot of different stuff here. Trying to think of the list of games. So, Ani, RimWorld, Myst. We'll be doing Hollow Knight soon. I play Satisfactory sometimes. Ton of other stuff. Jesus. I'm over here like, what do I even play? I did a little Dwarf Fortress for a hot minute. We're going to do another playthrough of Planet Crafter. Nightingale. I keep forgetting about Nightingale. I love Nightingale. It's just I've done everything. One of my puppies are crop dusting me. Oh my god. Hey, puppers. Okay, so... Oh, you know what? This wheel needs to be disabled. It's not connected directly to a battery, so running on it's not going to help. So we're officially on coal power. Ooh, Planet Crafter. That's been my family's game night lately. Yeah, I think we were talking about that the other day, right, Aya? Planet Crafter is awesome. I love the progression. I love the whole way everything works with that game. I did a playthrough a while back, saw all the content, did everything, and it's been quite some time. Are you guys absolutely serious? Like, build the goddamn floor before you build other stuff. Vermin is a yodeler as well. Are these guys pissy? Cramped, right. So, let's... okay, so we gotta pick up if there's 7. Drop off over here is any amount of critters, 12 of 40. Yeah, we need to get into mechatronics engineering soon. I'm not gonna worry too hard about that right now. You know, I have tried Factorio, bad. I want to like Factorio. So many people play it. I want to like it. You're going to wall yourself in on the wrong goddamn side. Go there. I should have just put doors here. In fact, I'm going to do that, and I'm going to put a door here. We'll tell them not to go through that in either direction, but... And we're going to set this door to auto. We can use priorities, so we can use this as a duplicate gym. What do we need to queue up? Let me think about what we need to queue up. We got about an hour left in stream. Oh, sorry. I was answering your question. I apologize. I don't like moving the little guy around. If I'm going to be in an Overwatch position, I'd prefer to be in the Overwatch position without having to move the character around. But I do really like Satisfactory because I am the character. I'm not like a first-person shooter guy in general, but there's not a lot of combat, and even the combat in that game is not very, like, first-person shootery. It's kind of, like, chill. People keep telling me, like, oh, if you don't like X, Y, and Z about Factorio, you should mod it. So maybe I'll try and get at it. I should probably put it on my follow list, actually. I'm not willing to pay full price for a game that I didn't like the demo to, but if it goes on sale for a cheap amount, I might get it and do some modding and see if I like it. I leave room for the idea that I could be wrong about any game. When I saw Ani on Steam, I was like, no chance, ignore, thumbs down, not interested. Same thing with RimWorld, and now I've got over 1,500 hours in RimWorld and about 1,400 in Ani, so I never trust my own opinion when it comes to judging games anymore. Okay, what do we need? Okay, we're working on more food. And research complete. Is that the suits? Suits are done. What else did I say we needed? Oh, the actual Radbolt research. So let's get that research going. Yeah, I let our calories get a little thin. We've got 5 days of food. That's not that bad. And now we have that going. We're gonna put this at a 6 and this at a 5, so they do that first. Ooh, printables. What do we got? Ooh, brine is gonna be helpful for liquid locks, I think. And for our spam. I almost don't want to look at the 3 dupes because the brine is going to help us layer our liquids for the spam. Strength excavation, kitchen, plant murder, no. Plant murderer, no. Lyra's not bad. Let me think about that, though. Operator, cooking, and ranching. We don't really need another rancher. We might eventually... Cooking, though. Now, the thing is, I would like to have a full-time cook, but now that we've got green thumbs holding in the cooking, now I'm like, do we need a full-time cook? Immune to food poisoning, pacifist, operating, cooking, and ranching. Oh, it's really tempting to get Lyra. Might be worth it if there was something else Green Thumbs like doing. Right? Well, Green Thumbs is farming, ranching, and cooking now. And insofar as the size of our colony currently, I think they can handle it. Long term, we need someone who's more dedicated to cooking. Lyra could also help with the ranching, but once we get to like 16 dupes, if we go all the way to 16... All right, sounds good, Bad Raz. Thank you for coming in. Thank you for the follow. Feel free to pop in and say hi anytime, here or the Discord. Happy to have you. So my reasoning here is, let me reason this out loud. If anybody has suggestions or anything, Lyra could conceivably be a primary cook, and then have a second in ranching and operating. So she could help with the ranching. But when we get to the point where we have like 8 to 16 dupes, we're going to need someone who's like legitimately wake up in the morning and go and cook. So all of those other interests are kind of wasted, more or less. I think I would prefer a cook who has tidying and supplying, theoretically. Iron Gut, I'm not really worried about. If you take the proper precautions, nobody's going to get food poisoning. And unless you're on max difficulty, a little bit of food poisoning isn't going to annihilate a colony. Even on max difficulty, a little food poisoning is not going to cause too many problems. I don't care about pacifist. We very rarely have to murder creatures, and when we do, it doesn't really matter who does it. You don't need to be badass at murdering in this game. It's more important in RimWorld. I mean, I like the idea that she can operate if she's not cooking, but will she ever operate, realistically? Like, if she's not going to operate, and then we have her cooking so much that she's not ranching either, then essentially the only interest thing there is cooking. And I really want the brine. Yeah, I'm gonna take the brine. This is kind of like a good mixed bag dupe. They're not as specialized as I would prefer, and I need the brine to make our spam because we're gonna do a submerged spam Hydra style. And I don't know if we're gonna snag any other liquid. I mean, we could grab a little bit of crude, I suppose. Hang on, hang on. Operating, cooking, ranching. Give me a second. Let me look at everybody. So, Ari is straight up an operator. 14 in machinery. Like, motherfucking badass at operating. So, we don't need anybody to help with operating. They can also do construction pretty decent. So, they're going to wind up being a mechatronics engineer. Like, full on. Like, it's going to be mechatronics engineering. Rocket piloting is a prerequisite for that. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Their first 6 skills are going here. They don't need to have improved construction to make the other stuff, but if we have enough morale, we can give them some construction, and then bam, they're a great mechatronics engineer. So they're our mech engineer. Gosman's our researcher. We put them into carrying because, well, they need it for rocket piloting, and they're going to need to go into space. So this is probably going to go right into exosuit training with her next 2. That'll put her there. And she's sorted. Eventually we get her improved carry 2. And, I mean, heck, we don't even really need much. She's got rocket piloting and improved carry. So we would put her in a suit sustainability because we're going to want her to go outside of the main area to do field research on the geysers and stuff. So she really only needs 2 points to be, like, specialized, leveled out. Green Thumb's over here. Farmer, rancher, and they can operate as well. So, they're a pretty solid dupe. And, like, Green Thumbs is, I don't want to say a perfect dupe, but definitely a top-tier dupe. Like, they do farming, they do ranching. We put them in a side in cooking, even though they don't have a passion. So that's not necessarily, like, you know, crazy good. But they've also got a passion for tinkering. So we could have them farming, ranching, and tinkering, and at that point, they could help with the mechatronic stuff. You know, they could build mechatronic stuff, or they can go and help process stuff if they run out of farming and ranching to do. And if we keep them with a side in cooking, like I said, eventually we're going to have enough ranches that they're not going to be able to do much other than ranch and or farm. So we might want to get a partner in crime eventually, you know, another farmer rancher. But they've got enough stuff with the tinkering that even if they did all their farming and ranching, eventually we can have them operating as well. Ren over here is our builder, and we've got them going into digging, but they've also got improved tinkering and medicine. So again, another mechatronics engineer possibility. And if we need them, we can put them on a side in doctor. The medicine compounding over here, we don't care about this. We care about getting 1 point. They have a passion, so it's more or less free. That's going to get us our rad pills for our space exploration adventures. Everything else I really don't give a shit about. We're not going to hurt our dupes, and even if we do, basic medicine should be just fine. Vermin Supreme over here. Builder with a side in art and has the improved strength. So yeah, they're going to be building. This is a little bit of a forced situation going, you know, so it might be worth getting the cook to offset Green Thumbs. Maybe. So we've got potentially 2 to 3 mechatronics engineers. Builders are covered. We don't need the machinery here. Cooking and ranching. It's she's not bad. I'm stroking the beard. Let's think. Okay, so we've got an artist and a doctor with the people we already have. So we don't need to go into art and doctoring. The way I think about this is 8 people is usually our sweet spot. And then obviously you grow bigger and augment it. 8 people means you've got a digger, a builder, which on this playthrough we're combining those. We're not overly concerned with digging because of the size of the planets. It would be nice to get somebody who could do digging in addition to like building and tinkering. That would be like optimal. So with 8 people, you're looking for a digger, a builder, an operator, a doctor, a artist, a cook, a rancher, and a farmer. That gets us our 8 people, right? The rancher and farmer could be the same person, and the 8th person could be a hauler, supplier, dog's body. And I'm over here looking at this. We've already got an operator that's like a dedicated operator. God, it's just such a... Because she offsets Green Thumbs well. Because Green Thumbs, we could have them focus on farming and have Lyra focus on husbandry. But then they don't farm either. I'd prefer if it was cooking, husbandry, and farming. Does have both farm and ranch, so he might be too busy to cook soon. That is true. That is true. At the moment, the Hatch Ranch and the single Drecko, the Drecko will get... The ranching isn't going to take up too much of their time. They're going to be able to get that done pretty quick and stay ahead of that. The farming is starting to get to be a little bit more... The thing is, the farming becomes more necessary the more dupes we take on. So taking on Lyra, because Green Thumbs might get too busy, is what will make Green Thumbs start to get too busy, because now they've got to farm extra food to feed Lyra. But if we don't take her on, then they won't get too busy to cook. And as I said, the brine is very tempting. I think we're just going to take the brine. Like, we're not in a situation where we're forced, and since we're going slow and steady, having a cozy playthrough, we can hold out a little longer. It's just... Yeah, I'm really torn. I'm really torn here. I legitimately can't make a decision at the moment. Oh, you only have operating as a passion. Oh, Ari might have been a bad call. I mean, they're killer at operating, but... It's fine, it's fine. Because to get to mechatronics engineering, we need improved carry. So that's 3 points that don't have passions to offset them. And we'd like them to get improved construction. And then theoretically, we'd also like them to be into exosuit training. So we're looking at 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 morale that we need for them. We're at 16. We could increase that with food, but this is pretty close to as much morale as they're going to get. Ari might have been the worst decision so far as dupes, but still fills a gap. Gosman is pretty much perfect the way they are. Green Thumb's the second. I am like literally right down the middle whether I take the brine or Lyra. I don't want to just say fuck it. We're also like short on food at the moment. I'm gonna take the brine. If I'm hemming and hawing this hard, there will be more dupes. You know, there will be more dupes. Let's just take the brine. That guarantees that we have 2 liquids, so we can stack the liquids for our oxygen machine, and it won't stress our calories as much. I do apologize to anybody who watched that and was like, Jesus Christ, Nether, just make a fucking decision. It's not the easiest thing in the world to do sometimes. We've got 51.8 tons of coal. That should last a while since our battery is running properly. We need... 100 on that. Alright, so let's get some copper cooking here. Let's say, like, 20 batches of copper. No worries, I don't know enough yet to truly advise. Your advice was spot on, Aya. It really just comes down to me being picky. Like, so here's the thing about any colony builder that I've found, and that I think Flower was talking about a while back too. You can always level up a skill. You can't give a colonist extra passions or interests. Like, if you've got a dupe that starts with a skill of like 12 cooking, that's awesome. But if they have no passion in cooking, because the way the skill system works in here is that your morale is what lets you get skills. Once you're red, your red is what you put into your skill trees, and your green is how much morale they have. 6 from a nature reserve, 3 from the mess hall, 3 from... Mess hall? Ugh. You are one tile too small to be a great hall. Let's do some digging here. That should be 6 from a great hall. Okay. Basically, yep. I needed the room for more industrial stuff, and I accidentally made it one tile too small. So basically, anything you pick here adds to the red, and if the red gets above the green, you get stress reactions and have problems. When they have a passion, it makes each thing that they have a passion for less expensive. So any of these, tier 1 is 1 point, tier 2 is 2, tier 3 is 3. Tier 1, if you have a passion, is basically free. It costs 1 morale to get it, but they gain 1 morale. And so anything that they have a passion for in this first tier, that's free as far as needing to maintain morale. They could have 0 morale from anything else, but they won't stress out if they're in passions. Then this one now costs 1 instead of 2, essentially, because it costs 2, but they get 1 extra for learning a passion. So this whole tier here, for anybody who doesn't have a passion in it, is 6 points that we have to worry about keeping up morale for. Since they have a passion for it, it's half as much. It's 3 points, because you only need 1 from here and 2 from here. So passions are kind of more important than ability. If they have the right passions, they can learn tons of stuff and not stress out. And they can always develop their skill in that passion over time. Yes, exactly. So, like, when we go in here, the reason I said Ari might have been a mistake, in order to get mechatronics engineering, we have to have improved carry 1 and 2. And then mechatronics engineers, yes, they're amazing operators, but they're the only ones who can build the automation stuff, the railways and the shipping stuff. So you want them to be able to build, too. They have no passion in building. So ideally, for a mechatronics engineer, you want 3 passions. You want improved the carrying passion, which is supplying, I think. So you want supplying, you want operating, and you want construction. If you have that, they can be a mechatronics engineer, and that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They could be a full-fledged mechatronics engineer for 5 skill points. And so we would only need to keep them like at a 6+ for their morale. Without that, we're talking about a considerable amount more. We're talking 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 skill points that we need to make them into a mechatronics engineer who can build. That's 9 is a considerable amount more than 5. So, but even still, 9 is a lot less than 16, and they should have, like, we're going to get an extra 3, so they're going to be at 19 morale once we dig that tile out. Yeah, now this is a great hall, and instead of +3, it gives +6. So, the better quality food, the more morale. The better quality accommodations, the more morale. The prettier everything is, the more morale. So that goes in... When you have a really cozy colony, you can pretty much level everybody into everything. Because, you know, they go, oh shit, we've got 50 morale, so you can go into anything. But passions can't be created. They're passions in RimWorld, they're interests in Ani, but same thing, right? interest can't be created. Skills can be gained, but interest can't. So that's where we're at with that. Now we've got 5 dupes, so in theory we would need 25 meal lice. That's 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, plus the wild planted food. That should realistically be enough food once those get planted and these start to get growing on a cycle. We have them eating the muckroot. Muckroot doesn't spoil. That's why I'm all about like not having them eat the muckroot, because when they go into space, they're not going to be. They can't grow their own crops and cook their own food on the spaceship, so we want to bring food that doesn't spoil. I love seeing how these games use personalities as mechanics. Fun research. Yeah. Okay, and we're getting our processing going. Yeah, so when we start to get this full up, we're going to have to cool it, which means what we'll probably do to avoid irradiating our people that are working here, we'll probably like go over to the side and go up so that we can kind of like snake our way back and forth and let the radiation get blocked. Like if we go straight up here, this radiation is just going to come bloop and beam down on our people. So we might kind of shift to the side a little bit, you know. In theory, we could just like go straight out over to here or something like that. That way none of the radiation is really getting too hard onto our dupes. A little bit of radiation is not bad. They shed radiation when they use the restroom. On normal difficulty, I believe they shed about 60 rads per bathroom use. So, or maybe it's 100. Basically, unless they're in extreme hazards constantly on normal difficulty, you're not going to have a situation where your dupes are going to get radiation sickness and die from radiation. I mean, you could always force them to die, but, you know, we don't need to look at that. We don't need to look at that. Cooking ingredients, no. Critter eggs, no. Cultivatable soil, edible. You can try. You can definitely try. Liquid. Not worried about that. Medicine, I don't care about putting on the list. Miscellaneous, we don't care about abyssalite at the moment. There we go. Copper. Let's get that on our list here. What I'm doing when I'm doing this list over here is anything that's checked off will show up on this resource list over here. There's some stuff that you want to be keeping an eye on at all times. Other stuff that's not so important. Like eggshell to lime, we're going to do forever, and we haven't discovered fossil, technically, since we haven't actually mined it, but we'll do fossil to lime forever as well at one point. We need the lime to make steel. Water is pumping into the input and pumping out of the output over there. We're basically taking our reasonably chill water over here and using it as coolant. What will eventually happen is we'll have a little tub of coolant here. We'll pop through, we'll grab cold material from up in space here, drop it in this tank to cool it off, and then recycle it back out. In fact, let's start working that angle right now, right? Let's put a pump here, right? Boop, 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 boop. We'll do that, and then as far as power goes, I don't want to run heavy watt wire up there. So what we're gonna do is we're just gonna run this straight over there like that. And then let's start thinking about how we're going to break into space. How hot is this water, by the way? 37°C. We might even be able to cycle that through again. Each ore creates a different amount of heat that it needs to dump. My dad suffocated on Planet Crafter chill mode 3 times. Awesome. That's an accomplishment right there. Call Me Vid, who comes in and hangs out sometimes, who also plays Oxygen Not Included. We met playing Planet Crafter I can't remember if I rated him or he rated me, or if we just popped in to say hi or something. Whatever the case may be, Vid likes to play Planet Crafter on Iron Man mode. That's not really... Planet Crafter is not a game I play for challenges. I play RimWorld for challenges, and I do challenges on Ani sometimes. There might be other games that I get into doing that, but as far as Planet Crafter goes, I'm not trying to do any Iron Man crazy shit on that game. I've got enough going on. These guys are eating something, so I want... Oh, yeah, something we dug up here fell, and they're eating it. Let's get that out of there. We don't need the wild hatches making coal. Oh, I was looking for an exosuit forge. Right. We need that there. We'll put that there. That's fair. I use custom settings with the FAM to slow some of the terraforming, but generally normal difficulty only my pros get the hang of it. Yeah, I'm... When I do another playthrough of Planet Crafter, I'm not going to do crazy difficulty. I'm not really going to try and do anything nuts, bros. Okay, bros, not pros. Gotcha. I want to catch up on the new story that's been added since I did it. I want to do a couple of little things. I'm not super interested in, like, terraforming the whole planet, putting down 1 million machines and stuff. We're going to put down enough for it to be reasonable and work our way through to progress the game. But my main goal is going to be to engage with the story and see all of the new sites. It's more of a like, oh, I've done most of this already. Let's see what else we can do. You know what I mean? Let's see what's new. I think the fish update was right around the time I stopped playing. I thought I did amphibians for a moment. Butterfly and frog species on my game. And fish. Yeah, I feel like the butterfly collection thing is a big thing in that game. Oh, those are the wrong buttons. Okay. Let's start thinking about how we're going to get into space and what we're going to do with space. I'd like to snag some of this uranium, right? So, abyssalite is a perfect insulator. We don't have insulation here. Oh, you know what would be good? Because we've got this line here. If we could go up here. I think I just answered my own question on how we're going to do this. So, if we go up here... We go up there. We have manual airlocks, right? And then we put this here. Dig that out, and then have this go up to there. Yeah. Whoever goes up there is going to have to hold their breath and not be happy about it. Could put a suit dock up there. Do I want to put a suit dock up there? It's a lot. It's a lot. Okay. Speaking of suit docks, actually, this is a good spot for one to break in over here. I don't know. Do I want to have these guys do this, or do I want to hold off on that? I think I want to hold off on this. Do I? I did not expect how good the animations on those animal idols are. Animal idols. Oh, in Planet Crafter you're talking about. Okay, okay, sorry. You know what? Let's hold off on that. We don't need to do that right now. So let's let that go. And then let's plan on breaking out over here to get into our oil biomes and stuff. I still haven't found our teleporters or the other half of our transit system here. So we're going to want a liquid lockout so the gases can't come back in, right? Put that there. That would be the checkpoint. Automation, we want a switch. To make that a little easier on our life, we put that there. And then Atmosuit dock. I'm going to want 2 of those. Maybe 3 eventually, right? Now, I am running a lot of power on this line, but if you guys look, the current load is 500 to 600, 420, 660. So a lot of stuff, this game, things only draw power when they're actively working. So we don't have to have massive amounts of power. If it gets above 1,000, the potential is 1580, and this wire can support 1,000 watts. So we can totally do that for now and get away with it, because these will only turn on when they need them to. Big problem here is we need a filtration system to get oxygen in there. So what we're gonna do this is where Nether pauses so that we can build a complicated, not complicated, but let's say we put one of those there and delete that one. Then we're going to go over to ventilation. We're going to grab a pump, put that there. That way the pump is grabbing oxygen as it's coming out of there. That needs to go into a... Oh, yeah. That reminds me, we do need to get a little bit more automation going. We need to get over to here. What do I have them researching? I took them off research. So in order to do this as cheap as possible, we actually need this, because we need the gas pipe element sensor. Okay. So gas pipe element sensor, we need gas pipe. So element sensor, shut off. Right? So gas shut off. Rotate, put that there. Right? Actually, yeah, this is why I paused. I'm leaving space here in case I want to put in a couple of more suit docks. Not likely, but just to give myself a little wiggle room, right? But what I think we're going to do... Let's put that there. We're going to want the gas pipe to go like that. Hook around so the first one gets priority. Then... Yeah, we'll do it on that side. So we'll come up to here. Thermosensor shut off. Okay. That goes there. Now we have to deal with the overflow. And we need to bring power. So the reason I'm kind of hemming and hawing over here is because this can get a little complicated. Dig that out. Yeah, there we go. That's the nether cloud way. No, wait. Okay, so that goes like that. That goes up there and in that. Right? gas pipe element sensor is going to go there, so automation-wise, we're going to need a wire that goes like that. We just haven't researched the element sensor yet. So if it senses oxygen, it will allow it to pass through the shutoff into here. If it's not oxygen, it'll shut off the shutoff, and it'll overflow up to this thing. And then we're going to put in a pedestal over here so we can do a cheeky method of getting some water into there. We're also going to need a little bit more power over here. You can go like that. So what we're doing over here is these vents overpressure. So if we just put one hanging out in the air, at one point or another it's going to overpressure, and that's going to screw up the system, because if this tile is oxygen and this tile is carbon dioxide and it can't push its way through, then this will tell this to open up, the CO2 will come through, it'll damage our suit docks, and we'll have to continually repair them. So this has to always allow any gas that's not oxygen to come through. So what we do is we put just a touch of water there, because gas and water can't occupy the same space. And this is how you do infinite gas storage. The idea is that you put less water than the overpressure amount, and the gas pushes the water out of the way, shoves it over a tile, but always comes through, and then the water comes back. So this allows you to overpressurize an area. So any gas that's not oxygen will come out of here as long as we have just a little bit of water down here. We're using the pedestal because when you put water on a pedestal, it puts exactly enough to do what we want to do. Because if you try to just put a bottle emptier here, you got to catch it in time and, like, you know, play that dance. And if it's too much, then you got to mop it up or pump it out of there. But if we put it on the pedestal, then delete the pedestal and then empty the liquid, bing, bang, boom, we've got the perfect amount. Okay, so that's going to be a good setup for that. Yeah. Good stretch, good stretch. We got about a half hour left in stream. A la infinite water bucket with the 2x2 square you used to be able to do in... Yes, you can still do that in Minecraft. Infinite water in Minecraft is still a thing. Yeah, so that's kind of the trick to infinite gas. Like, let's say we were... Instead of filtering oxygen here and every other gas here, we could set up one of these for everything except the gas we want, and then send the gas we want here and fully enclose this. And then put a pump in there, so anytime we want that gas, we pump it out. No, no, no. I think that's an intended game mechanic, the infinite water source. You can't do it with lava, although now you can make lava renewable if you use dripstone and lava sources above cauldrons, which is cool. There's some really cool lava bucket farms. You have to interact with it, so it's usually an AFK farm where you hold the button down and look at a specific spot, but that's all good. How much copper do we have? 1.2. Not bad, dupes. Not bad. So yeah, and liquid vents work the same way, except liquid vents, these guys up here, they have a much higher overpressure point. It's like 1 ton. No. Yes? No? Yeah, a ton. It's a ton to overpressure a liquid valve, I think. I'm pretty sure. Could actually, like, click on the thing and actually... Yeah. Overpressure at 1,000 kilos, 1 ton. So what you can do to do infinite liquid storage is flip this upside down and put the liquid vent up top with a little bit of gas in that single tile, and then it will always push the water in. The problem with that is the water can overpressure and cause pressure damage, so what you need to do is make the container out of manual airlocks. Airlocks, or I guess mechanized one, airlock, everybody makes them out of manual airlocks. Airlocks can't get pressure damage. So you build it so that you can have a pump inside and one tile with a little bit of gas and then you can put an infinite amount of liquid into that small area. I'm not... we don't necessarily need to do infinite liquid. If we need infinite liquid, it means we're not making use of our materials. Like, if I need an infinite liquid storage, then I should just build more farms that take water and then freeze the food for other adventures or to send over to another planet or something like that. There are a million uses. Okay, let's cut the power to that. And this one, we're going to just snip that so that doesn't power anymore. Basically, this one's going to take the place of this one. It'll help oxygenate the base, but I don't think we need a whole... How much do you output? 500 grams. So this is enough for... This is exactly enough for 5 dupes with one of them. So if we have this second one running down here, and we siphon off a little bit for the suits, that should be fine. If they're in the suits, they're not breathing the air in here, so same thing. Just, you know, whatever. That's the other thing about bringing on more dupes, Aya. The more dupes you bring on, the more oxygen you have to produce, because it's not included. We've got 843 kilos of algae. We can dig out more algae, but once you run out of algae, you got to use an electrolyzer, which uses power to separate water into oxygen and hydrogen, but then you got to deal with the hydrogen, which can then power the material, the buildings necessary to make the oxygen, but then there's a lot of heat. More mouths to feed and breathe, exactly. So that's the other part of selecting dupe. It's not just whether or not the dupe is good, it's whether or not you can support them. I think we could race to support another dupe. It's not like we have a problem with food and we've got a substantial amount of algae, but if we just take dupe after dupe after dupe, and we get up to like 8, 10, 16 dupes, it's like, oh shit, now we need a lot of infrastructure, and that infrastructure, it's also not just air and food, it's heat. And everything that you do creates heat, except for the stuff that's designed to counteract that we get to later in tech trees with crazy builds. So if we need more air, we need to put down more oxygen diffusers. And if we look at our heat overlay, the toastiest spot of the base is centered around this oxygen diffuser. And up here too, but this place hasn't heated up a lot because we're using the cold that existed here to counteract that. This is going to get pretty toasty up here, but we'll find a way to deal with it. So even if we could support the food and the air for the dupes, can we deal with the extra heat that producing that food and air creates? Because once these crops get above 30°C, they stop. And we don't have a way to cool them back down just yet. We could use an ice maker, but everything is about moving heat. There's a couple of cheeky ways to delete heat, but the most common one is to use a steam turbine. The steam turbine takes anything above 125 degrees, generates power and out of the heat, and then dumps water back in at 95°C. So you make a steam chamber, and you put what's called an aqua tuner there, and that cools. The aqua tuner moves the heat from the liquid in its pipes to the surrounding area. So you make it out of steel, you put it in a steam chamber, and then as the water cycles through, it's like, oh, hey, this is above the temperature. It's above 30°C. Okay, cool. Aqua tuner kicks on, takes 14°C out of it. But then it dumps that 14°C into the surrounding area, which is now steam. The steam gets above 125. The steam turbine eats the steam and drops it down to 95. So you have this way of deleting heat by doing that. And that's your typical way of deleting heat. And you could get extreme with different stuff. You can put multiple aqua tuners to, do multiple stages. You could have loops that check the temperature and then prioritize based on cooling. Whatever. There's a million different things. There's also, like I said, there's cheeky ways of doing it. Like, animals always hatch at the same temperature. So you could theoretically move heat to where the animals are and have the animals absorb the heat and then when they lay an egg, so like let's say the animals hatch, I don't know the actual numbers, but let's say the animals hatch at 40C and they'll survive up to 100C. You could cook their area up to 100C, but since they have mass, they'll absorb some of that heat and then they're 100C. Then they lay an egg and die. So the heat that was contained in their body goes away because they've just become meat. And the egg that they laid to replace them hatches at 40C. So you could use animals to delete heat. You can use all sorts of methods. The classic way, and what I usually use, most people usually use, is the aqua tuner steam turbine setup, which is pretty easy to sort out. A simple one. You can build things together. You might have heard us talking about an industrial sauna earlier. That's where you build a big steam room and put all of your production stuff in it, like this stuff, and then layer gases. You layer the steam on top of carbon dioxide, and at the bottom, because a lot of stuff produces carbon dioxide, coal generators and petroleum generators, all that stuff. And so the carbon dioxide will fall, the steam will rise, and at the bottom you can put slicksters, which are these little magic carpet-looking things with, aren't they adorable? These guys eat carbon dioxide. So at the bottom of, and they like heat. So at the bottom of your industrial sauna, you put slicksters, and the carbon dioxide falls, they eat it, and they turn carbon dioxide into crude oil. So your animals can convert your CO2 into crude oil, and if you get the really hot versions, which is why you want them in your industrial sauna, they mutate into molten slicksters, which give you petroleum, so you don't have to refine your crude into petroleum. Your animals are doing it for you, turning your waste gases into very useful resources. So at the bottom, you've got your slicksters eating the CO2, and then on top of the CO2, you've got your steam, and then everything that's producing heat is heating that place up. The steam turbines at the top are eating that and dropping it down to 95C, and the place stays at a good warm temperature so the slicksters are happy and fed. If we have 3 of these guys, the oil reservoirs, we can... This is why the last colony got out of control. That was a more long-term colony. With 3 of these, you pump water in them to get crude oil out, and then that crude oil, we use the volcano's magma to boil it, because the building that makes it cuts half the mass, so you get 50 kilos of petroleum for every 100 kilos of crude. But with a volcano heating it up to the right temperature, and you can't go too far or it gases off into sour gas, that's a whole other thing. We use a volcano system to heat it up, and hey Barb, welcome in. How was the gym? And so... So we pump water into this, we get crude out, the crude gets processed into petroleum by the volcano, the petroleum gets burnt off by petroleum generators, the petroleum generators produce polluted water and carbon dioxide. The carbon dioxide gets fed to the slicksters. There's more polluted water than the amount of clean water you pumped into the oil reservoirs, so it's a water positive process. You filter the polluted water, you get dirt, so it's a dirt positive process. You get the power, and that will run enough carbon dioxide to feed 75 slicksters. And so 75 slicksters, if you set up the ranches correctly, make enough meat to feed 50 duplicants. So you can feed 50 dupes, have more water, get power, all of that stuff with the right system. I'm at college, not the gym. Oh, I thought you were at the gym for some reason. That was earlier, and you came back at the start of stream. I'm sorry, I forgot about that. Deliver suit. I told this to... Oh, I didn't go in here. Repair Atmos suit forever. Atmos suit out of copper. Let's make 2 of them. Okay. Now, the biggest problem, not the biggest problem, but one of the big problems we're going to face with these Atmos suits is they run so friggin' slow in the Atmos suits. Element sensor, perfect. That goes there. Multitask, 4th element quote. Multipass. Look at the little blobs. I love them. They're so friggin'... Okay, so here's another oil reservoir. That makes 2. So that's 2 of our 3 right next to each other. That's very convenient. I hope the third one is, like, down here or, like, over here or something. I'm a little concerned that it might be, like, over here, because this is obviously another oil biome. It's also where you get diamond, fossil, and igneous rock. He knows it's a multipass. Oh, thermoregulator. We need that for the freezer, materials study. Okay. I'm getting a little flustered. That's okay, though. We've only got like 10, 15 minutes left in stream. So we've got refinement going. We've got coal power up. We've got insulation taking out the heat. We've got a Drecko farm going, and we have suit docks up. We have reed fiber. Oh, did we already make the suits? Oh, no, it's in that thing. Okay. I'd say, all in all, it's a very productive day. Also, this thing is filled up enough that it's overpressuring the vent and not outputting more steam, which is good for us at the moment. We don't need this water just yet. We will need it soon enough because we're sucking a lot of water out of here already, but we do have this pocket down here. I'd actually kind of like to tuck into that and pump it all up here. Ooh, printables. Let's see what we got. Oh, 12,000 calories of barbecue. But there's a Nisbet. I love Nisbet. Nisbet's my favorite dupe. Emily's too. Science. Super duper hard digging. Interior decorator, germ resistant, noodle arms. Noodle arms is a hard no. Allergies, pretty hard no in my life. You're always going to have floral scents around the base. Unless you're just a straight up barbecue base. You have no flowers, no bristleberry, no nothing. So Nicola and Nisbet are out. Marie, skill, hard digging, anemic, hard no on the anemic. Decreased athletics means that they're never going to be able to go outside the base in an exosuit, and they're going to be slow at everything. So straight up no across the board. Getting our barbecue on. Eat good, dupes. Eat good. Okay. Okay. We're going to need to break those. That'll allow a little bit of heat. Is a special flavor of 3 types of anemic. I'm a bad dupe. No stress. The reason... So, like, noodle arms and anemic really handicap your dupe's ability to do anything. I suppose you could theoretically do some stuff with them. Like... I don't remember when I was talking about this, but Barb's asked me about it a couple of times, and I think one of the playthroughs I might eventually do, maybe we'll do it on this one, but don't quote me on that. I'm just throwing things out there. One of the things I considered doing in a playthrough is having zones. Basically, like, the farmers would live and work over here, and nobody else would be allowed in there. And then the cook would be next door, and all of it would go on rails over to the cook. So the cook would live right next to the cooking station. The farmers would live right next to the farms. The industrial guys would live right next to the industrial area. And everybody would have their own little eating area and space that they live in and work in. And we could make them super happy, and then they're right there. Like, you hop out of bed, cool, I'm at work 2 steps later. And then, you know, I think that would be interesting. I don't think it's necessary. We could make our dupes very happy and not have to have them have isolated areas, but I think that'd be an interesting themed playthrough. We'll consider doing it here, but even if we do that, I still really wouldn't want to take on noodle arms or anemic. It would just make it difficult for us to get things done. Noodle arms is the strength. Anemics. Has anyone done a challenge with only taking bad dupes? Oh, there's all sorts of challenges like that, Aya. Like, there's a challenge that people do often where you have to take a dupe every 3 cycles. Like, as soon as that printing pod comes up, no matter how bad all 3 of them are, you have to pick one of them. And you do that until your colony fails, basically. Like, how long... Barb gifting the subs to Aya and Dagoth. Thank you so much. Dagoth was the name of the person we were watching. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That's awesome. Thank you so much, Barb.
A wise choice.
What? Totally derailed what I was saying, but in the best possible way. What the hell were we just talking about? Bad challenges. So there is the take a dupe every time it prints challenge. There's a challenge where your goal is to get to 100 dupes as quick as possible. There's challenges like I'll only take dupes that are flatulent. I'll only take dupes that are narcoleptic. Like Francis John did an all narcoleptic run, and one of the people we popped in on the other day, I think it was Dazzy, there are even challenges using mods that you start with X number of dupes, and it's to see how much time you last without the first death. Yeah, as Dazzy said, you can do a mod that you can start with 100 dupes day one. Can you make 100 dupes live? You know? So there's a lot of interesting ones. I really enjoy the one that we did. The Frozen Forest one was awesome. Home Sweet Home in under a month of only streaming like 3 or 4 days a week on a max difficulty Frozen Forest with no teleporters. We actually had to get in a rocket, fly to another planet, get materials there, bring them back, process everything, keep everybody alive. I wonder if a fun challenge would be to only accept dupes that have the same health problems as me. Ooh, that's a good one. You could totally do that. You could absolutely do that. I'm really enjoying the 100 cycles hands-off sustainability. Yeah, I think Dazzy likes that as well. Or Daz. Do you prefer Daz or Daz? Dazio or Dazio? Or how do you like to be referred to? Daz. E-O. I'm losing my friggin' mind. Slowly but surely. But yeah, that is a cool challenge. I guess for me, that would mean I'd have to take the closest thing to my health condition that would be dupes would be irritable bowel. I would have to take all irritable bowel dupes. Whatever I prefer. Okay, thank you, Dazzy. And welcome in. Thank you for chatting. I'm assuming you've been lurking for a little bit. I've noticed that a lot of Ani people lurk for a while before they start talking, and I'm that type of person too. I'll often lurk in streams and not even say things. It's also something I learned you talk to the room. Whether there are people there or not, you never know. I have friends that stream that talk about stuff like, man, it's so hard for me to stream if no one's there. It's discouraging. And it's like, there are people there. They may not be actively chatting, but there are people there. I've lurked your stream a lot. I've seen some of your bigger... Oh, awesome. Awesome. That's fantastic. Yeah. Aw. I'm like an emotional person, so I like you just made me want to hug you. I'd have to see like a list of all the bad traits to see what applies. Yeah, you can go online and see that. Like Laz. Hi Laz. How are you doing? How was your Foundry day with your bro? Now, why is nothing Oh, I know why it's not getting done. That's why I put this switch here. Boop. They won't go past this spot without an Atmos suit unless you turn it off. Now they can go over and do this thing that I want them to do. You and another streamer are the most I watch for Ani tips. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, if you ever have any questions, feel free to ask. There are plenty of things I don't know, but with 1,400 hours in here, I do know quite a bit. I'm always surprised at what I don't know, actually. It's pretty funny. You are technically hauling all of our stuff, right? I don't want to level this dupe up just yet. I put that point into construction because it's more or less free as far as morale goes. We could do the same thing with art, but we don't do any art below Masterworks in my colonies. I'm here but not chatting. It was good, but I started some new meds last night, so not feeling well. I'm so sorry. Hopefully it all evens out. I heard hugs. Oh, all about it, ATP. I'm one of those people that, like... When I'm upset and sad, there are really not any words that are going to help me. But if someone just sits with me, gives me hugs, holds my hand type of thing, that's what makes me feel good. And when I get excited, it's hard to express as well. So it's all about like, for me, it's all about the hugs. I love the hugs and the like supporting people, saving space with people. Yeah. Yes, fast recovery for sure. Like Dazzy says, Laz has been coming for a very long time. What's your streak at, Laz? Like 150 at this point? Laz is here every day. Laz and Killer are chosen family. I hear you. Just got new med prescribed today that I'm hoping helps. 116. There we go. Ari. You're our main... I know this seems like it's not a tough choice because they're a main operator, but as an operator, they're going to be bringing stuff over to where they're operating. And Ari's machinery is 9. Why was that so high before? I swear that was higher than that. Wasn't he like at a 15 or something? God, Gosman is at a 10 with athletics of 8. Gosman is freaking God in this colony. It's because we have them running. We'll go engineering. We'll get them into carry later on. And since we are on a love hug momentum, I really like your calmness and how you think while playing the game. So props. Thank you, Daz. It always takes a bit for my body to get used to new meds. Yeah. My story with meds, I was very opposed to getting them for a very long time. I think most people go through that. They're like, I don't need medication. There's nothing wrong with me. And I tried to get on meds many years ago, and it went bad. It made me worse. They put me on Wellbutrin, and basically they diagnosed me as having anxiety and depression, but I'm actually bipolar, and I have ADHD. Because ADHD, undiagnosed, can cause all sorts of things, and bipolar can present as like anxiety or depression because, you know, your highs and ups and downs. Everybody around me thought I was getting better on the Wellbutrin. They're like, oh, you seem better. What happened was I was completely locked inside my head. I was screaming for help inside my head, but I couldn't express that outwardly. It was very scary. Very scary. So that turned me off for a while. And I kept the mentality of like, drugs are for sick people. I'm not sick. I'm just different. And then I started to think about it a different way. It's not that there's anything wrong with me. It's not that I have an illness or I'm sick. It's that our society works a certain way. And you can't avoid the fact that you have to be part of society if you want to eat, sleep, have shelter, all of that. So regardless of whether or not there's anything wrong with me, in order to function in the society that we have, I have to be able to do certain things. And if the meds help me do those things, that's a positive thing. As long as they don't hurt me along the way in any way. And that kind of helped me. It's like, this is my pill to have superpowers. The superpower of being normal. You know what I mean? I have a stomach med that I literally cannot eat without, that I took way too long to get on, but some meds do weird things. They do. If nature didn't give me dopamine, store-bought is fine. Exactly. Exactly. What are you quoting there? Because I know I've heard that before. Let's try to get this liquid lock going. And yeah, guys, again, there's the mental health and chronic illness tag, so if anybody wants to talk about that stuff, it's totally okay. If anybody doesn't want to talk about that stuff and just chill to, like, relax and not think about it, totally cool as well, but there is no taboo here. We're all about taking care of each other. I've heard it said for a few things, not sure the original source. Yeah. Okay. I recently found out where death is only the beginning, that quote comes from, because I say that all the time. Whenever somebody's in a game and they're like, fuck, dude, I died. Death is only the beginning. And I had no idea where that came from until Suds mentioned, they were like, oh, like the mummy. And I'm like, the mummy? She's like, yeah, that's where it's from. That's what they say when
something happened. And I'm like, no shit. Because I've seen The Mummy, so obviously, like, it makes sense that I got it from there. But just couldn't remember where I got it from. And then I'd seen a lot of other places. I looked it up once online, and I guess there was a movie, like an old movie where they said it, and maybe the guys from The Mummy got it from the older movie. I can't remember the name of it now. And then not too long ago, I was watching some Magic the Gathering content on YouTube, and they did an animation for Rise of the Dark Realms, which is one of my favorite cards, by the way. And when they played it, they did an animation where they had her I think it was Liliana on the riding like the corpses or whatever, and they did the whole like wiggling and overdub death is only the beginning. I was like, is that where it's from? Is it from Magic? But I think that's from The Mummy. So basically what I'm saying is I do the same thing. I quote shit all the time that I'm not sure where it comes from. People have quoted me for saying certain things, and they're like, yeah, that's a Nethercloud quote. And I'm like, I stole that from somewhere. I don't know where I stole it from, but you quote me if you want. Blood pressure and sugar is too high. Oh. Yeah, that sucks. All the love to you, Laz. If there's anything we can do to help, let me know. I know that's very much something you got to kind of wait out. There's no easy fix for that. My heart is weird. Got POTS, and my resting heart rate is in the hundreds. When I was in the hospital, I was having a tachycardia, and my heartbeat got up to like 114, 115, somewhere there. It was terrifying. So I feel terrible that you have to go through that, because that'll get you panicking. Your heart just starts pumping that little bit harder, and it's just like, oh shit. My surgery was major. They had to rebuild all of my insides. Postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome, I believe. Ooh, yeah. Okay, so tachycardia syndrome. That makes sense. Yeah, so I've been through some real rough times in the last 5 years with my health. It's when I started streaming, it was a little bit before COVID, and I was not stoked about COVID, but for the first time in my life, I was like, I'm in the right place at the right time. This is the perfect time to start streaming. Everybody's looking to the internet for more content and entertainment because they can't go out and do things. Like, this is good. And I was doing really good. You know, I came in, started getting the flow, started getting stuff, and then I got really bad sick. And over 4.5 years-ish, I would try to start, and then I'd get too sick. And I would try to start again, and I'd get too sick. And I'd try to start again, and I'd get too sick. About a year and a half ago, November 2022... Yeah, November 2022, November 27th, 2022 was when I started up again full time. And I went from November 27th all the way through up until this last December. And I've been streaming six days a week through that whole time. And this past December is where I had the major surgery, number 6, that they had to rebuild everything that fell apart during the last ones. Not the doctor's fault. I was just fucked up. My body's like, got it. Running from a tiger now. Oh, Jesus. Make all this yummy stuff go away. Recently, I had my heart rate go up to 130. Jesus. God, we need to all go to like a spa and just have like brain and body off day together. That would be awesome. I just wanted to get this liquid lock going. Are we at enough liquid over here? Yeah, we're good. As soon as that empties, we'll turn this off. Okay, so then we need to build a tile there. We'll leave that there in case we need to do anything. Oh, hang on. We actually have to deconstruct this because this game is weird. So check this out. For anybody who's not used to Ani, you see how this is the element overlay, And if we switch this to just gases, we can see the different colored gases. Oxygen is this color, polluted oxygen is this color, carbon dioxide is the dark gray. So if you look down here, we've got carbon dioxide right here, oxygen on top of it, and then water here, which if we put everything on, you can see that the water is blue. So what's going on right here is this water should be spilling over onto this tile, but because this carbon dioxide wants to hang low, below the oxygen, it's not going to push its way up to here. So it's trapped there, and the water can't flow because gases and liquids can't occupy the same tile. So what we have to do is delete this water pump and build a block here, and that'll force the CO2 up and over. Then we can delete that block, and if you have a block and you delete it, there's a vacuum behind it. If there's nothing, if gases can't get to it, it'll be a vacuum. So as soon as we delete the tile we build there, it'll be a vacuum and this water will immediately flow over. Then we can break this. There are other ways to do airlocks. Like I was talking about the manual airlock that I was going to put on up top. We would do that because it's super cold and the water would freeze. We need new meat suits. What's the warranty? Right. Got all those science fiction movies where you can like... Okay, I know we're going a little bit late. I just want to get this setup done. Hi, buddy. You heard me say going late and now you want your attention? Come here. Oh, he's a good boy. They're such a good boy. I love you. Yeah, Papa's going to wrap it up here in a second. Let me finish this liquid lock, and then we'll call it a day, and, you know, we'll get you some running around time, okay? Laz says, hi, beautiful. Super handsome, baby. This is Tachyon, everybody. For anybody who is new, I know I say that a lot, but, you know, I always try to, I try to talk to the whole world, you know, the newcomers, the regulars. Tachyon is named Tachyon because the tachyon particles are the only particles we know that don't obey the laws of time as we understand them and can travel through time. Tachyon and cats in general do not obey the rules of time, or anything else for that matter. So I thought Tachyon would be a good name. Plus, you call him Tack for short, which is cat backwards, and I love good stuff like that, you know, multi-pronged attack. And he is such a sweetie. He is such a sweetie. But if I only use one hand, he's gonna get pissy and smack me in the face, right? If I go to one-handed kitty mode, Daddy gets smacked in the face. He won't like rip my face up, but he will tap me like, hey, pay attention to me. I love you. God, I love this cat. I love him so much. All right, Bubba, can we one hand for a second? Papa needs to queue up just a little thing here, okay? Love you, Bubba. Okay, give me a sec. On that last break where I went and made coffee that I didn't need, I saw his favorite toy out in the living room, so I brought it back into the bedroom, and he thought it was time to play when I did that. So okay, so we've got just shy of 1 ton of copper. We're about to finish up what we need to have that liquid lock fully in place. We'll queue up a sweep command, and then when we come back to play again, we can get out there and sort things out. We want to put these on a reasonably high priority. There they go. Had it on a regular priority, nobody brought them. Put it up to a 7, all of a sudden it's a big deal. And let's sweep this nonsense up over here. So as you can see, there's a vacuum here because no gases can go through the water, and we just broke the tiles. This might cause problems. Okay, good. You don't need air. You need to finish. So dupes can move up and down. Like, they need 2 tiles to stand. So these 2 tiles here, they can still jump as long as there's 2 tiles to go down too. So that goes there. All right, let's delete that and let's mop that tile. Actually, we don't need to now. That went there. 37 grams. That's fine. All right, high priority sweep to get that stuff out of there. We've got the suit delivered. You need to be set on oxygen so that future Nether doesn't have to remember to do that. This is set up so that the water will go out there. You don't need air. Cozy vibes. Yeah, no, I know. Hey, buddy. Okay, so TAC is telling me that I've gone too late and we need to stop. So we're going to hit the save button here. We're going to double save because I'm insanely... I worry about not saving. Let's see who's online. Let's see if we can raid over to someone real quick. Thank you guys all for hanging out. We're going to be doing some more of this next week. Tomorrow we're going to be working on RimWorld. Saturday we'll be playing Myst. I'm not sure. Next week we might flip-flop RimWorld and Ani and do a... Kitty, please. Reminder for RimWorld, you might not have tagged the robots to the south. The robots to the south. The Scythers? Thank you, Killer. I've been trying to raid out to new people, but let's go show Zed some love. We haven't raided Zed in a little bit. He's playing Foundry, so maybe I'll watch Zed play Foundry, because I've been watching other people do it, and I'm not sold yet. But Zed brings some character. So we're going to raid over to Zed. We met Zed playing Ani. Zed is currently playing Foundry. A lot of people are into Foundry. I think Killer is also playing Foundry with him, maybe? Maybe not. But thank you guys all for hanging out. It's been a wonderful day. Tomorrow's RimWorld. Saturday is Myst. And next week we'll do RimWorld and Ani again. You're not. Okay, okay. Yeah, thank you guys for a wonderful, wonderful day. You have yourselves a beautiful night. I'll see you guys again tomorrow on the Rim. Take care. Be well.